Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Incora County Ground here at Derby for the LV County Championship Division 2 game between Derbyshire and Glamorgan. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Glamorgan and to its umpires for this match, Paul Ballard. With apologies for the break in transmission, the two umpires, Paul Ballard and Neil Pratt. Catering is available from outlets and at the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the Incora Members Lounge, including hot food served at lunch. They are due to get underway in just under 10 minutes' time. Welcome again to our umpires, Neil Pratt and Paul Pollard. Soon to be followed by the Glamorgan team.
So what I need to do.
Dialing 01616843755. Trying broadcast call.
Better if you dial the
Connected.
stream, isn't it? Otherwise they'll never
Searching.
hear you.
Framed.
Well, blow me down. Good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground, where the umpires are coming out. Almost caught me out there. It's day 2 of Derbyshire against Glamorgan, with Derbyshire resuming on 282 for 5 after a very entertaining day's cricket. Yesterday, Nick Webb's alongside me from BBC Wales. Morning, Nick.
Very good morning, Borodar. 282 for 5. Yes, it looked to be very much Derbyshire's day at 276 for 2. 3 wickets later, it looked a little bit more even, but possibly just Derbyshire's. They've got the runs on the board. They've got high hopes of posting 400, though not necessarily within the 110 overs.
No. I think getting to that total is more important, isn't it, than the whatever bonus points they might end up with. 2-1 at the moment. Derbyshire early stages. They've got 2 batsmen out there. Well, I'm going to say proper batsmen. Matty McKinnon won't like me for saying this. Until last week, I wasn't entirely sure he was a proper batsman, but he got a century at Leicester, so he clearly is a proper batsman. Going in at number 5, and Lears Deploy clearly is a proper batsman.
It's a bit of a latecomer, isn't he, to the professional game, Matty McKinnon?
Yeah, 27?
27.
Yeah.
A couple of years of national counties cricket with Cumberland.
He was thrilled last week because he got a half-century against Lancashire at Aigburth in the COVID season. Of course, his family weren't there, but his family were at Leicester on the day that he got a century, which
Brilliant.
is terrific, isn't it? They've come down from, I assume, from the northwest. He's a Lee lad. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, not much anyway.
2 balls remain of Van der Hochten's over.
Of course, yes, we went off early last night.
We went off mid-over, which means there are potentially extra overs today, I presume.
Well, yes, I mean, it says 97.
So they haven't been added as such.
Have they? No.
Should have 4 on top of that, I think.
96.2 it says there. You'd have thought so. Would you like to do the over? Because I'm going to go in a minute.
Van der Hochten bowls, and that's beaten the edge of McKiernan's bat.
I would have given you more notice had I realised he was on his way in. Sorry, Nick, that was my fault.
Don't worry, don't worry. We're all over it.
All over the place, me.
2 slips. 12th over with this particular ball. Michael Neser is doing vigorous exercises down at third man. He's now peeled off his sweater just down to our right in front of that small stand that has, maybe a dozen people in it, as McKiernan plays that defensively out on the onside. Cullen fields at mid-wicket. There is no run. It's 282 for 5 after 92 overs play here on BBC Sport Online. Also available via the Derbyshire and Glamorgan County websites.
Well, before I go, I offer the thought that perhaps because they went off after 6 o'clock, they may just lose those overs. I don't know.
It's an arcane
well, it's cricket.
set of laws. Or probably rules in this case. Is it a law or a rule? Regulation, yes, a playing regulation. Not sure whether it comes into the laws as such. 282 for 5 then. Michael Neser is, as advertised, to bowl the first over of the day from this racecourse end. And he will be bowling to the left-handed Duploy. There's 5 to his credit. And, chops down on the first ball. Didn't look in control of that one. It dribbled down towards the slip area. It's retrieved by Sam Northeast. But he had to look twice in case it was rolling back towards the stumps. Wicket takers so far for Glamorgan. Michael Neser, 2 for 50. Michael Hogan, 3 for 45. He's really turning it on away from home this season, Michael Hogan. He said the wicket played quite well. Derbyshire batted the conditions early on. Neser bowls, that's down leg side. It's pulled away down to fine leg. And Duploy gets the scoreboard moving for the morning with a single. He's under 6, 283 for 5. Hogan saying it would be a crucial first hour. And Glamorgan had to be on their game first thing. Brooke Guest, on the other hand, said it did plenty with the second new ball. 3 wickets fell. And he said that was promising for Derbyshire since they had to bowl last. As defending is McKiernan, back down the pitch. Rolls up to mid-on. Harris fields, and there's no run. So the field pretty similar for Neser's bowling. 2 slips, third man fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover point. Absolutely conventional at the moment from David Lloyd, as Neser is in to bowl to McKiernan. There's a peel for a caught at the wicket, and he's given. McKiernan goes, he's gone for a single. Glamorgan have their second bowling point. Derbyshire 283 for 6.
Well, exactly what Glamorgan would have wanted early on this second day. Just told everybody on Radio Derby how Matthew McKinnon's a proper batsman.
Curse of the commentator, Dave.
Yeah,
You're
absolutely.
Entirely to blame for that dismissal.
I think it might be if I actually believed in it. I might think that. No, it's just a good line and length, wasn't it? He pushed forward, took the edge, and off he goes. He'll have been thinking all night about, right, I survived last night. Get in this morning. Got a century last week. There'll be some runs in it for me. He's now walking off with his batting gloves and his helmet, looking a little crestfallen as Alice Dahl comes out. But the perfect start to the morning for Glamorgan, and who knows, possibly for the game. Always good when the game moves on at a reasonable pace.
Just a fraction of a way swing there, looking at the replay from Neser.
It's a bit warmer today. There's still a bit of cloud cover. It's going to be brighter today, and you just wonder if what moisture. There isn't a lot of moisture in the ground anyway, but what moisture there is might just be helping the ball swing. But I still maintain there's a bit more in it for the bowlers than some were suggesting yesterday. And as a result, Could be a very interesting day's cricket today. Crucial first hour, of course, as Brooke Guest pointed out. Everybody interviewed this season has told me that. I don't think we've had a first hour that wasn't crucial.
Chris Cook's 200th catch in first-class cricket for Glamorgan, says Dr. Hignell.
Excellent.
Not that I wasn't counting myself.
Just 9 deliveries faced by Matty McKiernan.
He's gone for a single. 283 for 6 as Anuj Dal faces up to Nisa. 3 slips now for the new batsman, and Dal is forward defending to mid-off. Dal with 115 runs for twice out. So he's going well with the bat as well.
Yes, I mean, he had a real breakthrough towards the end of last season. Anuj Dal. Once Finn Hudson-Prentice had departed, he was sort of told, right, you've got 4 matches, you're going to be our all-rounder. And that seemed to boost his confidence massively, and he's been a different player since.
Dal waits for Nisa to charge towards him. Bowls and is beaten outside off stump. Dal pushing forward, didn't quite get the pitch of it, but it didn't find the edge of the bat, and the applause from the Glamorgan fielders for a successful over from Michael Nisa, taking his 3rd wicket of the innings. Weather-wise, a little bit of blue sky overhead. Probably about 15-20% blue sky at the moment, which is 15 to 20% more than we saw on day 1 of this championship match.
I think it's going to be a pleasant day. It's certainly warmer. Ready for the bank holiday weekend.
I keep forgetting it's a bank holiday weekend, since it's only a fortnight since Easter bank holiday weekend.
There's another one coming soon as well, isn't there?
They're like buses, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody's platinum jubilee or something.
Three matches in 4 days for Glamorgan. No time off for us.
No. New over from the City end begins, and it's Tim van der Houten. The ball left alone by Liz Deploy.
When I say us, I mean us and the BBC commentary team. I'm not trying to conflate myself with Glamorgan.
No. You should never do that. Sometimes it's tricky. You spend most of the summer with the same people. Left-handed Deploy waits. Couple of slips in place. Van der Houten bowls to him. He defends it back towards the bowler.
It's a line after news in the office when they say, you know, awful performance by whatever team it was at the weekend that I was commentating. And I said, yeah, but I was brilliant on commentary.
Yes. Yeah. Bang on form.
And we have to work harder when the team that we're reporting on is not doing well.
Tell me about it. He's Van der Houten. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Lias Deploy. It does make it a lot easier. Although it makes it slightly harder because there's far more interest in Derbyshire at the moment from Radio Derby than there has been in my entire 6 years covering them prior to this season. So it's more work, but it's much more enjoyable work because you don't mind going on to talk about the astonishing batsman and the latest import from Sri Lanka and the new coach who's coached 4 different countries. And Van der Houten's next delivery is left alone by Lias Deploy to go through to Chris Cook.
See, Derbyshire's schedule isn't quite so bank holiday orientated, playing Tuesday night in Leeds, Wednesday night in Manchester, and Friday night here on that bank holiday weekend.
It's the Notts game, isn't it?
Yeah.
On Friday night. Get on the actual radio for that one. It's Van der Houten in and rather hurries Lias Deploy there, who gets a little squared up as he pushes it back towards the bowler.
For Glamorgan listeners, on that bank holiday weekend, there's a home match on Thursday the 2nd of June and on Sunday the 5th of June, which also features a Welsh football match of some import.
Yes. Van der Houten in a bowls to deploy, who fiddles that out back on a square on the offside. End of the over, a maiden over from Van Houten, who's bowled 18 over 6 maidens, 0 for 35. Now Derbyshire 283 for 6.
And I very much hope that the powers that be in the game of cricket will approve of Glamorgan possibly edging their match forward an hour or so, because otherwise there's going to be a crossover with the football. And great though the attractions of Glamorgan against Surrey will be, have to recognise that it is possibly once in half a century chance for Welsh football to qualify for the World Cup. For the first time since
58.
58,
Yeah.
before my time.
Just.
Well known. As forward prods Dahl, and he's beaten by Nisa again, and Nisa is causing all sorts of problems in his early deliveries this morning.
Certainly is. So when did they find out? Scotland or Ukraine, isn't it?
Yes.
So that must be just clearly,
Just previously.
Clearly it's before, but yeah, just a week before maximum, you'd have thought, wouldn't it?
Yes, I'm not sure. I'll check that one for you. Being rather dependent on events in the real world. Yeah. 283 for 6. Nisa in. Dahl shoulders arms this time. Ball going through low to Chris Cook, outside off stump.
Bouncing twice as well before it reached the wicket keeper, that one. The umpire's just having a look at Nisa's follow through. I think he's all right, surely. He's checking. He's checking. The red zone, or whatever it's called, the danger zone. I don't mind that either. And I'm sure Leas Deploy is happy that the umpire's checking that, because that's outside his off stump.
Yes.
So I can sort of understand it.
Yes, the left-hander often suffers from the rough from the right arm over bowlers, which is the most common form, as Dahl is beaten again outside off stump through to Cook. And struggling to locate the line at the moment, Anuj Dahl, with Nisa bowling a lovely line in that corridor of uncertainty outside off stump. Batsman drawn into making a shot, not always judicious. Maybe if Nisa can just get one to nip back in a little bit. Having beaten him several times outside off stump. Nisa's in, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through this time. Shouldering arms again, not an awful lot of bounce in that one.
No. So Sam Connors and Saranga Lakmal will be very interested in that, I'm sure. Lakmal still to bat, of course. We saw Connors yesterday briefly. Very briefly.
2 deliveries.
Well, Empire just had a word with Michael Nisa.
Who turns, runs away from us at this racecourse end and bowls again to Dahl, who gets a bat on this one, plays it defensively on the onside. Tom Cullen comes round to field, and there is no run. In answer to your question, Scotland play Ukraine on Wednesday the 1st of June. Wales play the winners of that on Sunday the 5th of June, which is why we were talking about that bank holiday weekend.
4 days.
As Nisa's in again, bowls, and it's away on the leg side from Dahl, and he's off the mark with a 2 down to fine leg. Van der Hoogten's throw comes in, but Dahl has run well and is safely home with a couple of runs. Relief for him then. Runs 2 and 3 of the morning. Overnight was 282 for 5. It's now 285 for 6.
June the 1st is the date of Derbyshire's game at Lancashire, which follows the Yorkshire game the night before, but that's a 2:30 start at Old Trafford on a Wednesday.
For why?
Well, I believe it's in the half-term holiday, and
yes.
they always designate one daytime.
Yes, they've
game
done that
to let
before
the,
at Old Trafford, haven't they?
I think Derbyshire went there last year in the daytime, which is perfectly fine, of course. And Houghton in from the city end bowls outside the off stump. And Lears deploy leaves it alone. Not too far into June. We're up at Chesterfield for a brief while. The 4-day game against Middlesex, the T20 against Yorkshire. Exciting times. Sunday the 12th, the Middlesex game starts. So Shaheen Shah Afridi against Shan Masood at Chesterfield. Van der Houten bowls thick inside edge. He had absolutely no idea. In fact, he's hit it onto himself. He did have an idea where it had gone because he's limping away, but his head swung around. He is the most hit batsman I've ever seen Lears deploy. Ever since he first arrived at Derbyshire, he seems to get more blows to his body than any other batsman, and he is hobbling quite a lot now. I think it's gone on the inside of his left knee, the way he just pointed there to Anaj Dal, who'd come down the pitch to have a word with him. I mean, there was a game at Durham where he was getting hit amidships every other delivery. It was absolutely astonishing. I had a bit of a joke with him about it. Once he'd scored some runs, of course.
Yes.
You could almost see the funny side of it, but at the moment, I don't think there's anything amusing about it as far as Lears deploy is concerned. He's waiting now as Van der Houten bowls to him, and that one is fiddled into the offside by the South African.
Yes, the most unfortunate pair of injuries I saw was that suffered by Mark Wallace at Northants, having kept wicket for Glamorgan for 200+ championship games in a row. He was hit amidships fairly hard and suffered, underwent prolonged treatment for that.
Nice. Next delivery's beaten Lears deploy. There were stifled appeals. That must have been close to the edge.
And 10 minutes later, having picked himself up, dusted himself down, etc., etc., he tore a hamstring and was had to go off for that then, and broke his record of appearances. He was moving so slowly that I caught up with him in the car park for an interview. And bless him, he did an interview.
Well, last time we were at Swansea was at the time before he came up to chat, didn't he? Next delivery is just moving away off the pitch slightly from Van der Houten, and ball goes through to the keeper.
Well, he was an excellent pundit for BBC Sport Wales broadcasts until the club inconsiderately poached him, which meant that we couldn't use him.
Did he become the chief exec?
Director of cricket.
Director of cricket.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So I hope to see Mark dropping in anyway to sail out the commentary box in home games.
Over the wicket now, and Houghton to deploy, who just guides this to the man at backward point. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. Another pretty decent over from Tim Van der Houten. I'm not even going to try. Van der Houten. You know who I mean. And I apologise to
TVDG.
to all his family and friends, because it's embarrassing. But yeah. I'll just borrow that a sec.
You can use the Dutch or the Australian pronunciation thereof.
Yes. I got slightly distracted by an email from Stephen Plant, which I'll read during the course of this hour.
Which is being delivered by Michael Neeser to Anaj Dal at 285 for 6, and he's beaten him yet again outside off stump.
It's a recurring theme, isn't it? That is very much.
Shall I record that phrase and put it on tape?
Yeah, then we could just get on with the rest of our lives, couldn't we, really? Stephen Plant says, following the game online today after his first trip of the season to the county ground yesterday as a Staffordshire Moorlands native. He's used to watching cricket in the cold, but yesterday was a humdinger. It was warmer watching a Cheadle under 10s at Leek on Monday evening in at the foot of the Peak District. Steve goes on to say, great to see Derbyshire with a top order that's firing, probably the best they've looked since with the bat since Barnett, Morris and Adams were leading the way.
Neeser bowls and Dal is forward defending on the offside. Carlson fields at cover, no run.
Which is high praise indeed.
Would you like to remind our listeners of the email address? Welsh listeners are at liberty to email Dave, I'm sure.
You are, yeah. FletchCricket@gmail.com. If you want to send us an email, we'd be delighted to receive one. Although I think my other email address is on my Twitter handle as well, so I won't give it out, but you can seek it out there. It's a bit more of a personal email account, that.
Nisa to Dahl. Leaves, goes way outside off stump, that one. Just looking at an article that Chris Drew pointed me in the direction of in the Australian media about Michael Nisa's prospects as a test recall. Australia's selectors have indicated Michael Nisa's best shot of a test recall will likely come in England next year, after both he and Jai Richardson were left out of the test squad for the upcoming tour of Sri Lanka.
When is that then? Is that going to take Labuschagne away?
It is, yes.
Oh dear.
His Nisa's in bowls, and that's bunted back over his head for 4 runs by Anuj Dahl, who drove that aerially. I think it was in the air rather than a half volley, and wasn't too far over Nisa, but it was safe enough. No attempt was made to catch it, and it ran down to the boundary in front of us. First 4 of the morning, 289 for 6. Dahl on to 6.
He hit it pretty well, didn't he? But you're right, it wasn't too far away from Michael Nisa, so he might have been concerned momentarily, the Derbyshire all-rounder.
As Nisa bowls and Dahl shoulders arms again, the ball going through harmlessly and low. The chief selector of Australia, George Bailey, is quoted as saying, where Nisa is at the moment, he's actually in the right place. We see his skill set as being really well suited to English conditions, as opposed to probably not as much at the moment in subcontinent conditions. So they say they're not carrying extra players, but it's great because he gets to continue playing for Glamorgan, putting up performances over there, i.e. here. And Nisa bowls and Dahl defends on the onside, and there is no run.
That does make sense, doesn't it? Suranga Lakmal, who obviously retired from Test cricket, the Sri Lankan, after the recent series in India, his away record is far better than his record in his homeland, because his bowling clearly isn't suited to Sri Lankan conditions. I think today he may well enjoy himself a bit, but
presumably in Sri Lanka they're looking for extra pace and a bit more spin as well.
yeah.
Cricket.com.au if you want to read that article about Michael Nisa. Thank you to Chris for drawing my attention to it.
I keep burying my head in the sand if I ever see the words Masood and Pakistan in an article. He's terrified that he's going to go. Van der Houten begins a new over by bowling a full-length delivery to Leers Deploy, who pushes it out with the bottom of the bat up towards mid-off.
Thank you to Freddie for reminding us of that Scotland date on the 1st of June, Scotland-Ukraine, to determine Wales's opponents on the 5th of June.
Yeah, what a night that would be. 289 for 6. Deploy waits and leaves alone outside the off stump. Van der Houten bowls another fullish delivery. Straight through to Cook.
Leisha Hawkins of Cricket Wales has dubbed Hogan's caught and bowled yesterday the Superman. He was flying through the air, wasn't he?
That was impressive.
To dismiss Masood, Glammy Podcast say, please reconsider your retirement, Hogs.
Van der Houten in again, and this one is keeping a little bit low from the City end, I fancy. Certainly that's the way Deploy played it. Kept it out.
Garen Jones says, what a player and person for Glamorgan over the years. We'll miss him. Thank you to Dolan28 for your kind words about commentary, and to Mark Flatton as well.
Shane Dolan listening in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Very much a newbie to cricket. Had a couple of conversations with him. Around the wicket comes Van der Houten, and this one strikes Leers Deploy as he tries to pull it into the leg side, then he kicks the ball away. not towards anybody in particular, just into the leg side. I think he was slightly annoyed by the fact that he's been struck again.
Well, you've been trying to educate the good folk of BBC Radio Derby about some of the intricacies of the game.
Well, mainly Ian Sky, in all honesty, because he openly admits to not knowing anything. And it is something that's appeared on Twitter where I've said that people were not knowing about cricket like a badge of honour. I don't remember saying it, but I clearly have. This next delivery is a short one. That's a good delivery. He just about manages to flick his head out of the way as it flies through. So we've now seen a couple keep low, and that one's flown. Excellent.
Yes,
Excellent.
it is somewhat concerning for the Glamorgan batsman.
It's good for the game, isn't it, really? good for the game.
No, the batting conditions need to be the same for both sides. But now Van der Hoogten's decent enough in terms of speed, so if he bangs one in, it's going to get up a little bit. No.
That was a good delivery. There's a bit of a discussion going on there. What's happened to Cook? Is he hurt his left hand? I think he has, you know.
Yeah, he's taken one maybe on the fingertip there.
Yeah, and they just waved there for they want the physio to come on and have a quick look at him, perhaps administer some spray. I don't think he can have an injection while you're out on the pitch necessarily. I know wicket keepers do that. He's going to carry on for the moment, which is an interesting decision. David Lloyd had been calling for the physio, who hasn't made his way down the stairs yet. So Van der Houten is in and bowls to deploy, who can't leave this alone because it's on target, and Cook will be delighted by that because he didn't have to take the ball as it came through, but he has whipped off that left glove again, and he's just walking, rather than to the other end of the pitch, he's walking across towards the players' pavilion to our left-hand side, so there might be a little delay.
Yes, well, we hope Chris Cook is all right, of course, but
you have another one, don't you?
There is another specialist Glamorgan wicketkeeper in this side, which is potentially fortunate. I mean, even if Crook's suffered a bit of bruising, then Cullen could take over behind the stumps. We hope it's no more than that.
Absolutely.
As it was a delivery from Van der Hoogten that did have a little extra spice in it.
Yeah, took off, bit quicker, took off, went past Leas Deploy's nose. He's not the tallest man in the Derbyshire lineup, Deploy by any manner of means, but it was still a pretty good delivery.
It was. I think I was swaying away from it and was 70 metres away.
Yeah. Yes, it's one of those that you wouldn't want to be on the end of, but he's going to be all right. Is wicketkeeper Chris Cook, which is good news. He's going to carry on behind the stumps at the far end.
Just 7 runs so far today for the loss of the one wicket, that of McKiernan. Caught Cook bowled Nisa for 1. 98 overs bowled.
They were quite slow yesterday morning, weren't there? Was 70 odd runs yesterday morning in total?
It was 74 for 1 at lunch. Here comes Nisa to start a new over. And Dahl plays it to mid-on. Calls for a quick single. This could be trouble if the throw hits. It didn't. From Cullen at mid-wicket. He was more or less side on to the stumps, but not from a great distance out. And I think Dahl might have been struggling if that one had hit. No?
Quickest man I've ever seen on a cricket pitch. I think he'd have been fine. I think he'd have been fine.
290 for 6. Dahl to 7. Left-handed deploy takes strike. Nisa to come around the wicket. Hasn't bowled to deploy for a couple of overs. Deploy did get himself off the mark with the glorious 4 creamed through the covers late last night. Batting at that end as Nisa's in to bowl, and that's run down towards Saltrat Gully. Salter moves to his right and fields, and there is no run. 290 for 6.
Just waiting for as soon as I hear the weather, I know I'm not far away. But at the moment it's Gavin and Stacey.
As Charging in is Michael Neser, and that's defended on the leg side by Deploy into a little bit of a gap at mid-wicket, and they'll go through for a rather more comfortable single this time. Kevin and Stacey on BBC Radio.
Well, James Corden's announced, hasn't he, that he's not going to do the Late Show anymore. So I've now had a text to say 1 minute, so I shall leave this game in your very capable hands.
We do have Joanne Page occasionally on BBC Radio Wales as a presenter. Neser is into bowl to Dahl, and that's defended. Congratulations to all those at the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket for getting an award, Sporting Heritage Awards, yesterday, jointly with Notts. A lot of work goes into that. As Neser's in to bowl, and that's hit him on the pads. Not out, says umpire Pratt. As Dahl looked to work on the leg side, may have been just going down, you think, from the shot that was played anyway. Dahl survives. 291 for 6. A tense battle for runs at the moment. Glamorgan bowling well with the new ball, or the newish ball, as Neser is in to bowl to Dahl, who's defensively behind that one. Out on the offside, Carlson fields. There is no run. 291 for 6. Both Lewis Deploy and Anuj Dahl have 7 not out. The man out this morning, Matty McKinn, and Court Cook bowled Neser for 1. Third wicket for Neser. Hogan has the other 3. Bowled 21 overs, 3 for 45 yesterday. And ageless Michael Hogan. Actually, he does have an age because he turns 41 next month, and Glamorgan supporters enjoying the last season of Michael Hogan, who's also having a testimonial. As Dave is back with us, so it'll allow me to give way to Edward Bevan.
Indeed. Thank you, Nick. Van Houten in around the wicket. That one is off a leading edge out into the offside. And it's fielded quite nicely there, actually, by Andrew Salter at backward point. There is no run. Just a couple of slips now in place for Lewis Deploy. It's probably the last of the specialist batsmen. Dahl can bat, Alex Thompson can bat. I'm not entirely sure about Sarangal Lakmal or Ryan Sidebottom, as this next delivery is played out after jumping back towards the stumps by Lewis Deploy, and there's no run. Edward, how are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Never felt better. How did you enjoy the dinner last night?
The glamorous dinner at Burton Albion was excellent. Yeah,
Yes.
very good.
Did he call on you to say something?
No. I did speak to John Brayford afterwards, who won 3 of the awards. The Burton skipper, who's had an excellent season.
Mm-hmm.
He's had a contract.
Jimmy speak?
Yeah, he had a little word on stage. Yeah, he was as amusing as ever. His next delivery is
Pleasant man,
defended by Lewis Deploy. He's excellent. I mean, he's brilliant with us. Brilliant. You can talk to him about anything, and he's very honest, very open. Last night, talking, as he's said in the past, about Burton know where they are. You know, they're a very small fish in quite a big pond in League One. So they have to develop players, sell them on, just to, that's the business model. But yeah, no, it was a very good evening, thank you. It was slightly later than I would have ordinarily planned. As Van der Houten is in, and this time Deploy leaves alone. Late decision to leave, goes through to Cook, who takes a sharp intake of breath. I think he's still just feeling that left hand, and unsurprising, really. Some breaking out, a little bit warmer, and it's
a little bit warmer today.
Just looked a little bit livelier, the pitch.
Instead of wearing my heavy sweater, I put a lighter one on.
Yeah.
So yes, this pitch has got plenty of carry. It really is a good pitch now, isn't it? Plenty of carry.
And one from Van der Houten in the previous overs. This one's left alone to go through to the keeper. Really flew through. Really flew through. And Nisa's bowled nicely again. I thought he bowled nicely with the new ball yesterday morning, but without any luck. And then he picked up his 2 wickets yesterday evening, and obviously one more this morning.
I was mildly surprised that Hogan didn't open up with him.
Yeah.
The 2 best bowlers.
Because we had the 2 deliveries of the Van der Houten over from the City end, and I thought we'd have got the extra 4 overs added on, but it appears not.
No.
So we lost 4 points.
Why is that?
I don't know. I haven't worked it out yet. I can't
Anything under 5 or something like that.
Well, the only thing I could think of as that over comes to an end at 291 for 6 is that because they went off a bad line after 6 o'clock, after the schedule closed, that they just get wiped off. But
Okay.
I don't know. Change of bowling here, though.
Yeah, James Harris is coming on. He hasn't taken a wicket as yet. It was fairly expensive in his first spell, but then settled down, and Glamorgan are using these 4 seamers, and they've done pretty well on this very good pitch. And he'll be bowling from this end, the racecourse end. Nick saying about Michael Hogan's final season, I suppose that some people will be going down and pleading with him and saying, give us one more season, Michael, you're our best opening bowler. And
people grabbing his legs as he marches towards the airport.
If Nisa is picked for the Australian squad, as he could well be, then they have a little problem. Here's James Harris then, in nice bright sunshine, coming in and bowls the first ball, and that's not a great shot there by Dal. He tried to cut a ball that was rather too close to him, and he went through to Cook. Yeah. Probing that off stump with an offside field of 2 slips, the 3rd man, and 3 saving 1 cover, extra cover, and mid-off. And on the onside, just the 3, rather straightish square leg a mid-on and a man on the long leg boundary. There's Harris again. He's over the wicket and bowls, and outside the off stump, keeping a tight line, goes through to the wicket keeper. 2 bonus points then to Glamorgan, and 2 also to Derbyshire. Let's have a look. How many overs have we had? This is the 101st, so 8 overs left for both teams. Derbyshire will almost certainly, of course, get their 9 runs they need. Glamorgan might struggle to take 3 wickets in 9 overs, but we've seen a flurry of wickets yesterday evening, and one this morning. Is Harris bowls. Oh, my, he plays another false shot. And that was a little higher, but it's a no ball. So Harris probably trying to put a little bit extra in that. But whether Dal heard it or not remains in speculation.
Well, we were talking about this at Leicester because there were a number of no balls there, and I don't think umpires even shout it anymore. They used to shout it to give the batsman the opportunity to play whatever
yell
shot
it
he
as soon
wanted.
as yeah.
But I don't think they shout anymore. I didn't hear anything then.
Here comes Harris past the umpire, bowls, and gets a good length ball this time, and Dal just nudges it back down the pitch. Now then, it's fielded by number 4,
Yes.
who is the number of Callum Taylor.
He was on yesterday, wasn't he, for a short
Yeah.
while?
I think, where's Tom Cullen? Yeah, he's at mid-wicket. Try and work this one out. Anyway, here's Harris again. Comes over the wicket and bowls, and outside the off stump through to the keeper.
Has Nisa popped off for a
I'm thinking that
change of shoes
he
back
might
to his
have.
non-bowling boots?
He
or-
did have a look down at his toe. I may need a plaster or 2. Well, that is Taylor on the field because I saw him at breakfast, and also that's his number.
The 2 bowlers, Van der Houten and Hogan, are down at fine leg and 3rd man, aren't they? I can't
2
see Nisa.
slips,
I
I
can't
can
see Nisa.
Labuschagne. Yes, he's got a beard, so he's not on the field. He's probably had his spell. Well, he has, obviously, and gone off some repairs. Harris is in and bowls again, and that's too wide of the off stump. Dal has nothing at all to do with it.
We saw that cut shot that you described earlier from Anish Dal that was too close to his body. He does like I regard it pretty much as a one-day shot, but he does like that shot where he guides the ball down to third man a lot. He gets a lot of runs in that area.
Little men have always been good cutters, haven't they, and pullers. And this is no exception. This is the last ball of the over. Barring a no ball. Harris is in. Bowls again. That's played off the back foot into the covers. End of the over. 2 runs for the no ball. Off it and the score. A very faint looking scoreboard. You can just make it out 293 for 6. But we have a monitor in here which is far, far better to the light on the scoreboard for some reason.
Yeah, well, when the sun shines on the scoreboard, it virtually disappears in the morning.
We'll have to change again. They'll have to play the other way.
Yes. Yeah.
It's very strange coming here after the season after they changed.
I'll bet. So it's Van der Houten to continue from the city end around the wicket to deploy, who pushes this out into the offside. It's fielded there by Labuschagne. And there is no run. Well, they tried all sorts, didn't they? They cut some trees down away to our right, which caused a problem initially, which meant that when the sun was setting, it was in the batsman's eyes. They tried all sorts with a crane, with a sheet of metal hanging from it to block out the sun, and realised that the best thing to do, so they also did it at Old Trafford, of course.
Of course they did, yeah.
Just turn the pitch by 90 degrees, as that one is guided, a little unconvincingly by Lears to deploy down to third man, where it's fielded by Harris. He picks up a single. 294 for 6, that's 11.
I always
12 runs added this morning.
remember the Derbyshire bookshop were here for many years, and there was a little old lady serving there, and she was there for many years, and she was famously described by the former Glamorgan player Robert Croft. He was doing some television commentary, and described her as isn't she lovely? She's a little Miss Marple, which suited the lady down to the ground. But that's been done away with, sadly.
Next delivery is guided by, there it is, the guide down to third man by Anish Dal. There is a man down there. It is
Callum
Taylor, isn't it? Number 4 down there to our right. So Dal moves on to 8, joins deploy on 8, 295 for 6.
So many changes yet. Of course, they've done away with the racing starting. What do they call it? Where they started the races.
Yes, well, the other finishing.
You remember that?
No.
The old finishing post, isn't
yeah,
it?
the finishing post was there in front of the
And
ground.
the scorers were up there.
The Houghton bowls, driven for 4 runs by Lears to deploy up towards long on. Glorious shot. Took a little hop off a divot. There aren't too many divots on this outfield, but there was one there. It just took a little hop, but it couldn't take any of the pace out of the ball. Not sufficient. And they moved to 299 for 6. Well, of course, the players used to change in the jockeys' quarters, didn't they, as well, back in the day, which were over to our sort of left.
That's right. All change, yes.
But no horse racing since 1939. But there were still jockeys'
Start
quarters.
of the war.
Next delivery is turning to the leg side by Lears to play. It's racing down towards third man. It's a good stop by Taylor down below us, and he keeps him down to a single. That's excellent work.
Yeah, that was good for Glamorgan, because Taylor down there, he is as quick and excellent fielder as anybody. But there's the 300 coming up and another batting point for Derbyshire.
102nd over. Derbyshire's a 3rd batting point. It seems unlikely.
At the moment, isn't it?
They'll get to 350 to get another one. They got a maximum bonus point win at Grace Road last week. Dal on strike now as Van der Houten bowls 2 many, turns it into the leg side, but straight to the man at mid wicket. And that's the end of the over. 300 for 6. Deploy has 13. Dal has 8. Been plain sailing for Derbyshire's batsmen this morning. The Glamorgan bowlers have bowled nicely, trying to make the most of these conditions where it's a little warmer today, so you would expect the ball, if it is going to swing, might swing a bit more today than
yesterday. Yeah, I think I mentioned it yesterday. 276 for 2 Derbyshire. There were thoughts of 450, 500, but that's a long way away, isn't it? Especially if Glamorgan's bowlers keep this tight line they're bowling.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And of course, there is a bit of juice around on Sunday, so they tell me. Although, contrasting forecasts I watched this morning, as Harris starts another over and bowls to Dupuis, and this is left outside the off stump. BBC Breakfast said that most of it would clear in the night and then we'd have a dry Sunday, but the Met Office say it'll rain quite heavily until 1 o'clock. So who do you believe?
I usually pick the one that I want.
Yeah. BBC, I must say, this year has been pretty accurate. So
There's a company called Meteo now, don't they, the BBC,
yes,
rather than the Met Office.
Harris from this end bowls. That's gradually played down to third man, where Van der Gooten, who's got a big good arm, returns. And it's just the single to the left-handed Dupuis, and the score moves on to 301 for 6. You were talking about Lakmal's batting capabilities, Fletch, and in the press box this morning there was much mirth about it.
About his batting?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not... there's not much foot movement, certainly. He's got quite long limbs, so he can play the ball away from his body quite nicely.
In comes Harris and bowls to Dal. Dal watches that go outside the off stump. What you were saying about him, that he does favour that offside backward of square in the offside. With all the analysis you get these days, of course, Glamorgan will have seen exactly what you've described and probing that off stump, and it nearly worked in the first over from Harris when he tempted him. Hogan in front of the old pavilion is limbering up, so he'll probably be into the attack in a moment. But it's Harris in bowls. That's again. And is that a no ball? I think it was. Yes, it was. Another. Never see Harris no balling. Nisa yesterday morning, he had trouble with his, and the umpire, in fact, spoke to him twice. So there might be a bit of landing area, which is rather hard there, and something stopping the bowlers from landing on the right spot. 3 for 6. Harris again is in and bowls, and that's a pitch around the leg. Somebody go for a quick single, but a misfield by Taylor. So often see that. The batsmen go for a quick single, and then the fielders go in very quickly, but for a moment take their eye off the ball and fumble it. And it's exactly what happened to Taylor then. They're certainly running at every opportunity.
Dal is lightning quick. Really is the quickest person I think I've ever seen on a cricket pitch.
But you must think of your partner.
True. He was coming to this danger end that time, though, wasn't he? And I know you can throw to either end. You're not forced to throw to one end.
Yes, Harris bowled to Dupuis, leaves that outside the off stump and goes through to the wicket keeper. Marnus Labuschagne is another greyhound, if you like. When he arrived here a couple of years ago, of course, the other batsmen were a bit wary. They were diving, trying to get in time, and shrill shouts of no. He's that sort of exuberant person, of course, Labuschagne. Lots of blue sky, I'm pleased to report. That's James Harris, medium fast, comes in, bowls to Dupuis, bowls straight, but that's angled again, more authentically this time, down to third man. That is the end of the over, 304 for 6. And I think Van der Gooten might have another over, or Hogan has gone to consult somebody near the pavilion, and he's walking back, so I think Van der Gooten is going to continue. Probably another one for him. What's the umpire saying? He's got his hand out. I think he's signalling.
Looking at their watches, the two umpires.
What's that all about then?
Dupuis having a drink and wiping his hands and all sorts there.
Oh, yes.
So this won't be taken. This won't go against Glamorgan. You wouldn't have thought, which is the good news.
Yeah.
For that. Innings break at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 266. That's a lead of 107 against Worcestershire. Nottinghamshire, still in the wilderness of the second division, of course.
Something happened in the match at Cardiff. I forget now which side it was, but the batsman had a minor thing, and on came somebody with a drink, and he was ushered off by the umpires. Glad to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. They have the right to send them off, don't they?
Yeah.
Still need to ask permission if you want to change gloves or...
I once saw a test match. The opening bowler bowled the first over of the morning, and at the end of it went down to third man, called for a drink.
It's going to be a terrible thing, dehydration. Van Houten around the wicket from the City end bowls to deploy, who just tucks this into the leg side. And they go through for a quick single. Michael Neser looking a little stiff, I think it's fair to say. Bends down and pick that one up. 306. 4-6 deploy moves on to 16. Michael Cantrell emails. He's snuggled up on the sofa watching the stream today, but yesterday the better half and I, he says, were sitting frozen just below us, enjoying their first live cricket of the season, he said. Or for a while, I beg your pardon, as that one is pushed into the offside by Anuj Dal. He was actually taking photographs, he says, after kindly being given permission by Derbyshire. It was, of course, plugged in and listening to the commentary, which comes at approximately 2 balls later, which can be confusing at times. Well, I know that's a slight problem with the internet, but not an awful lot we can do about it. The Boffins were working on something, I was told, at least 2 years ago, to try to get the commentary pretty much...
Yeah, it is annoying to people.
Yeah, but...
I've seen it when I haven't travelled, and it puts you off.
And bowls, and Dahl pushes this out into the offside. There's no room. Anyway, it's hoping to be at Chesterfield for another day of Masood Magic, which comes up in June. Middlesex, the visitors.
If he's not on tour, when at Pakistan, I think they're due to go somewhere, aren't they?
Oh, I do hope not. I hadn't really looked, Edward. I've been burying my head in the sand, if I'm entirely honest with you. I think losing him would be a major blow, a real major blow. They've certainly got the Asia Cup in late August. Dahl waits, bowls too many defensive back to the bowler. There's no room.
To put on, what do they put on? 23.
Yep.
And they had to rebuild because that wicket falling in the opening over this morning, and it's a case of rebuilding here. And I hear you say that these are the 2 recognised batsmen.
No, well, I think Deploy is probably the last recognised batsman. Dahl's certainly classed as an all-rounder, as is the off-spinner Thompson. Van Houten is in and beats Dahl. Plays down the wrong line. Ball flies through to Cook. I mean, both Dahl and Thompson can bat and have batted nicely already this season, but as batsmen, they're still fairly
low order.
Inexperienced and low order, yeah, absolutely. Dahl was, they tried Dahl at number 3 last season. It didn't work. They dropped him down to 7. They kicked him out the side. Brought him back. I mean, he really was messed around, but he's done pretty well this season so far. As he waits now, Van Houten bowls him. That one keeps low. There was bat on that, wasn't there?
I thought there was
bat
a
crashed
sound.
Crashed into his pads afterwards. The ball dribbled out no more than a foot away from Anuj Dal, and the umpire was not impressed. End of the over. 306 for 6. 9 to Dal, 16 to deploy. Michael Neser's back on as well, I believe. Slowly accumulating,
and they know that they try and stay there if they can and build up a formidable total. This, of course, is the second morning. I think most thought, I know the weather, and people say, when you talk about the weather, it could play an important part in this game, because if Glamorgan are bowled relatively cheaply, possibility, of course, of follow-on or thereabouts. You could have a very good finish on the final day, one way or the other. But for once this season, we're talking about the weather and what might happen on Sunday here in Derby. James Harris to start his 17th over. Yet to take a wicket. The only wicket takers are the opening bowlers, Hogan and Neser. And he will be bowling to the left-hander, Louis Dupuis. As the first ball comes down and it's pushed away past mid-on, there are runs here. Certainly one, certainly two, as the return comes in from Nisa. Yeah, he's, I think probably he's on the field, Fletch, and not going off for treatment because they'll want him to bowl, especially if the tail.
He picked up a ball before at mid-on or mid-off.
Grimaced a bit.
I mean, he just looked a bit stiff, and now he's just
there he is again, looking at
stretching that left leg a bit.
Here's Harris coming in, bowls again. That's pushed away again on the onside, where Harris decides that he'll get there quickly.
One or two in shirt sleeves in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side, which is good to see. I wouldn't have thought it was necessarily that warm, but...
No. They normally try and do a circular on most days on this ground, but certainly not yesterday.
Yeah, but he went out to the middle, didn't he, for the toss, and that was
He
enough
did.
from what I could gather. Didn't even go out for the toss.
Yeah, it was freezing. James Harris, again from this end, comes in and bowls, and that's pulled away and controlled nicely by Dupleur, who pulled it down. Deployed, how do you call it?
Deploy.
Deploy.
Yeah.
Deploy.
Yeah. Elias deploy.
As in, he deployed a man at
Yeah.
extra cover.
Yeah.
Remember that? And
I imagine it, if I was Afrikaans, I might pronounce it differently, but that's what he's told us. So,
with lots of overseas, you have to ask them. We had it with Michael Nesser at the start of last year, and of course, he said Nesser. So many people call me Nisa, but it's Nesser.
so it is Nesser, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The consultation here between the two umpires, because of the ball that's 24.5 overs old has been handed to them, and they're now having a discussion about it. So we may well get a change in ball here if the umpires agree that it's not quite up to scratch. Certainly taking their time in examining it out there.
It's happened in every game I've seen this season.
Yeah, absolutely.
So whether the batch of balls, I thought initially it was just the batch of balls that Glamorgan have had for the next few games, but
I don't think they're changing this one at the moment.
They haven't asked somebody to bring on a new set.
It's the same maker, from what I'm told, it's the same maker, but they are slightly different because the lacquer's different. They wanted the seam suppressed a bit, but the seam then comes up, and then before it goes back down again, the umpires handed the ball back, and Kieran Carson is
getting involved because
he said, "Are you sure this is all right?"
He's the vice captain, of course, and he's a couple of old umpires would have not listened. Get on with it. There's Harris in and bowls. Dahl leaves way outside the off stump. It's like that famous time at the Old Trafford where the legendary Lancashire Gloucestershire match in the dark. Probably have heard about it, Fletch, years and years ago. And it was really, they missed the 9 o'clock news as it was then on BBC. And one of the bowlers said to, or one of the batsmen, said to dear old Arthur Jepson, renowned umpire and a former fast bowler for England. I'll just finish that tale in a moment. And it's bowled on leg stump, clipped away down to fine leg, and they come back for 2. Well run there by Dahl, going to the danger end. Another no ball.
Yeah.
So, not getting his line right, or something's going all right. So Arthur Jepson, he said, toss the ball. No, we're not going off. I can see the moon, and that'll do for me.
Yeah, I remember the game.
311 for 6 as in comes Harris bowls outside the off stump. It's an extraordinary game, of course, and Jackie Bond, dear old Jackie Bond, who's left us unfortunately, he was that day the Lancashire captain and took the magnificent one-handed catch at extra cover. And Jackie was the little fellow, but he leapt up the air and took it. And that was the Gillette 60 over competition. It had rained or something, and they were playing till the end. I really could hardly see it on television. Here comes Harris. Bowls. Pitch on the leg stump. Driven to mid or not. Nisa fields. Harris might be a little bit concerned about his no balls here. He's bowled 3 this morning. 3-1-3 for 6. And we have had, as I put my glasses on, 105 overs.
I'm not sure whether 350 is on.
I don't think so.
On the cards for Derbyshire. It's tough going out there for the batsmen at the moment.
Yeah, occupation will be for the main thing now for Derby.
Still discussions going on between players and the
Ball?
umpire, David Lloyd is speaking to the umpire at the far end. They're all fairly friendly. Yes, I might have to ask you, Edward. I'm about to do an update, so I'll leave it in your capable hands.
Okay. Yes, a quick word with umpire Pollard there from David Lloyd, Glamorgan captain. But Tim van der Hooten, who bowled extremely well this morning without any luck, will continue from that city end, coming in towards us, round the wicket, bowls to deploy, and he pulls short delivery out to mid-wicket, where it's well fielded and returned in one fair swoop there by Tom Cullen. And accumulation in 1s and 2s. Deploy is on 20 and Dal is on 11. Dal came in the middle of the first over after McKinnon was caught by Cook after bowling of Nisa. Over the wicket to the right-hander, and that's played firmly but straight to cover. No run. Carlson has moved to cover, and Nisa's gone to mid-off. Still no Hogan after an hour. Probably come on in the next quarter of an hour and bowl till lunch. 3-1-4 for 6. Slowish progress at the moment, but batsmen determined to get as many runs as they can as this ball is of full length and pushed out again to mid-off where it's fielded. Nice to tell you that in the far distance I can see the cars flashing past on the road, and the sun shining off the windscreens, which we haven't been able to tell you for the last day or so. All very pleasant.
I'd still rather be behind glass though, Edward. Sitting out there.
I think so. Van der Hooten bowls, and this is played, he's turned him round rather. It was in the air for a bit, but nowhere near a catch.
Seemed to stop on him a bit, didn't it?
Yeah. But I did think he was trying to work it as well, so.
Yeah.
Dal is on 11, 20 to deploy. Van der Hooten, 23 overs and 4 balls, 0 for 44. That is exemplary. Even though he hasn't taken a wicket, he's contained since he started bowling yesterday. Really, it's a good effort. And he comes Van der Hooten again and leaves, this time outside the off stump. It's slow, but steady. Well, I don't know if it's steady. It's pedestrian, I think. But the main objective, as we mentioned a few moments ago, is occupation of the crease here. Not that I think, Fletcher, this pitch is going to deteriorate rapidly. You know it better than me.
No, not too much. Not too much. And Derbyshire's specialist
You think the
pair
spin will
of spinners, I think, will come into play, certainly.
It'd be good to see. Van der Hooten bowls again. This time it's played nicely off his legs by Dal out towards mid-wicket, and is so well timed it's going to run away for 4. And that probably will be the end of Van der Hooten's spell. He's bowled consistently well. The score now 318 for the loss of 6 wickets. Derbyshire will, if he can, bat until lunch and probably afterwards.
Yeah, well, yes, absolutely. But he barely touched that, did he?
Screamed across
And
the
it absolutely
outfield.
flew up to the players' pavilion. Long boundary, which again, as we were discussing it this morning, the long boundary, of course, means that those spinners will have some protection square. They really are. They push the rope out to the furthest extent that they possibly can. And,
Dahl has a change of gloves, or did he? Because often you come out and you have gloves and you don't give it.
no, he definitely called for them.
Did he? Dave Fletcher's going to take a well-earned rest, and it'll be Nick Webb coming in, I think.
No,
Is he hovering again? Oh. Harris then to continue from this end. And he's over the wicket and bowls to Deploy. Deploy flicks this away and probably get two. No. Sharp little bit of fielding out there by Tom Cullen, the mid-wicket boundary. Afternoon, Nick. Just.
Afternoon, yes. I had a rare opportunity for a perambulation around the ground.
Which I intend doing if this sun stays with us.
It is thankfully warmer than yesterday.
Right.
Still a little fresh, but quite pleasant.
Manage that. Steady progress between these two batsmen. Deploy the leader, if you like. He's on 21. Or just saw Dahl play a lovely shot for 4 out to mid-wicket. And here's Harris bowling to Dahl. And bowls at wild delivery. It sails on the leg side. And Cook dived, but in the end failed to deflect the ball. Or he did deflect it rather than failed to take the ball. Just very, very wide.
I think we'll put that one down as a
Good save.
an excellent stop from
Yeah.
Cook to save it going for 4 byes.
Harris probably a little bit worried about these 3 or 4 no balls he's bowled this morning. Don't often see that from him.
Yeah, maybe trying a little bit too hard.
Hogan down at fine leg is loosening. As we watch Harris coming in to the left-handed Deploy and bowls to him. He pushes it away firmly on the offside, but it's intercepted there by Colin Taylor.
And Issa bowled superbly in that first spell, didn't he?
Yes, it was a superb bit of bowling. He's on the field now. Who's off? Have Vandergooten gone off? Oh. Colin Taylor feeling an extra cover. To whom I said good morning, Tom, to yesterday at breakfast.
Is the Aussie twang still with him, even though he's born in Newport?
Yes. Harris bowls. Again, it's just drifting down the leg side, and it's clipped out to Cullen fielding on that mid-wicket boundary. A massive blue sky above.
Yes, things are improving.
Yeah.
Ian Evans on Twitter asks, when Labuschagne goes to Sri Lanka in June and early July, is it planned that he will return to Glamorgan after the tour? And he whispers about an overseas replacement while he's away. Well, Colin Ingram is with them already, so he'll step in as one of the 2 overseas players, or may well play alongside Labuschagne briefly.
Harris bowls. Al drives beautifully through the offside and gets 4. Harris not at his best this morning. He's conceded in his spell. Now, this is halfway, or come to the end of his 18th over, and he's gone for 69. But these batsmen beginning to take control now. Down moves on to 19, and Deploy is on 22.
So that's 20 conceded off 4 overs
Yeah.
by Harris in this spell. So surprise really, since he bowled so well. Best bowler against Middlesex last week, 4 for 68.
Yes, it is. Well, here he is again, comes in to the right-handed. Dallam pulls a short ball out. Does he bisect it mid-wicket? And no, he hasn't. Good bit of fielding there. Taylor racing along. Returns, and that is a very good arm from Taylor, but can't stop them getting 2 more runs. And Harris rather disconsolately walks away down to his position at third man, knows himself that he hasn't been at his best, and yet again there is an inspection of the ball. Well, if you inspect 3 or 4 times, you would change it, and this is the third time that they've looked at it in the space of 20 minutes.
Yes, I hope that Glamorgan's over 8 will be adjusted accordingly. It's -2 on the board at the moment,
Sure it
but there
will
have
be.
been these lengthy hold-ups for inspections of the ball. With regard to Labuschagne, I mean, the trouble is that Cricket Australia wants its big names usually back in September, so whether it's actually worth Labuschagne returning for back half of July and the One-Day Cup, not quite sure at the moment. I haven't heard anything definitive as to whether he will have a second spell after his Sri Lanka.
I think, not me, you probably, Nick, will have a word with possibly Matthew Maynard or Mark Wallace. I would suspect that Hamish Rutherford would be, but then, as you rightly say, but of course we don't know about Michael Neser. If Australia think, well, we'll give the likes of Cummings and the other frontline pair, because
Well, he's not involved in Sri Lanka, Neser.
have they picked the squad? Is he on the?
No, they've. I was saying earlier when you were out of the box, there's an article quoting the Australian management saying he's doing great where he is, and
Let him stay.
that if he is to play for the Test cricket for Australia after his one match in the recent Ashes series, then the most likely time is here in Britain next year.
Yeah.
So
He'll be on standby if he's
not required for Sri Lanka at the moment. So it'll presumably be, I would guess, Labuschagne and Ingram to play the first few matches of T20, and then Ingram and Neser. I know that's a different balance to your side, but I think they'll go with that. Would be my guess.
Yeah.
Thereafter, I mean, Ingram scored 87 in his first championship innings of the season, in the only match he played before Labuschagne got here. So Ingram may end up playing those 4 championship matches at the back end of the season.
Do we know that if Ingram's playing for a club side? I haven't seen his name anywhere. Normally, he might be just having the odd Saturday just to keep in trim. I thought he might have played in the second team as well.
I presume he'll get some white ball practice because they've got that 10-day window. You're not missing any action here, by the way, because we've had multiple checks of ball. And
no, they have changed it.
They have changed it with a replacement of approximately the same age, which is, where are we, 27 overs bowled with the new ball, which is going to be purveyed now by Andrew Salter. 107 overs gone, so 3 more to get bonus points as Salter comes in to bowl, to deploy. Flighted delivery, no shot played outside off stump.
Well, if he does what he did against Durham, he'll get the full bonus points. The Durham batsman kept on charging, hitting the ball in the air to fielders.
I wonder if it's a little bit of a temptation to Derbyshire with 3 overs to go, 23 needed for the batting point. It's just that Salter will get a bit of bounce. This one's cut away by Duploy, down towards third man. The chase is on. Tom Cullen has picked it up just inside the ropes, and they've gone back for 3 runs. 330 for 6, Derbyshire.
I think you find these days that counties are quite happy to have the batsmen stay there, play properly rather than helter-skelter to get another bonus point. And they'll say, right, we've got building a big total. We're not going to throw a wicket away just for the sake of 1 point.
It's been fairly cautious going. Mind you, 3 runs and over, approximately, this partnership. Salter is in, bowls, and Dahl on the back foot, defence on the offside. No run. They've been together for 15 overs, just over.
It'd be interesting to see, and Fletcher's saying you'll see a lot of spin in the Derbyshire bowling attack, which is good.
Next delivery from Salter is floated, squirted away on the offside by Dahl, no run.
Alex Thompson is a very useful spinner, educated, of course, Cardiff UCCE. And, I don't know who the second spinner is. We'll find out, but they have got 2 spinners.
McKinnon bowls leg breaks.
McKinnon is probably it.
as Salter bowls and worked away on the leg side. They'll have to hurry here. It's a throw from Cullen, but they're timing the runs quite well at the moment. The pinch to single there to square leg that probably shouldn't have been there.
At the start of the 110th over, you'll see them probably looking at the scoreboard and saying,
Businesslike so far in this over as Salter bowls and
Good bowl.
deploys forward. Playing no shot, thrusting the right pad forward from the left-hander. So 4 came off that over, 331 for 6 with 2 overs left of the bonus points. So Derbyshire's spin options, Thompson off breaks, McKiernan leg breaks, deploy possibly slow left arm has just taken the 1 wicket this season, and Madsen occasional off breaks as well.
James Harris has been taken off, and it will be Michael Hogan to bowl at this end, an end where he hasn't bowled in this innings, where he bowled quite superbly. His figures 21 overs, 3 for 48. He's been outstanding throughout the innings. And I was just mentioning to Dave Fletcher when you were out, Nick, people would go and stop Mike and say, could you possibly come back for next year? You know, please do it for us. Because if Nisa gets in the Ashes squad and Hogan's retired, Glamorgan will be hunting. They've got Van der Hooten, who's a perfectly good opening bowler. So it's Michael Hogan from this end. And we look over his right shoulder as he comes in and bowls, and that's first ball is put into the covers. Just a loosener from Hogan.
You would have thought if Nisa does get into the Ashes squad, then Glamorgan really will need to get an overseas replacement. At the moment, unfortunately, they're not really banging the door down from the second 11.
Nope.
Some respectable performances, but nothing that's demanding pick-me at the moment, I think it would be fair to say.
Lucas Carey, of course, has played a lot of first-team cricket, but he's only just coming back from an injury. Hogan bowls to Dal, and Dal gets on the back foot, thinks of a run, but Labuschagne comes in very quickly from cover.
Douthwaite had an injury in the winter as well, didn't it? It sort of
he played at
blocked
Newport.
his preparation. Yeah, he is bowling again now, but
he's going at 4.5s. He is a bowler, of course, which will, you know, he will take the odd important wicket, but it's a mixture really.
Rory Smith is slated probably mostly for white ball cricket this season.
If he'll be fit. In comes Hogan, bowls, cut away, straight to cover, no run. Trouble with Rory Smith in the past couple of years, as you know, is that he's had lots and lots of injuries.
Yeah, he got through about 15 overs, I think, in the second 11 match this week, across the 2 innings. Andrew Gorvin got a few runs, batting
Both
down
innings.
the order, 80-odd and 50-odd. But he's very gentle medium pace in terms of his bowling.
In comes Hogan, bowls. This will get a single down towards third man. Down a very, very quick between the wickets. One of the quickest Dave Fletcher has seen. Thinks about a second, but doesn't. And Hogan now immediately puts a break in proceedings. That's the 1 run off this over so far. And what has he got? How many balls? Is it 1 to go? Yeah.
2.
2. I have to put my glasses on.
Coming round the wicket, Neil Thornycroft saying Duploy looks very secure at the moment.
It's a good pitch for batting. Yes, round the wicket he comes, Hogan, and bowls. Full length, pushed out to Carlson at mid-on.
Amir Evans saying Harris off colour, but our efforts generally has been excellent on the whole.
It has been. It's very commendable the way that they've stuck to it. As I was telling Dave, you were thinking yesterday 276 for 2. There's 450, 500 on the board here by the looks of it. Of course, there's a burst last night where 4 wickets went. Only about 6-7 runs as Hogan bowls the last ball of the over. Off the back foot is forced out to mid-off where Nisa Fields just the run off the over and 332 for 6. Close to play last night, what was it,
282.
282.
50 added this morning.
So 50 added in an hour 20. Steady enough, but no way has the bowling been taken apart.
No, I think if we get 4 full days, then there's no problem with this sort of slow pace of the game at the moment. It's just if we were to lose some play Sunday morning to the light rain that's due around that time. Here's Salter to bowl the 110th over then, the last of the bonus points allocation, and Dahl is forward defending. So Derbyshire, unless they smack a few boundaries in the next few minutes, we'll finish with the 3 batting points and Glamorgan with the 2 bowling points. Salter bowls. Dahl drives to mid-on, takes a quick single. Hogan has a throw at the stumps, misses.
Very quick, wasn't it?
But yeah, they really are milking the singles at the moment, and that's the half-century partnership between these two, and it has come up off 103 balls.
Important partnership because it's as they near, they could well be nearing 400 after lunch, and will probably go on to mid-afternoon. That's my guess if they're still there.
As that turns from Salter, ends up in the hands of David Lloyd at slip. There was a yell from somewhere in the middle, but
Carlson,
no
mid-wicket.
No appeal from those closer
So hit the
to proceedings.
footholds by the looks of it.
Salter bowls to Deploy, who gets an inside edge down to northeast at a shortish square leg, and there's no run. Umpire Pratt has given up. It's rather early in the day to give up going between square leg
Young man like that.
for right and left-handers. Salter bowls and Deploy steps away, tries to force, hits it hard down into the ground. Ball bounces up to Labuschagne at cover, and there's no run.
Started well enough, Andrew Salter. Bowling a good length, varying his flight as well.
Salter into bowl, and
ball.
so that one's left by Deploy. Went through outside off stump. If that had gone straight on with the arm, then would have knocked his off stump back, but he got the calculation right. 333 for 6 at the end of 110 overs. So that is 3 points to 2 in Derbyshire's favour. Just looking at Salter's record, he's took 7 wickets in that remarkable first match against Durham, and hasn't been used an awful lot since, just a collection of none for 20-ish. As Kieran Carlson examines the ball rather suspiciously.
Yeah, he's having a chat with, he's always involved, Kieran. He's having a chat to the umpire Pratt the first time that they asked about the ball. As, Hogan starts another over and bowls to Dahl. And Dahl is caught as he first slip, nudging away there, and safely pouched by David Lloyd. Moves to his right. Another wicket for Hogan, and it's 333 for 7. Good delivery. I think I'll even ask Michael Hogan if I see him in this game. Have you considered next year? Why are you finished and you're bowling as well as ever?
I think the answer to that will be ask Mrs.
I was just going to say, yes.
So Hogan gets his 4th. It was a smart chest-high catch from David Lloyd, moving just to his right at first slip. And Glamorgan get their 7th, but too late to be of interest to the bonus points. As Dahl faced 58 deliveries, I think that is, if they haven't added that one on. 57. Struck 3 4s.
Treble Nelson has struck.
Yep.
333.
Stand of 51. Then with Deploy, who is on a quiet 25 off 67 balls at the moment.
Told by the lads in the press box that Ryan Sidebottom can hold a bat. Lakmal is entertaining.
Right.
If he does get connection, is one of those. And
Well, we're presuming it's Alex Thompson coming in next. Half century against Sussex to his credit already this season. 9 wickets with the ball.
And they're batting lower than they normally do. In other words, because the night watchman, Sam Connors, came in, everybody's dropped down one. And if this is Alex Thompson, he's a very tall lad for an off spin, isn't he? 6 foot plus. And
The Cardiff connection.
yep, UCCE a couple of years ago. Hogan looked for him for a 5-4, and if anybody's deserved this in the way he's bowling this game, it's Michael Hogan.
The new batter for Derbyshire, Alex Thompson.
He's only listed as 6'2". He looks taller than that from
6 foot.
this distance.
Must be 6. Make a good line out forward, wouldn't he, Nick?
I'll go and stand next to him. And
What are you?
I'm 6'2". So if he's taller than me, we'll
Yes,
know that.
6'2", are you?
Yeah.
Oh. Right, here here's Hogan to bowl to Thompson, his first ball. Bowls to him now. Oh, beats him all ends up. As it just drops in front of him, he just thrust it out. And he'll have a third slip here.
3 years with Cardiff MCCU, 2014 to 2016, then 4 years on the Warwickshire staff before he joined Derbyshire last year. A score in first class cricket of 46.
Nice to see.
52, sorry. Got it the other week.
Nice to see that David Lloyd had listened. I mean, he's called a third slip in. Here's Hogan to Thompson. Bowls now, and that's outside the off stump, taken low down by Chris Cook. 2 wickets then for Glamorgan this morning. 1 for Nisa, 1 for Hogan, and they have shared these 7 wickets. 4 to Hogan and 3 to Nisa.
The game at Trent Bridge is proceeding apace. Worcestershire are 18 for 3 in their second innings. That's still 89 runs in arrears of knots.
That's a 2 there then.
1 for Broad and 2 for Luke Fletcher in the second innings.
Hogan in, bowls, and that's caught.
No.
On the half volley. It's a third slip. It was going, then just dropped at the last moment. I thought it was going straight in. As Thompson just lunged at that, edged.
Didn't quite carry, no one got
Excited. What do you mean?
overexcited.
We are a couple of 100 yards away. Four balls bowled in this over. Hogan, chance for a 5-4 as he comes in past the umpire now and bowls, and that's left again outside the off stump.
At Lords, Mark Stoneman has got a century for Middlesex. They're 211 for 4, and that is already a lead of 62 over Leicestershire, who are Glamorgan's opponents next week, but struggling at the moment. Also in Division 2, at Hove, Sussex 134 for 3 in reply to Durham's 223 all-out half-century for Tom Haynes.
Here's the last ball of the over is Hogan bowls and fishes around that and eventually left, and it goes through to the keeper. Excellent over there. Wicket maiden for Michael Hogan. And the score now 333 for the loss of those 7 wickets. 2 wickets falling this morning. 1 to Nisa and 1 to Hogan, and it'll be Salter to continue with an eye on the run rate at the moment. The run rate, it's -2.
Over 8 -2, yeah.
Run rate, over 8, rather, I meant.
But the changes of the ball probably mean it'll be
yeah.
adjusted at the lunch interval. Maybe -1, but I don't think it'll be -2 afterwards. As Salter from the City end, who will improve the over 8 anyway, and deploy defends off the back foot. Long time retired, says Neil Thornycroft to Michael Hogan.
Send him a text and tell him that.
333 for 7, Derbyshire. Salter around the wicket, tosses that one up, deployed, drives into the offside and beats the diving Labuschagne. There is a cover sweeper out there and keeps them down to a single. 334 for 7.
Dave is back. I'll vacate. Nick will change seats and it's all go.
It will be at the end of this over. I don't think I can quite change headphones that quickly during deliveries from a spinner, although Salter does pause a little bit.
I'll stay with you at the end of the over. Keep you company.
Thank you. Salter bowls and Thompson plays it cautiously off the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Good.
3:34 for 7. Not hearing any of BBC Radio Derby as yet, as Salter bowls and Thompson pushes forward to defend. No run. 3:34 for 7. Salter in, bowls, and Thompson defends on the leg side, and there's no run. Last ball of the over coming up. It's all right, Dave. They're still listening to Chain Reaction by Diana Ross. Salter in to finish his over. And Thompson comes down the wicket and slams him over long on. That might have gone all the way. It has. It's 6 for Alex Thompson. 340 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. Next voice you hear will be Dave Fletcher.
Then again, it might not. They are listening to Chain Reaction, but I'm going to have to jump out of this. It's bizarre in here. We'll get back to normal in about 30 seconds.
Some might dispute that. 340 for 7 after Thompson's assault on Salter, which he might not be too distressed to see, because means he'll create chances, as Mr. Fletcher passes over my large collection of pens. Never have too many pens as a journalist. There's a little tip. And Michael Hogan will continue cracking away from this racecourse end in very pleasant conditions. Not vastly warm, but at least the temperature's heading in the right direction, and it may be quite pleasant tomorrow. As Hogan bowls to deploy outside off stump, allowed to go through. Chris Cook takes low down. Deploy now 26 off 70 deliveries. So he's certainly feeling his way into this game. 118 for twice out before this match, including a 61 not out, helping his batting average. As Hogan is in, right arm around the wicket to deploy, again left outside off stump, and again it goes through to Chris Cook. Deploy hasn't quite matched the promise, Dave, of that sumptuous off drive with which he got off the mark.
And he has struggled a bit this season. I mean, last season he really struggled. He got 8 ducks last season, which is far too many for a top order batsman. And he got a half century at Grace Road, but he has struggled a little bit. Very much he's a fine white ball cricketer. I've got a question for you, though.
Hogan into deploy, who dabs it on the offside, thinks about a single, sees Marnus Labuschagne advancing with intent and decides against it.
Where's Michael Hogan been? He didn't bowl for the first, hour and
it was strange, wasn't
minutes.
it? Strange.
Came on, second over, nips out Anuj Dal, looked threatening. Very strange, but there we go.
But he did have a heavy workload yesterday, to be fair. 21 overs on day one.
Yeah. Anyway.
And he comes. Bowls to deploy. Up in the block hole. Driven nicely down the ground towards us, and that'll be 4 runs. Nothing Michael Nisa can do about that one. Thudding into the boards down beneath us. Hogan slightly over pitching, having been talked up by Dave Fletcher, then bowls a half volley.
Yes, apologies. But he's bowled nice, isn't he, throughout the game?
He has.
As you would expect.
344 for 7. The Glamorgan followers flag is just down to our right in the one part of the ground where we can't see it. The DAF. It's down there. Hogan to deploy, who pushes on the offside again, looks for a single, but wait on is quickly the cry as Labuschagne and Salter converge upon it. The reason was because they found it too cold at the city end yesterday
that's fair enough.
to survive.
That is fair enough. It was brisk, wasn't it?
It's a little bit exposed there, I guess, when the breezes blowing.
Pleasant now out there.
Hogan to left-handed deploy. Leaves that one outside off stump, and Chris Cook has cheeky little throw at the stumps underhand and misses, just in case deploy had wandered outside his ground. In the process of leaving that delivery go through, 344 for 7. Deploy has 30. Thompson has 6 with 1 blow.
Yeah, it was a decent shot, wasn't it? Out towards the members' pavilion.
It's a way to get off the mark, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he is that's the kind of player he is, really. Half century at Lords, I think. I have to know these things, haven't I, really? It's the kind of thing that.
Who's this? Thompson, half century against Sussex, I believe.
Oh, was it?
According to my notes, which aren't infallible.
Well, no, they're probably better than mine, though, because I don't have any. It must have been 40-odd against 40-odd at Lords. He's on strike now, anyway, as the new over from Andrew Salter begins. And pushes it back towards the bowler.
His 52 did come against Sussex here.
Right, okay.
And at Lords, I'll tell you in a moment.
I'm going 40-odd. He defends this next delivery into the leg side. I've got the printouts here, but
45.
oh, there we go.
Bang in the middle.
Yeah. So he's had a reasonable start to the season. This one is defended again. Back to Salter. 3-dot balls. The next one's going. That's my prediction.
Okie dokie. Up to long on again.
Yeah, potentially. Salter's in and defended. Back towards Salter, who fields off his own bowling. Niall O'Brien's in the building. Just wandered into the Britain press room down the end of the corridor. I was good to see Niall. It's coming quite a lot. Oh, that's a quicker delivery, and it's pushed up towards mid-on by Alex Thompson. He gets through for a single as it's fielded by Hogan. It's the part of the day where the sun will start to glisten off the windows of the cars in the car park away to our left-hand side. I'm loath to complain because it's just good to see the sun out after yesterday. Salter around the wicket, balls to deploy, leaves alone outside the off stump. Got one to turn out of the footmarks a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, did spit a bit and ended up in the hands of slip.
Yeah.
I'm not sure to whom you would address a complaint about the sun.
Well, I'd initially go to the Derbyshire Chief Executive, obviously.
Do you think he has control over
he's clearly
these
responsible
matters?
for most
solar matters?
Things. Yes, he's responsible for most things, as far as I'm concerned. Good afternoon, Ryan, if you're listening. He does. He likes to check up to make sure that I'm still being upbeat and optimistic.
Well, if you can't be this season, when can you be?
In previous seasons, I haven't been. I have to confess, but for a very good reason.
Hogan starting a new over, bowling to Thompson on 6 not out, and remains on 6 not out as he defends on the leg side. Well, I do remember you doing a Highland reel all round Sophia Gardens when Derbyshire won their first championship match in some time, a couple of seasons back.
Well, it was the first one I'd seen, 2017. Hamidullah Kadri with his 5 wickets.
In that bizarre pink ball day-night game.
That nobody watched apart from me and you, I think.
Certainly not after 8 o'clock.
Complete waste of time.
Hogan bowls. Thompson's hit on the pads. Polite inquiry. Not given.
Hogan rather gave himself away there, and the fact that he was already bending down to pick the ball up while he was turning around to appeal, which sort of suggested that it was going to be, it was never going to be given, was it? Never going to be given.
No, not if the bowler's more concerned about retrieving the ball. Here's Hogan in again to Thompson. And this time he meets it with a firm bat played out on the offside, and there is no run. Hogan wandering back towards us. Usual short-sleeved shirt. Even he's had jerseys on at times. He said he packed accordingly, remembering past weather here. Hogan bowls and Thompson dabs it down on the offside, and there is no run. Edward and I were having a discussion about the height of Alex Thompson, who's listed in Playfair as 6'2". And
No, he's taller than me.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
No, cricketers who's who? 6'5".
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's more like
he
it.
is taller than me. I mean, I've always regarded myself as 6'5", but with a bit of natural shrinkage. I think I'm probably less than that now.
As Hogan into Thompson again, who pulls that one ferociously for 4 runs through backwards square leg away to the scoreboard to our right. So Thompson is certainly on the lookout for anything remotely off target. Of his 11 runs so far, 10 have come in boundaries. 345 for 7, but if you are just tuning in on the county streams or on BBC Sport Online, let me remind you the time for bonus points is over in this innings. Derbyshire 3, Glamorgan 2. Hogan to Thompson, more respectful defends to Nisa at mid-on, and there's no run. Nisa, who will not be required by Australia and Sri Lanka as things stand at the moment. So Glamorgan can look forward, hopefully to most of the season having his services, depending on when he is recalled to Australia to prepare for their domestic season. But imagine that you will see a bit of him in T20, which he didn't play for Glamorgan last season. Colin Ingram keeping his place despite some rather patchy form.
There's Deploy on strike for the new over from Andrew Salter from the City, and then he goes onto the back foot and chops that out towards the man sweeping in the far distance, and there's a round of applause. The 350 is up.
On one of the boards at least.
Well, yes, that's what fooled me, because I was looking at the old board that says 345, but the 350 is up. 350 for 7 as this next delivery is defended by Alex Thompson. Just been introduced to Ian Livingston, who is part of the Stumps, Umps and Beer Pumps podcast. We'll have a chat with him this afternoon at some point. This one is clipped up towards mid-on. I hope that Glamorgan listeners will bear with us during that.
Well, Derbyshire listeners have had double Welsh this morning.
No, well, that's fine. You're straight down the middle, you boys. Very fair, very fair. See, double Nottingham or double Newcastle would be slightly too much. That was pushed into the onside by Thompson. And there's no run. No, I think most people are pretty fair. As long as we describe the cricket as well. Perhaps when 9 wickets are down, and then we can talk through the tea interval or something like that. In comes Salter again. Onto the back foot goes Thompson, who's a very big man to go onto the back foot, and he clips it into the leg side. Yet again. It's fielded by Marnus Labuschagne, who spins it furiously in his hand. Next delivery is very nicely driven by Alex Thompson up towards the members' pavilion for 4. Well, Thompson's getting on with it here. He's moved on to 15 from 25 balls. 354 for 7 now at the end of that Salter over. 10 overs for 41.
Yes, getting a little bit of stick there. It was very firmly hit, so Thompson continues his preponderance of boundaries. 2 4s and a 6 in his 15 not out. 354 for 7. Hogan turned to chase that one slightly wearily up to the members' pavilion, probably in the knowledge that he's about to bowl at the other end, and he really didn't want to be retrieving the ball from the far distance.
He's back. He's made it back. Even taking his sweater off
Here we
looked
are.
like a major effort.
Here we are. Here we go again. Hogan 4 for 54 in 25 overs. Getting a bit of encouragement. Let's see, bowls right arm round to layers deploy. Bowls a short ball that deploy hooks, but all along the ground to square leg. Well controlled that shot. 355 for 7. Deploy to 32 not out. Off 78 deliveries. It's been
Painful.
slightly similar to yesterday morning, I was going to say, in terms of the run rate. Hogan bowls. Thompson is forward. Thompson's done his best to up the run rate. They overnighted. That's not really a verb, is it? Sorry. They're 282 for 5, so they've scored 73 for 2.
Something like with podium, isn't it?
Oh dear.
Or medal.
I think podium is even more offensive than
Yes,
medal.
Yes, I think you're right.
As Hogan will come in, the right-handed Thompson with 3 slips, bowled up in the block hole, defended by Thompson, who's mixed defence with aggression to good effect so far. His 27 balls faced. He's blocked when needed. He's opened his shoulders now and again. As in comes Hogan, bowls, and Thompson shoulders arms through to Chris Cook outside off stump. Conversely, nouns being used as verbs that shouldn't be. The other way around, verb part being used as a noun that shouldn't be. Learning. We'll take the learnings from this.
Yes, yeah.
Where did that come from? What is wrong with the word lessons? Which has been in the English vocabulary for some centuries, but is now falling out of use. We'll take the learnings from it. Hogan bowls. That goes through low to Chris Cook outside off stump. No shot played by Thompson, but it bounced quite a way in front of Cook there. So there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce. But so far it hasn't really affected anyone's dismissal.
No, it seems to be bouncing low when the ball's pitched outside off stump, doesn't it, mainly? Which I suppose is a good thing, but it must put a lot of doubt in the batsman's mind. When the ball grubs through to the wicket-keeper like that one did. That's the verb, to grub.
Hogan is in to bowl, and that's defended by Thompson. I think grub is a legitimate verb.
Are we happy with
isn't
that
it?
one?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Excellent, good. When I said it, I thought, uh-oh, I may have fallen into a
No,
trap.
no, that's all right. I shan't feel the need to unleash seagulls upon you, which, for listeners who don't know, is one of Dave's least favourite words.
Well, they're not seagulls, are they, really?
Not in Derby, they're not,
no
unless they're lost.
Yeah, well, yes, yes, but they're gulls, very much gulls. They just happen to be associated with the seaside. Andrew Salter's going to continue. 10 overs for 41. He's going to bowl from the city end. The ground bathed in sunshine now, and he bowls to Leas Deploy, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Sean tweets with regard to that Glamorgan Derbyshire match in the pink ball. Fond memories of sitting in the freezing cold watching Glamorgan being rolled over by a bowler not old enough to smoke.
Yes. Oh, and that one is... But, well, he's been given leg before wicket, Leas Deploy. I thought he got an inside edge onto... or into the leg side, but he hasn't, and he's gone, Leas Deploy. And, well, Andrew Salter has picked up his first wicket. He's the first bowler other than Nisa and Hogan to have got a wicket for Glamorgan. And he looks fairly annoyed with himself. He's been dismissed for 32 and Derbyshire 355 for 8.
A timely triumph for Salter there. As it looked very much in front anyway, and hit fairly low down. So unless there was an edge, Not sure that Deploy could complain too much about the decision. As Salter giving it a bit of air. Maybe Deploy thought it was drifting down leg side, but Salter is an off spinner, so he'd be straightening the ball.
Yeah,
355 for 8.
I thought he just got an inside edge into in between his pads, but clearly not. Clearly not. And we're just waiting to see who the next batsman is. It looks like Saranga Lackmel.
Lackmel ahead of side bottom.
Side bottom must be absolutely hopeless. We've only seen him run bat with a runner, which he did at Lord's after snapping his. Well, he clearly didn't snap his hamstring, otherwise he wouldn't be playing today. When he slightly tweaked his hamstring, but I think that's
32 off 80 deliveries was Deploy in the end.
My eyes are hopeless, but I'm sure that's doesn't look tall enough. Clearly, John next door slightly confused as well.
Well,
It's got to be like
looks more like the skin tone of.
Yes, absolutely. I was going to say he doesn't look very tall, but then again, he's standing next to Alex Thompson. Nobody looks tall standing next to Alex Thompson. It's
apart from you, Dave.
No, I'm sure he's taller than me.
All right.
I'm certain he's taller than me. He's an angler.
An angler?
Yeah, he loves his fishing.
All right.
Yeah. He loves his fishing. There's Alex Thompson. And he owns Dashons, I believe.
The new batter for Derbyshire, Saranga Lackmel.
There we go.
So a little bit of Humpty coming up, do you think?
No, I don't think he's got that in his locker.
Bish bash bosh?
No, I don't think he's got it. I don't think he's got that.
Lackmel, no?
No, I don't think he's got it. Might have a defensive push. Prove me wrong, Saranga. There we go, down the track and smashes it straight up in the air out towards the members' pavilion, and he's off the mark straight away with a 4. Told you he had it in his locker.
I must have some cheese in my ears. I didn't think that was quite what you said.
It was either is or doesn't. I can't. Has or hasn't. Anyway, yeah.
Just slur your words and claim you were predicting that one.
359 for 8. He used his feet and smashed it up towards the long on. So as a result, Michael Hogan's gone out to the long on boundary. No, it was nowhere near there. It was in between the two of them out there in the distance, and this one is whipped slightly unconvincingly out into the leg side. Labuschagne does the fielding.
I think I'd better depart to set up the radio link to Wales, I'll send Mr. Bevan in to keep you company. Excellent,
thank you. Nick will be back in the afternoon session. Lackmel just turns this one into the leg side. The game moving on very nicely here. 359 for 8 now, Derbyshire. Won't be the lowest score of the season in first class in their first innings as in the first game of the season. They made just 304 against Middlesex in that drawn game down at Lord's. The end of the over, 359 for 8. So we've seen Thompson get off the mark with a 6 and Lackmel get off the mark with a 4. These two are batting together potentially for the first time. And Ryan's side bottom is the only man remaining in the pavilion.
There's a change of bowling at the racecourse end. Michael
Nisa is back. He's got 3 wickets, 3 for 59 to the Australian. So he has the opportunity to pick up a 5 if he can rattle off these last 2. He's only got probably 1 over to bowl, in all honesty. There's 6 minutes until lunch. Oh yes, good point, Edward. Edward Bevan, who's just sorting his mic, sorting himself out. Here's Nisa in balls. That's defended by Thompson. Yeah, it's a very good point you make. If they're 9 down, if they're 8 down, can they extend it by a quarter of an hour? Is that how it works?
I don't think so. No, it's 9.
Okay.
So
it's got to be 9, is it?
If you'd like to block them, batsman, for the next over over or two, I'd be
Well,
very grateful
I
for
am
anything
peckish. Yeah, I'm peckish.
Yet you stay in hotels, you can't stop eating a cooked breakfast, even if you don't want. I never have a cooked breakfast at home.
No, I
But
don't.
You come.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
4 away from home.
Yeah.
This next one's left alone outside the off-stump and moves away. He's taken in front of first slip by Cook. Said to Nick Sarangalakmal, he said, will he just swing the bat? I said, no, he's not got it in his locker. First ball launched out towards the members' pavilion.
I thought it had gone for 6.
Decided initially. But if he's coming at 10, I don't fancy Ryan Sidebottom batting too much as Nisa's in again and bowls to Thompson. Well, just perhaps nip back a little bit at him and he turns it into the leg side where Carlson will do the fielding. The ball had already stopped by the time Carlson reached it.
Good morning's cricket.
Yes, well, the game's moved on nicely now, hasn't it?
It's just been a wonderful day. And, well, perhaps I'm exaggerating, but a very, very interesting, I think the adjective should be, interesting first day and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. Thompson waits. He says past the umpire now, and that comes off an edge out to the man at point. Straight to Tom Cullen. There's no run. Yeah, no, I think it's probably good for the game. I still wouldn't like to call it one way or the other at this stage, but it's good for the game that Glamorgan have kept plugging away.
Well, I think Championship cricket, in the eyes of every cricket journalist and broadcaster, says this is the best form of cricket.
I don't think there's any question, no question. Oh, it's gone past the edge of Thompson's bat. When you look at some of the players as well, I was asked the question, why is Shan Masood playing in the second division? And the answer is very simple, Mickey Arthur. But we've seen some terrific players. Mohammed Rizwan and Cheteshwar Pujara playing for Sussex. Michael Nisa and Marnus Labuschagne playing for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
You've got Shaheen Sharafridi, who you saw last week, playing for Middlesex, all in the second division. There is no difference.
And they say, yeah, but it's only second division.
There is no difference, is there? Clearly.
No.
Nisa is in, and that one is defended up to Carlson. I think perhaps where the difference is that some of the, I was going to say better English players, but you look at Stuart Broad, and he's playing second division cricket as well, so he still gets picked for England. But Jimmy Anderson playing for Lancashire, 1 or 2, Joe Root playing for Yorkshire.
Alex Slees.
Alex Lees
Current
Durham,
opener,
of course,
got 186 against Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago.
Technically, Ben Stokes is a second division player if he ever plays for Durham, which I'm not entirely sure that he does.
If any first division club would say you've got Nisa and Hogan signing for you, they turn them down. Certainly not. Now then, this could be interesting. With Salter bowling to Lakmal. In he comes, bowls to him, and Lakmal plays it off his legs out to short mid-wicket. I think if Andrew Salter just tosses it up a little bit higher, it could knock everything over, or it could go straight for 6. Lakmal waits. There's the next ball. Got a bat on that. There's shouts of catch it. Talking to the young lads who work on the Derbyshire staff in the press box was saying that the height we were discussing with Nick, well, it's, and I'll just break off. Salter bowls, quicker delivery, which is played back down the pitch.
You're talking about Thompson.
Thompson is officially 6'2", and Steve was telling me in there 6'5".
At least. He's taller than me. He's a very tall spinner.
Here's the next ball, tossed up, glided. I think Mr. Lakmal is hungry and doesn't want to get out before luncheon.
He's had all morning to eat.
Long on is prowling there, just in St. Manor Cow Corner. As in comes Salter, bowls, played again in front of him, dribbles out to. Not a great effort to walk in and field quickly because Glamorgan's players are probably thinking, yeah, we've got to have some lunch now. Will this be the last ball? Here's the next ball, a quicker delivery, which is played backward of square, and they go through for a single. And that'll give Michael Nisa a chance to have a dart, as they say, at Lackman with the score 360 for 8.
They're going.
They're off. Well, that is lunch, ladies and gentlemen. It's 360 for 8. Lackman is on 5. Thompson is on 15. There have been 4 wickets for Hogan, 4 wickets for Nisa, 1 for Salter, and beg your pardon, there have been 3 wickets for Nisa, 4 for Hogan, 1 for the spinner Andrew Salter. We will take a break now and enjoy some lunch and this lovely sunshine, and look forward to you joining us at 20 to 2.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the County Ground Derby on the second session of the second day here on BBC Sport Online and on the county websites as well, where Derbyshire resume on 260 for 8 with Alex Thompson on 15 not out and Saranga Lackmal on 5 not out. Both have tried big blows. Thompson hitting Salter for 6 to get off the mark and Lackmal trying to repeat that, but it'll be Michael Nisa to bowl the first ball of the afternoon session to Lackmal, who allows it to go through, and again the ball dying slightly as it goes through to Chris Cook, the keeper.
Yeah, it's a concern for the Glamorgan batsman, I think that. Nisa, he doesn't look happy to me. He's holding his side. He's got a bad toe. He looked a bit stiff when he bent down before lunch. Bless him.
Oh, it's a mug's life being a fast bowler.
Well, it is, no question about that. We'll get the scoreboard in a minute.
Particularly if you've bowled 23 overs already in the match, and we're not halfway through the second day as Nice is in to bowl, and Blackmal defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. A very pleasant afternoon, but Glamorgan won't want to be there in the middle too long, because that will mean that Derbyshire have advanced towards 400, which you feel is something of a psychological fillip to them if they get there, or to Glamorgan if they prevent them from getting there. Bonus points are long behind us as Nisa in to bowl to Lackmal, who defends that one slightly tentatively, like someone trying out a new language, possibly for the first time.
Which I think he is as well.
Asking for a coffee and ending up with a toilet brush or some such.
You wouldn't be at all surprised to hear he'd been into Derby city centre and come home with a toilet brush.
I didn't mean literally new language. I just meant the tentative nature of his shot. A defensive shot. Oh, all right, I'll give it a go. Here is Nisa in to bowl to Lackmal. Short ball that he ducks underneath. Didn't get an awful lot of lift out of that one.
Yeah, I don't think defence is his default position, really, Sarangal Lackmal, but he didn't have an awful lot of shots. He had a pretty good shot to get off the mark, admittedly, and I think they may have been. I'll double check. They were his, oh no, he'd got one run prior to this match.
Here comes Nisa to Lackmal, who gets a ball that lifts slightly, defends it well. To point, no run.
Strange looking shot, that one. Forward, back.
Somewhere.
And then
safe enough.
Thrust the hands out until the elbows are straight. Hope that you make contact.
The over rate, by the way, has been adjusted to -1. I'm told by Dr. Hignell that it's not far off the naught mark, but they do need to speed up a little bit. As Nisa bowls to Lackmal, beats the outside edge as Lackmal plays defensive prod, then plays an attacking swish with the ball firmly in the keeper's gloves.
Well, I said he didn't have many shots, but he's had 2 to each of the last 2 deliveries, which is quite a good effort, really, isn't it? He's played 2 shots each time.
Didn't like that one? Try this one.
He's survived.
We've got more. Got another one out the back. Have a look at this, Gov.
I think he's got a box full somewhere that had never been used before. So Andrew Salter's going to continue. He was bowling prior to the lunch interval. 7 overs, 1 for 23.
Who's at long on? Hogan, by the look of it.
Yeah. It's going to be the man who hit the 6, Alex Thompson, to bowl, to face the first ball of the new over, rather. There is still a slip in place. David Lloyd has been there for most of the game. Certainly to the spinner, who is in now and bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by the other spinner, Alex Thompson.
Sarangal Lackmal has a first-class batting average of 11 and a high score of 58 not out.
Yes, that was remarkable. I imagine this one's just pushed up towards Hogan at long on by Thompson.
1.5 century in the 172 times that he has been at the crease in a first-class match.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to his second, whenever that happens, over the course of the next 2 years.
It won't last long, maybe. If he does get to 50, it'll be PDQ.
Yes. Yeah, well, we're in favour of that. Get past 400 sharpish. He's on strike now. There's a short leg in place. He comes down the track and he's hit this one. Well, he's clothed it into the leg side, and it's going to be a catch, and it is a catch. And I tell you what, it's a really good catch from Marnus Labuschagne, because he appeared to have overrun that one initially and then sort of had to stop, come back, and ended up diving backwards to take the catch. And Sarangal Lackmal hasn't lasted long after lunch. He's gone for 5 of 17 deliveries. And Derbyshire are 361 for 9 now. Good catch by Labuschagne, that.
It was a really difficult one. It went up a very long way, but Labuschagne had to run a good 20 metres back at mid-wicket and judge a ball coming down from the height of the floodlights. It was a good job it wasn't with the floodlights still on. Otherwise, that would have complicated things still further. And I think Andrew Salter probably owes Marnus Labuschagne an orange juice in the bar tonight.
Quite. Now we're going to see, for it's a rare appearance for Ryan Sidebottom. We saw him bowl 7 deliveries at Lord's. That was it.
Right.
Off he went with his hamstring. He did come out to bat, interestingly. In fact, I think he scored a run. He did. No, he didn't. He didn't score a run. He was not out. No, he was out for naught. So, in fact, he was hopeless. So I look forward to seeing him. And under the new, I think at the moment the regulations, it will be enshrined in cricketing law from September, but at the moment it's a regulation of the ECB and certainly the county championship. Despite the fact that the batsman clearly would have crossed, it makes no difference. So it will be the new batsman, Sidebottom, to face the 4th ball of Andrew Salter's over 2 for 47 he's got. If he picks up another one, that's a pretty decent return, really, for Salter. And one that will no doubt interest Matty McKinnon and Alex Thompson. So that short leg is still in place, and Salter is in and bowls to Sidebottom, who turns it into the leg side. Thinks about setting off with a single. Probably could have got there because Labuschagne didn't pick the ball up cleanly, but he wasn't to know that when the run was turned down. Always better to be safe than sorry. Sidebottom waits, and that one is also turned into the leg side. This time it's gone straight to Marnus Labuschagne. And there is, again, no run. Final ball of the over, the 13th ball by Salter. Field has started to scatter. They're happy to give Sidebottom the single. And it strikes him on the pad as an appeal, but umpire not interested. And it is the end of the over. 361 for 9. Sidebottom yet to get off the mark. Thompson has 16. I think, if I was Alex Thompson, I might be thinking about hitting the ball as far as I possibly can. The problem being that the bowling from the racecourse, St Michael Nisa, it's not that easy to hit.
Indeed. He's been tight throughout this game. Ryan Sidebottom has a first-class batting average of 5.94.
Wow. No half centuries, I imagine.
Highest score, 27 not out.
Yeah. Oh, well, he was left stranded. He ran out of partners.
Total runs in first-class cricket,
Yeah.
101.
Oh, dear.
Total wickets, 59. So Michael Nisa looking to finish things off. He's bowling at the more established batsman Alex Thompson, who's forward, bat and pad together. Peel died away, sounded too woody to be given.
Yeah, Alex Thompson's average is only 18, but I think he's a better batsman than that. Coming up to 500 first-class runs in 22 matches. He's a good player.
Got through a lot of overs, haven't he, this season?
Derbyshire?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alex Thompson.
Yes,
for
absolutely. Yeah. Most of the Derbyshire bowlers, the bowlers have bowled a lot, haven't they, this year?
Nisa in, and Thompson defends to mid-on. Now Glamorgan are giving him a single most of the way around the ground early in the over. I think only Labuschagne at cover, as well as the slips saving the single. Mid-on, mid-off are back halfway. Square leg is back on the ropes, as is fine leg and third man, and point is about 3/4 the way back, saving the 2. Tall figure of Thompson. drives through the onside. He'll look for 2. They should get it because he's found a bit of a gap at mid-wicket. Salter had some distance to travel from square leg, and they're comfortably back for 2 runs. 363 for 9. The M of side bottom is curiously absent from the scoreboard. That
Too
we
long.
Can say.
Well, the E from Derbyshire is missing as well,
Oh,
because
yes.
the scoreboard is only allows for so many letters.
Yeah, it is.
County that buys a scoreboard on which you cannot put your own county's name. Good effort.
As this is in, bowls a short ball. Thompson swings at it and misses outside off stump. It's the same model of scoreboard that they had at Sapphire Gardens until fairly recently. But
But it's okay.
side botto is a little
But even
indelicate.
the 2 under, well, it's clearly minus Labuschagne, but his number isn't on there either. And the bowler and the number of overs the bowlers have bowled, but I'm not sure that's entirely relevant in a championship match, how many overs each bowler's bowled, because you can bowl as many as you want, can't you?
Indeed. Well, it's. I suppose
This
if
is
we're
the-
looking and
that's
thinking
much
how many
better.
overs has Hogan bowled, and as Nisa bowls another short delivery that's hooked away by Thompson, he will take the single off that delivery, which was the 5th of the over, I believe, and so allows Ryan Sidebottom, not the one with the long luxuriant curls, to face the last ball of the over.
No, this one was born in Victoria, Australia, but he is, I believe he's England qualified.
There's an English mother, I believe.
Yeah.
So does he still get asked what happened to the long hair, I wonder?
Well, I haven't had reason to speak to him yet. I generally don't speak to people who pull hamstrings after 7 balls of a match, but
No.
you never know. He could be the hero today.
He could, as Nisa bowls to side bottom and beats him, and that's gone through Chris Cook as well for a bye, and
Why have they taken that?
they've run it off the last ball of the over.
Well, that's madness.
Madness this way lies, 364 for 9. Not quite sure what happened to that from Cook's perspective. Neither, I suspect, is Cook, otherwise he'd have caught it.
It just seemed to jag back a bit, didn't it?
365 for 9. Yeah, he did get a bang on the hand in the morning session, so let's
Yes.
hope that's not related to that particular problem.
I would say that I'm sure that, asking why they ran that single, I'm sure that Sidebottom would probably much rather face
Oh, perhaps he fancies having
the
a go at
off-spin of
Salter.
Salter, yeah.
He's
Or
not
perhaps-
going to get hurt physically if he
No,
misses
he's
the
not.
ball.
He's not. Perhaps he just doesn't have fancy having a go at Nisa. Excuse me. Here is Salter in and bowls. That's clipped very nicely into the leg side by Sidebottom. Straight to a fielder at square leg, though. I'd forgotten just how jolly and upbeat Niall O'Brien was. I was slightly taken aback at lunch as Salter is in again and balls. That one is defended out into the offside. When somebody came into the dining room and said, "It was the Welsh bloke who was just coming to the press room." I said, "What Welsh bloke?" He said, "The one you were talking to." "What, Niall O'Brien?" I
Celtic.
can't think of it. Well, yeah, but I can't think of anybody less Welsh. This one is struck the pad and not out, says the umpire, which is just as well.
Oh, Celtic cousins.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I know you all stick together, don't you? I'm a northerner. I think that's almost Celtic. You've even had a league. It's not called that anymore, is it?
No.
When they do to the South Africans in there, this one struck the pad and dribbles out into the leg side. Has that worked well? Welsh teams in it's worked very well for you, but South African sides?
Short answer, no.
Excellent. Side bottom waits. Oh, that beats him. Bale's whipped off by Cook.
Well, that wouldn't be the BBC approved corporate answer
No,
since
no,
we're
no, I wasn't
broadcasting the league.
Yeah, I wasn't.
But in rugby terms, no.
You get to go to South Africa?
Nope.
Excellent. In comes Soldier again. That's given a bit of air, and given so much air, it's turned into a full toss that is cracked into Cullen's shins. He's down on one knee. I don't think because he's hurt, because that was possibly a bit of a chance, but tricky one. End of the over, 65 for 9.
I have commentated on a couple of the South Africans' matches over in Wales. I mean, there's no doubting that they are very good sides, and when they're at full strength, they're extremely impressive sides, and 3 of them are in the top half of the URC table, as it's now known, United Rugby Championship. But it doesn't make sense to me playing what's essentially club rugby in opposite sides of the world.
Halfway around, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't mind a bit of South African rugby. I went to Sale Sharks recently.
Yes, I should have added that. So I watched quite a few South Africans play, and some of them were even for South African sides.
Yeah. It is, well, they're such good value, aren't they? Because they don't get picked for any Six Nations tournaments and stuff.
Well, you pick one of them up, and he brings 2 brothers over.
Well,
the 3 Dupreas for sale.
I think there's another one who isn't related as well, isn't there?
As Nisa bowls a short ball that Thompson tries to dispatch into the scoreboard and misses.
Well, I've always been a dyed-in. I know it's not cricket, but I've always been a dyed-in the World Rugby League fan. But my son and his girlfriend took me to Sale Sharks against Leicester Tigers for my birthday this year. Bought a hat. Went in the shop, bought a hat. Had an absolute ball.
Good.
Terrific game. And I'd rather watch the English Premiership than the Super League. There, I've said it out loud.
Wow.
I think the rugby's better.
Nisa bowls, full-length ball, driven down the ground, hard into the ground, in fact, bounces up over Nisa's head, and they'll take a single off the second ball of the over. Well, he's obviously not that worried about protecting side bottom.
They'll know each other, of course, because side bottom's on loan from Warwickshire, and Thompson joined Derbyshire from Warwickshire only last season. So they will know each other. So he must know that he can't bat.
I thought you were about to refer to Nisa and side bottom knowing each other from Sheffield Shield cricket, which is also probable.
Yes.
Nisa steams in to side bottom, who defends to mid-on with a rapid jab down of the bat.
Yeah. No, that's true, actually, isn't it? I was just thinking of the 2 batters who would know each other from Edgbaston at the time there. It's a bit of advance warning. We are going to hear from somebody who's involved in the new cricket podcast that's been launched in conjunction with Derbyshire. Ian Livingston. He's going to come in about 6 overs before tea.
Nisa in, bowls, and side bottom is beaten by that, playing a defensive prod, but not necessarily at the time that the ball was passing the bat. It's probably halfway past the wicket into the gloves of Cook by the time he played the shot.
That might go down as slippery, that one.
Slipped past the bat. Reminds me of Eric Morecambe playing all the right notes in not necessarily the right order. Played the right shot, not necessarily at the same time, right time or place.
Andre preview.
As side bottom defends again on the offside. Carlson fields at cover. 366 for 9. As we're in a strange sort of mini lull of the game. Waiting for Thompson to unleash a few more blows, maybe, or Morgan to wrap it up and run off to get ready for Salter and Lloyd to open the batting. Glorious afternoon. Good heavens. This is a pleasant change. Nisa bowls up in the block hole and just wide of the off stump as side bottom lunges at it with no discernible effect. 366 for 9, single off the Nisa over, but he didn't quite get one through side bottom's defensives.
They swap studios at 2 o'clock. I'm going to nip off, but when they swap studios, I lose cue completely, which unnerves me.
Most things unnerve me in terms of doing radio updates, to be honest. Notably from the time where the radio station didn't give me the feed of the programme, so instead of a concise summary of 30 seconds of the day's play, Radio Wales listeners were treated to 30 seconds of my former Radio Bristol colleague Bob Hunt and myself talking about cake. 366 for 9. Salter in to bowl, worked away on the leg side by Thompson, but they don't take the single on offer to a deepish mid-wicket. There's absolutely no one saving the single apart from bowler, keeper and slip at the moment. Thompson on 20 not out. Will he go for the big one? There's an appeal from Salter, but from no one else as the ball bobbles away off the pad on the leg side. Cook retrieves from halfway to where the square leg umpire isn't. This must be sun-related, I would have thought, because we haven't got the left-hander in. Salter bowls. Thompson a little bit tucked up, plays gently to deep mid-wicket, and there's no run. 3 balls of the over gone. There's a long on, virtually on the ropes, long off most of the way back as Thompson drives, will take the single. Labuschagne will inevitably have a throw at the wickets. But side bottom has got home and made himself a cup of tea by the time the ball arrived in Chris Cook's gloves. 367 for 9. As last man Ryan side bottom on 0 not out off 14 balls. The field converges. Short leg crouches and Salter bowls and side bottom plays him 2 short leg. Morgan with 2 bowling points, Derbyshire with 3 for batting, but we are now in the 126th over of this innings. Drifting on into a 5th session as Salter bowls and side bottom defends back down the wicket. To the bowler, there is no run. It is the end of Andrew Salter's over. 367 for 9. Side bottom 0. Thompson 21. And, well, this is annoyance value, but little on the scoreboard.
It's almost pointless, isn't it? It's almost pointless.
They've added 6 for this wicket. In 4 overs or thereabouts. But yeah, if they're not going to, they have to take some runs at some point. Otherwise, there's not much point in being out there.
Where's Marnus gone? Is that him at extra cover? I only asked because somebody in the crowd's asked me, but I can't actually see him at the moment. New over. Oh, it's a big appeal for leg before wicket as the new over from Michael Nisa starts, and they're going to go through for a leg by. I fancy, yes, indeed, leg by 367, 368 for 9. That's got to be him, hasn't it?
Looks like him.
Yeah, it is
sort
him,
of busy demeanour.
I think it's him.
If he starts talking to anyone, really, it'll be him. And it is him, wearing 99 and wandering over to the slip position.
All right, I'm going to change my message back. Second slip now. Third slip.
Third slip.
Blimey. Nisa on his way in to bowl to side bottom, and he's edged to first slip, and it's been taken very comfortably indeed by David Lloyd. Just round about ankle high. Michael Nisa finishes with 4 wickets, and Derbyshire all out for 368. Very comfortable catch. I think Nisa probably deserved that. And side bottom, well, he goes for another duck. 0 from 16 deliveries, which means the not out batsman Alex Thompson finishes on 21.
Think of the excitement when he gets off the mark for the first time for Derbyshire, though. So,
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's been after the big contributions of day one from Derbyshire. Shan Masood 60, Brooke Guest 109, Madsen 70. It's been a series of minor contributions that have kept Derbyshire going today. Duploy 32, Dahl 24. Thompson 21 not out. But I think Glamorgan would have been reasonably pleased if you'd offered them 368 all out at 282 for 5 this morning.
Yeah.
That's 86 runs added for the last 5 wickets. That's okay. It's bearable from the Glamorgan point of view, but 368 on the scoreboard. It's a decent effort, and we'll see what the pitch looks like when both sides are batted,
Well,
as the appropriate cliche goes.
Absolutely, I think that's going to be the key, isn't it? Yeah. So the heavy roller is trundling up and down the pitch, which will deaden it a bit. They can only use it once a match, is it, or once an innings? I'm never quite sure. Those bowling figures. Lisa, 26 overs and 2 balls, 4 for 63, 5 maidens. Michael Hogan, 26 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 55. Harris, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 71. Van der Houten, 24 overs, 9 maidens, 0 for 48. Lloyd, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 47. And Labuschagne bowled 2 overs for 13. And Andrew Salter, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 48. Derbyshire will be out to bowl, and therefore Glamorgan will be out to bat in under 10 minutes, and we'll be back then.
Welcome again to our umpires. Soon to be followed by the Derbyshire team, led by their captain, Billy Godwin, the Glamorgan opening batters, David Lloyd and Andrew Salter.
Well, there we go then. I would welcome you back, but you probably haven't been anywhere. So Glamorgan about to get their first innings underway here in reply to Derbyshire's 368.
Is the feeling that that is about a par score, maybe? I mean, I know it's a fight back by the bowlers after the Derbyshire reached
Well, the initial
276 for 2, but if you'd looked at the pitch at the start of play, you'd have thought that's about it, wouldn't you?
It looked a belter yesterday, but I think there's a bit more in it. I don't think it's quite as much of a belter as the one last home game. Everybody in the written room tended to agree that we just wasted 25 minutes of our lives watching Derbyshire go absolutely nowhere, and then finally get out.
8 for 2 after lunch.
Yeah, seemed entirely pointless to me, but there we go.
We can't all be crash bang wallop.
No.
Pyjamas, flamethrowers, etc.
Just a crash or a bang or a wallop would have been nice.
A couple before lunch. They tantalised us, really, didn't they?
Yeah.
Thompson and Lackmell both opened their shoulders before lunch and
This is interesting.
both poddled around afterwards.
Before the first home game against Sussex, I said to Mickey Arthur, I said, has Sir Angel Lackmell picked his end? He said, yeah. I said, all right. He said, unfortunately, it's the same end that Sam Connors bowls from. Well, Sam Connors has got his end back. He's going to bowl the first delivery from the racecourse end. 15 wickets this season already. And he's in and bowls to Lloyd, who cracks it away for potentially a boundary. It is being chased by Anuj Dal, though, and he's going to catch it, in fact. Puts the slide in. Are they going to come back for 3? They're not. They pick up 2 and they're off the mark. Glamorgan with a couple of runs.
That was an excellent chase, wasn't it? David Lloyd, 169 runs at an average of 28. Apologies if any of my stats are wrong, but I did them in my head. I couldn't find Glamorgan averages anywhere. Andrew Salter, not as many runs.
Okay. Lloyd's on strike now. This next delivery beats him. That's a good delivery. Good pace as well from Sam Connors.
Afraid Andrew Salter is averaging 8 at the moment. But no one else has really provided performances for the second 11 at the top of the order to say it should be me instead. Eddie Byram's out after an operation. Joe Cook hasn't got any runs for the seconds. Harry Friend's probably a bit too young.
Here's Connors. 3 slips in place. Bowls to Lloyd, who turns this into the leg side. Nice little stop there. Moving to his right by the tallest man on the field, Alex Thompson.
Top scorer for the seconds was Andrew Gorvin, who tends to bat at the bottom of, or towards the bottom of the order in the first team. Although he hasn't played first class cricket for Glamorgan. He did play a role at the start of the One Day Cup, which we won, which Glamorgan won. I didn't win.
I'll give you both.
But it was a privilege to commentate on.
Yes, I can't imagine what that must be like, but hopefully this season. Here's Connors running away from us. Bowls a full delivery to Lloyd that is driven backward and square on the offside. It's fielded down in the far distance, just about by right side bottom, who actually runs past the ball after stopping it. And the batsman go through for 2 more.
Oh, 1 short.
I went a 1 short. Excellent. I've taught Ian, well, not excellent. I taught Ian Sky 1 short last week. And the signal, so I might ask him about that. I won't speak to him again.
So that would have been Lloyd's error, 3 without loss.
Would it? Not necessarily. Connors is in. It is 3 without loss, and he's going to make up for that by punching this off the back foot up towards the covered boundary. Another chase for Anuj Dal. Another 2 runs until we see confirmation from the umpire, who doesn't say 1 short. And it's 5
Isn't
without
it
loss.
bound to be Lloyd's
If it was at this
fault?
end,
Because
yeah,
if it's this umpire
yeah, no, you're right.
signalling, unless he's got a word from his mate at square leg.
Yes, I don't. Yeah, interesting one that. Anyway, 5 without loss. Or it will be when the scoreboard updates. As Connors is in again, that one is left alone outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. 5 without loss. The scoreboard refuses stubbornly to say 5 without loss, which is clearly what it is, isn't it?
Do you think that it's thrown? Yes. Don't you think it's thrown computer systems into chaos potentially on the grounds that?
Sure, but they've swapped. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
The batsman takes a single and then faces the next ball.
It could have done, but the fact that it says 3 means that they were able to do the 1 shot, but they haven't added the 2 runs on. But apart from that, it's a pretty good effort. It does say 5 without loss on Cricinfo, but they're being scored by somebody completely separate who knows what they're doing.
It is 5 for naught as Derbyshire line up a slip cordon consisting of McKiernan at first, Madsen at second, and Deploy at third, with Brooke Guest making up the dramatis personae behind the wicket. As that first ball is clipped by Salter off his legs down to backward square. It is Lackmal bowling at t'other end, the city end.
It says 7 now.
And that
That's
takes the
probably
score
right.
to 6 without loss.
But it wasn't 7 after the first over, so that's still technically wrong. Or hopelessly wrong, as some might say.
Salter, after his struggles, will be glad to get at least off the mark.
Somebody who can hear us in another room needs to just sort the scoreboard out.
Blackwell is in to bowl, and Lloyd chips that one on the leg side. Thankfully for him, not as far as the fielder, but that wasn't in control, and he did look to be hurried by that one from Lackmal. 35 years old, but still bowling at a decent lick by the look of it.
Very good. Just sort the scoreboard out.
Is 6 without loss. 5 off the first over. And 1 off this one.
Shambolic.
Lackmal bowls, and Lloyd is again hurried into his shot, gets a little bit squared up and defends it to mid-on, no run.
The chief executive is listening. He sometimes dips in and out. He might want to do something about the scoreboard. It's brilliant. I love the scoreboard. I love the fact that we've got the screens in, but if they're showing the wrong information, it renders them almost entirely useless.
The score.
I would respectfully suggest.
With respect, says he, being
With the
rude.
greatest of respect.
Being even ruder. Lackmal into Lloyd, and doesn't make contact with that as it goes down leg side. Glamorgan faced the pace of Shaheen Shah Afridi in the last match for Middlesex. I wouldn't suggest that Lackmal is quite that lightning quick, but he is certainly quicker than your average county bowler by the evidence of these first few deliveries. Although he only has 6 wickets so far to his name for Derbyshire. And he comes, bowls, and Lloyd blocks that one slightly more comfortably on the leg side. Shan't attempt Lackmal's
No, I
full
haven't. I've
name.
tried it, but I don't think I got anywhere near.
There are many syllables in it.
The second one's particularly tricky, I think.
Oh, the double ch.
I imagine that is a certain sound in either Tamil or Sinhalese.
In comes the next delivery from Lackmal, and Lloyd jabbing down, defending that one to mid-off. Well, he was tested in that over, was David Lloyd, but he has survived it. 6 without loss. That is represented by a single letter in the Russian alphabet. You'll be
The CHCH.
CH, yes, CHCH, yeah.
What letter is that in Russian then?
Well, cha-cha. It looks vaguely like a W, I believe.
Okay. I always used to like it when the I don't like the Russian team anymore, of course, but when the Russian team had CCCP, which of course was SSSR.
It was.
always thought that was amusing back in the day.
Back in the days of mere Cold Wars.
Yes, quite. Sam Connors to continue from the racecourse, then bowls to probably Salter. Who can tell from the scoreboard? It is Salter, and he lets that go outside the off stump.
It is Salter. It
Yeah.
is 6 for no wicket.
Yeah,
We're sticking to our story.
Oh no, what it is? It clearly is, because Lackmal didn't bowl a maiden over in the last over. He conceded a run off the first ball. There we go. Which means that Salter's probably got a run. And indeed he has. And Connors is in and bowls to him. And that one is defended off the back foot out into the offside. Billy Goldman comes racing in. Yep, the umpires are getting fidgety now because the scoreboard's wrong, so they know. The phrase "sorted out" might be being uttered across the airwaves.
There have been suggestions that the Salter opening experiment has run its course on social media, but on the other hand, you need someone to replace him, and there is no obvious candidate.
Mm. And goes Connors again over the wicket and bowls outside the arse stump. Donna Allos is doing our afternoon show today. That's terrific news. Donna's a big cricket fan.
Ah, good.
Yeah. Big Warwickshire fan, I think, but, you know.
Can't have it all.
No, exactly. Exactly. No, hang on. The scoreboard appears to be correct now. Excellent work. Excellent work. And it took him 20 minutes. Here's Sam Connors. Over the wicket. In and balls to Salter, who's beaten. Good delivery. And again, it just stayed a bit low. It was gathered by Brooke Guest around about shin high at best. But that was another decent delivery from Sam Connors, he started nicely. Oh dear. Edward's back after a very
Sunburn.
warm.
Scorchio.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's Connors running away from us. In and bowls, and he's played at that one as Salter tried to cut it away, didn't get anything on it, through to Brooke Guest, and now Connors has found his range.
Chris Drew points out logically on Twitter, if there's one run short, then surely the second run would be short as well.
I said, well, yes, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
And I think it would be a little uncharitable
To take
not
both away.
to take both away for running 21.5 yards.
Yeah. So in essence, instead of running 44, you've run 43. Connors in again, and that one is played at again by Salter, taken by Brooke Guest, and a good over that from Sam Connors. May have been a maiden.
I'll do one more then before giving way to Mr. Bevan.
Yes. Yeah.
And you'll have an update for BBC Radio Derby fairly imminently as well.
I'm listening to a song. I have no idea who it is. It's quite a modern
thing.
Modern thing, yes.
The 21st century, is it, old boy?
I'm not even sure. It might be even late 20th. It's too modern for me, anyway.
As Dave Fletcher would say, wanders off, but he's not actually going anywhere. He's just plugging in a different microphone into a different place. Lackmal is into bowl to Lloyd, who angles one down into the gully, but there's a good diving stop. And there is no run. And Anuj Dal, for it is he, receives a hand slap of congratulation for preventing at least a couple of runs there. 6 without loss. And the 4th over of the Glamorgan innings. This is in reply to Derbyshire's 368 all out. 3 slips, 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg side. As Lackmal bowls and Lloyd tries to work it off its pads. They'll go through for a single of some description. It is a leg by, and the score advances to 7 without loss. Have to look round the corner to verify the 11th fielder. It is indeed a fine leg. Away to our left, on the other side of the media box. 7 for naught. The persevering Andrew Salter prepares to receive from Lackmal, who may well hurry him. Lackmal is in to bowl to Salter, who's forward defending that one to mid-off. No run. Salter at least having a couple of wickets to his credit, despite an assault by the tail-end batsman. Picked up a couple of them. Deployed leg before for 32. He's better than the tail-ender. He's batting 5, but was one of the later wickets to fall. And then Lackmal skying one a long way up in the air. Lackmal to bowl, and Salter thinks about playing it and decides at the last moment to raise his bat above the path of the ball, and through it goes to Brooke Guest. 7 for naught on this glorious afternoon now here in Derby, which is not a phrase thought to be saying when it was grey, chilly and miserable for nearly all of the first day. It's gradually improved during the course of the day. As Lackmal runs in towards us from the city end and bowls to Salter, who again shoulders arms a little more definitively this time, and again it goes through to Brooke Guest. 7 without loss. 55 overs remaining of the day's play after this delivery, so 23 before tea, which will therefore be around about the 4 o'clock mark.
If we're lucky.
6:30 finish is probable after a lot of mucking round with the state of the ball this morning, as that's fast but a long way outside off stump, and Salter has quite rightly nothing to do with it. Glamorgan are 7 without loss after 4 overs, and you're listening to BBC Sport Online or watching us on either of the county live streams. It's a pleasure to have you along wherever you're following us, and Mr. Edward Bevan will take over the microphone.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, that'll be with us very shortly indeed to watch Sam Connors continue from the racecourse end. He's bowled a couple of overs for 5 runs. Saranga Lackmal bowled a couple of overs for 1 run. In fact, there hasn't been a run from the last couple of overs. And here is Sam Connors in and bowls to David Lloyd, who gets a thick inside edge out into the mid-wicket region where it's fielded by Alex Thompson. Edward, you've been for a walk round, have you? Pleasant out there?
Discarded my jumper.
Unbelievable.
Glorious. It's almost cloudless, and people enjoying it. A few chats on the way around, a few supporters up from Wales.
Nobody offered to buy you a drink or anything?
Ice
cream?
I would refuse. Oh, ice cream I'd take, but don't imbibe this time of the day.
Connors in again and bowls. That was played nicely off the back foot, punched out into the offside. Billy Godman will chase, pick up and keep them down to a single.
Bumped into Kieran Carlson's mum.
No?
She's come up to watch her boy play. And staying in Ashbourne, she was telling me, with some friends.
Not too far away on the
10 miles.
Just off the A50, yeah, about that, I would have said. Yeah, about that. Nice place.
Yep.
Yeah, well, should be hoping not to see him. Should be hoping to see him back today, but hoping not to see him back today in a perverse kind of way, I suppose. If he comes in at number 5, Connors in again, and that one is punched again into the offside. Again, it's Billy Godman who chases. He slides, picks up, and very good piece of fielding by Billy Godman. Fair play to him. That keeps them down to a single as well, and this time it's Salter who picks up the run. He moves on to 2, and it's 9 without loss.
I saw those 3 punches to the extra cover boundary from Lloyd. It should only, I say normal ground, but you know what I mean. It should have been 12. Yeah. Enormous boundary. And they could run an all 4 on this ground.
Well, Dahl was chasing as well. He's lightning in the field as Connors bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside again, but straight to Billy Godman this time, so therefore there is no run for David Lloyd. The breeze just keeping things nice and cool out there, I imagine. Is it
just enough breeze, and what a beautiful afternoon. Yeah.
I need to get out more. Can be tricky.
I looked at the scoreboard at the end of the first over. It said 1 and 2.
Oh, mate, it's a mess. I Barely mentioned it though. Connor's next delivery is defended by Lloyd.
And the spectators, yeah, but as I was passing there, oh, scoreboard wrong, the scoreboard.
Shambolic. Shambolic.
And that could be so important, say it was the last over of a 2020 match and 8 to win and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the umpires were getting agitated in the end because they knew it was wrong.
Could be a long, oh no, we got 2 spinners, I thought, 6:30 finish, but who knows.
Well, we'll definitely see Thompson.
Yeah.
I imagine we'll see him before we see McKinnon. This next delivery is defended by Lloyd up towards Saranga Lakmal, who's at mid-on. So he picks up the ball and holds on to it because he's going to bowl the next over from the City at 9 without loss after 5. 0 for 7 Connors.
Just confirmed with Andrew Hignell, our Glamorgan statistician and scorer, that as always, you are absolutely right that there was no overs added on today because the game finished marginally after 6
That was
o'clock.
it, was it? I was looking for a reason, really. I didn't know.
Yeah. I probably know the answer, Andrew, I said, because the expert have told me, yes, or just confirm it.
No experts in here, Edward, unless you count yourself as one.
I don't.
It's like it's not in the laws yet that the new batsman has to face. It's a regulation at the moment. It doesn't become a law till September.
Lakmal from the City end comes in bowls to Salter. Salter plays defensively back down the pitch. We've seen the odd ball in the first over from Connor's move, but it's such a true pitch and a true bounce, isn't it? Once you try and get hold of it, if it was a spicy pitch, off it would seem. But these batsmen now, what's the follow-on? 219 should, in theory, be able to get there.
Oh, yeah.
But I've heard that said before. 3 slips crouch alongside the wicketkeeper Guest. As in comes Lakmal and bowls. And, Salter gets right behind that, plays it up to mid-on. Andrew Salter opening the batting. It's probably Nick as Tolley instead of Eddie Byram, the former Somerset opener. He's had an illness, and although Salter hasn't really succeeded, he's been persevered with, and Glamorgan will be hoping that he can make an impression. Lakmal, in this very attacking field, comes in over the wicket and bowls. That's played away on the onside, out to square leg, where it is fielded by Alex Thompson, who I can confirm is 6'5".
Very much 6'5".
Good line-out jumper he'd be. Or a number 8.
Tall boy. Gives an extra dimension to his off-spin.
Certainly.
Coming down from that height.
McKinnon is at first slip. Then we've got Madsden. And down we go, and that's played away. Down to third man, and it'll be 4 runs. Thick outside edge, perfectly safe. I'm not going to say what I normally say, but...
Say it. Say it.
3 slips. A gully. A wicketkeeper always going to the right-hand side because the outswing is a stock seamer's ball. And I wasn't going to say it again this season. Why don't you have a third man? You've got 6 men there on the offside. Anyway.
You don't really need Shan Masood at cover, do you, really? Between Billy Godleman and...
no. You're going to drive hard from the offside? I wouldn't have thought so against this moving ball. 13 without loss. In comes the next delivery, and hurries the batsman just a little. Salter as he gets behind it and plays it out on the offside. 13 without loss, 6 rather to Lloyd, and 4 to Andrew Salter. Derbyshire all out for 368. 4 wickets apiece to the splendid opening bowlers, Neser and Hogan, 2 to the off-spinner, who did a job. A terrific catch, I thought, to get rid of Lakmal, I think it was this morning.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Oh, I didn't think he got anywhere near it. And here is the aforesaid Lakmal bowls, and this is played firmly back down the pitch. No run there. That's the end of the over. 13 without loss. Then Lloyd on 6. Salter is also on 6, and we have had, just to be rounded all off, 6 overs.
There's a delay in the game at Headingley.
Delay.
It just says match delay, and Yorkshire have tweeted that unfortunately play has been halted due to a medical emergency in the crowd. Our best wishes to those concerned. So
Absolutely.
fingers crossed. Had a couple of those during the football season.
We do get it because of the excitement.
Here's Sam Connors bowling his 4th over from the racecourse end to Lloyd, who goes up on his toes and pushes it out towards Dahl at point.
Matthew Maynard, the Glamorgan head coach, wandering around the perimeter. He would have loved a pitch like this with a bounce, because he's one of these that, you remember the boycott shot off the back foot, so he was a great exponent of that.
Yeah, there are too many batsmen who wouldn't enjoy
Look,
having
Kim Barnett, as far as
having a go on this one.
Derby's concerned.
Lloyd waits, and it's over pitched and driven straight back down the ground for 4. Glorious shot by Lloyd.
It was.
Searching for the Yorker, but missed it.
Not the easiest shot in the book to play. An on drive past the bowler. Get your left foot across.
It's the one they're saying that if you're in form, you can play that shot. And that was beautifully done.
Lloyd scores this year. Hasn't really got going in most games. 22-30 against Middlesex. Against Notts, he got 33 and 76 in the first innings. 0 and 28 against Durham in the first game. So he's, apart from the 76, getting into the 30s and not going on.
Mark, well, you're just about in, aren't you, by then?
Scoreboard's wrong again, but I look at ours.
Next delivery from Connors is defended off the back foot by Lloyd, down into the ground.
I can confirm it's 17 without Lloyd. Lloyd is on 10, Salter is on 6.
Yeah, it's caught up there, the old scoreboard's caught up now. 17 without loss. 20 overs until tea. We've got a guest from a new podcast being launched between in conjunction with the cricket club coming in before tea. There's Connors. He's in again and bowls, left alone outside the off stump.
Who's that?
That's a great question. He's called Ian Livingston, and
What's he coming in to talk about?
the cricket club are helping to launch a podcast about cricket in the Derbyshire and East Staffordshire kind of area. And he just wanted to explain what it's going to be about and where you can find it and that kind of thing. So,
Because you had one interview, didn't you, after lunch?
well, this is the same person. He hasn't come in yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
'Cause I was told not to come in
Well,
by you.
were,
And I enjoyed my walk.
you were more than. I'm more than happy to.
No,
allow you
I was
to
more than
walk
happy to
around
be
the
up
ground.
there.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. That ball's turned down to long leg by Lloyd, who moves on to 11. No, you're right. I did say I was going to try and get him in straight after lunch, but in the end we settled on just before tea. But yeah, that will happen a little bit later on. For those, I know podcasts are hugely popular these days. The At the Crease podcast that Radio Derby does, for example. In goes Connors again, bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Salter. There is no run because Dahl is quick.
Like a little whippet coming in there, isn't he?
Swoops on the ball, picks up first time, no run taken. 18 without loss after 7 overs.
Commentators curse on saying it looks quite comfortable for the batsman with this true bounce. Lloyd played a glorious on drive a couple of overs ago. He's on 11. And the other batsman, Salter, is on 6. And it will be Lackman, who retired from Sri Lanka cricket, didn't he? And decided to... How old is he, Fletch?
I want to say 35, but I can double
Is he?
check.
Oh.
Yeah, he's getting on a bit.
Wish I was 35.
Well, yes, so do I, to be fair. Yeah, no, you're right. He is 35, yeah. 35 and 50 days. He was involved in the series in India.
That's right,
the
yeah.
winter.
Of course.
And now he has retired from Test cricket.
And he's bowling his 4th over, and he's bowling to David Lloyd, Lloyd tucks that away out onto the onside. They'll have to hurry and get there quite safely in the end, as the ball is hurled in.
It's actually a change of bowling. Ryan Sidebottom caught us out.
Yes, there was, yes.
He only bowled 3 overs, Saranga Lakman.
And he's caught the score out too. We've just had the announcement.
So Sidebottom, now and then he bowled 7 deliveries at Lord's when his hamstring went.
Takes a long run, doesn't he? From the city end, he comes in and bowls, and straight enough ball, which is defended by Salter, back down the pitch, 2 to him.
His hamstring clearly didn't go completely, because that's only like 3 weeks ago now, and he's already back, which is very quick for a hamstring injury. So I think it was he just felt the twinge and decided to get off. We saw him running at Grace Road on a couple of lunchtimes last week. It was good to see him, and
is he on loan, or is he?
he's just on loan from Warwickshire.
From Warwickshire.
Yeah.
And here he is, coming in. Passed on by Pollard. Good length ball, which is defended on the offside by Salter. Not to be confused, everyone, by the gingerhead lad from Yorkshire of the same name.
Oh, indeed. He's more of a dancing on ice kind of guy now, isn't he?
Fine bowler was Ryan Sidebottom from Yorkshire.
Won a T20 World Cup out in the West Indies.
That's
didn't he?
right.
Yeah.
He's got a 6-3 field, 6 on the offside as he comes bounding in again from that far end and bowls. And this is chipped in the air, and rather fortunate there for Salter, because it went between mid-on and mid-wicket. It was nowhere near a chance, but Thompson at mid-wicket and the fielder at mid-on. Had it been a little straighter or a little squarer, that would have been out. But it wasn't, and they go through for a single and take the score to 20 for no wicket.
Stick that in the moral victory column. It counts for nothing.
So Lloyd now has strike, both right-handed. Sidebottom in and bowls to him. And my word, that's a wild delivery, an attempted bouncer, which doesn't trouble the batsman. It troubled the wicketkeeper more. And it was a good stop there by Guest, diving away to his left.
Mr. Andrew Preview on, clearly not his real name, on Twitter has got a fancy new bike. Fancy new bike helmet, I beg your pardon. It's got speakers in it, and he's able to ride his bike and listen to us at the same time. That's splendid.
Here comes the next delivery. Lovely shot there by Lloyd. Played similar in the, this is a bit squarer, though, and gets 4 runs up to the old dressing rooms away to our left, the pavilion. And that's Lloyd's second boundary, and going along quite nicely at the moment. It's 24 without loss. Lloyd has moved on to 16. Salter is on 7. Well, I hope the cyclist will take care, because I can tell you a true story. In the old days, we used to commentate on Sunday League matches, and you know how exciting they got. And thankfully, it was an old country road, and this gentleman got so excited, sort of Glamorgan 2 to win for the last ball, 9 down, that he veered into the hedge. That is a true story. I cannot tell you who he was, or I wouldn't. Those things used to happen.
Stay safe out there. Connors is in now, and he's gone straight through and taken the edge. The umpire says no. The umpire says no. Derbyshire were absolutely convinced they heard a noise. I can't say that I did.
No.
But they were all up.
It's good nut.
Past the inside edge, possibly.
I thought it was inside edge, because Guess had to go down the leg side.
Yeah. Really good delivery. Oh, I haven't got it. No, sorry. I don't.
We shall see.
I like to trust my own eyes.
I don't know what
They're
they
not
were.
very good.
I don't know what they were appealing for. Was it a catch at the wicket, or wasn't it LBW?
Oh, well, I would have said catch, but I don't know for certain. Connors is in again, and that one is pushed by Salter out into the offside when it's fielded by Billy Godleman. I was just going to read a tweet that was slightly uncharitable to Salter from David McCardle, who said if Salter had been in any kind of decent nick, he'd have edged a couple of balls in Connors' last over. Connors thought he might have edged that one.
Lots of appeals have been turned down in this game already, haven't they, by the 2 umpires, Mrs. Pollard and Pratt?
You don't mind that as long as they're.
It could have been a very, very good decision, or perhaps he might have missed one. We'll never know. Well, we will. In comes... Sorry.
Oh, you're right. Connor's bowled a short delivery, and he goes down on one knee, Salter, and it doesn't even bounce. Barely went past his
Slow
waist,
ball
and he
by
was
the
down
looks
on
of
one knee, yeah.
Cross-seam ball.
Just a little bit misdirected, sadly. It was a long way outside the off stump, so as a result, Salter didn't have to play at that one. Connors is back at the top of his mark. Turns and he's on his way in. And that one is over, playing a miss. He sort of pushed at that one. That one did go through at a decent lick. It was taken sort of chest high by.
I do like the look of Connors. Haven't seen him before. We got a lovely approach, and I was told in the press box this morning that Jimmy Anderson played. You probably saw it down against Derbyshire some 3 or 4 years ago, and he remarked that he thought he had great promise. Connors.
He did.
What is he, about 22, 21, 22?
If that. 2021 possibly, yeah. Connors is in, and that one is defended into the onside by Salter. He's 23, in fact. I beg his pardon. He's much older than I thought he was, although 23 still isn't very old. He's only in his 21st first-class match, 55 wickets at 29, but he's got 15 this season at less than that. Said in the winter in an interview he did with David Griffin on the club website that he wants to be the attack leader at Derbyshire. That's his.
Good for him.
Yeah, that's his ambition. He's in now, and that one is pulled into the leg side. Where's that going to go?
4
All the
runs.
way for 6, is it, or just 4? 4 runs out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Dropped it a little bit short, and Salter was all over it. He's moved into double figures. He's got 11. Lloyd has 16, and at the end of the over, it's 28 without loss.
Yes, it's some brisk batting going on there now. And how many overs we had? 9. Yeah, going along. Just a 3 and over. And just emphasising, and I hope I'm not boring people, but that bounce there was perfect. It was short. The ball's only 6 or 7 overs, and yet he got into position and it didn't deviate a metre. It was well struck. 28 without loss, and it'll be side bottom from the city end. Bowling right arm over the wicket, and bowls to the Glamorgan captain now, Lloyd. Lloyd gets half forward, dabs it down in front of him.
Plenty of chat out there, and the ball won't lose its lacquer until about 15, 16 overs, so
You want to
going to do
strike
anything.
as early as they can. Connor has bowled 5 overs, Lackman 3, and this is side bottom second. Quite a brisk pace from side bottom, who comes in and bowls, and that's pulled by Lloyd very quickly on his feet, pivots and hits it out to mid-wicket for 4. If you're offline, as we mentioned yesterday, if you're a little bit offline, you'll get punished.
And he was onto that very quickly. That was hit in front of square, wasn't it? Rather than helping it round the corner. That was a really good shot.
32 without loss, then third for Lloyd. As side bottom walks back to his run, turns, comes bounding in, bowls, and a straighter delivery and a better length from side bottom, which Lloyd plays back down the pitch. What a glorious setting this is for the end of April. Championship cricket at its best for me the last day and a half.
Yes, yeah, to make the most of it. We don't play an awful lot in
Side
July and
bottom.
August.
Pushes forward, it's Lloyd up to mid-off. Very good Twitter from Dave Griffin, the well-known Dave Griffin, photographer, and looks all after the records here. He said, my county, you must have seen it, has not got any play for 10 days in May, hardly anything in June, 2 games in July, and he's talking about the best form of cricket, which is championship cricket. And it's very sad, I'm sorry to say. Will anything be done?
Reduce it further.
In comes the next ball, and that's driven. Didn't really time it up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. No, it isn't. I've miscounted. There's one to go. And Joe Root, at the end of the Ashes series, said to David Harrison, the chairman of the ECB, can you please confirm that there will be more one-day championship cricket, and the pattern and the arrangement for one-day, four-day cricket will be. It'll certainly change. What do you got next this year? A game or so more. That's all.
Yeah.
As in come side bottom bowls, and that's a thick inside edge. I think it was runs away, and it's a good bit of feeling on the boundary. They'll come back for a second.
We've seen a lot of that, haven't we? Inside edges. I mean, Brooke Guest, the first 20 runs he got were either inside or outside edges.
End of the over, then 34 without loss, and it will be. Will it be Connors? I think just change of bowling. I think Lackman's coming on this end, is he?
Yeah. Lackman's he bowled 3 overs earlier for 5 runs, and he's going to come on now from the racecourse. And Nick Potts is on as well, the sort of substitute fielder. He's down at long leg. He's replaced Shan Masood temporarily.
Switching to bowl from the racecourse end, Saranga Lackman.
Saying to Nick earlier when I was talking to Mickey Arthur before the first game of the season, I said, has Saranga Lackman picked his end yet as the senior bowler, really, the former test man? And he said, yes, unfortunately, he's picked the same end as Sam Connors, which is the racecourse end. Well, Sam got it today. He bowled 5 overs for 16. Lackman bowled his first 3 overs from the city end, and now he's going to bowl his first over from the racecourse end. There's a slight slope here. It's nothing.
Is it?
Yeah. It is nothing drastic. There's a Blackmell is in, and that one is pushed off an outside edge into the offside, perfectly safe into the ground, and fielded by Anuj Dal. Sort of slopes. I can never work it out because I think it's an optical illusion.
Can't see any sort of slope.
No, just slightly across from sort of right to left.
Nothing like the slope at Lords or the more exaggerated slope down at Hove.
No.
You come down from the far end.
Which is very like the one at Headingley, wasn't it? But they've sort of flattened that off a bit with the redevelopment work there at the football stand end. It's like Mel runs away from us. He's in and bowls. Now it's again off an edge, and it's almost stopped by Anuj Dal. It's actually picked up down there in the far distance by Sam Connors, who's down at third man.
Can you imagine if it's like this down at Hove, sitting in those deck chairs down the far end of the ground? I'm perfectly happy to be here, more than happy.
Beautiful.
But Hove, you would have a breeze there because the sea breeze off the English Channel will be coming up. Yeah.
So the Connors had fielded that one. It's Nick Potts down there at third man. Connors is at mid-on. 2 slips in place for Lackmell. There's a third man and a long leg. He's past the umpire now and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Lias Deploy comes in to do the fielding and hurls it in left-handed, as you'd expect from the left-handed Lias Deploy. And it remains 35 without loss. Lloyd has 22. Salter has 12, halfway through Lackmell's 4th over.
Great call out from the farmers, especially for some rain. It hasn't really rained for 3 weeks. Well, I hope it pours down every night and then clears in time for cricket.
Lackmell's in again, and that was turned into the leg side by Lloyd. This time it is Sam Connors who does the fielding, and then he almost throws the ball over the head of Brooke Guest. He must leap into the air with both hands high above his head to take the ball. Just that Nottinghamshire had Worcestershire at 99 for 4. Worcestershire still trailing that one, but no, by only 8 runs. So
they recovered. They were 20 for 3.
Looks like they're going to avoid the innings defeat, certainly. As Lackmell runs away from us, bowls a full delivery, and it's defended straight back to him. He sticks out a left hand, almost takes it in, but not quite. Middlesex absolutely in control at Lords, 308 for 5, leading Leicestershire by 159. And Sussex, 216 for 4, down at Hove, the aforementioned, and they trailed Durham by just 7 runs now. So it looks like
Good for them.
They'll have a first innings lead down there on the
I
on
tipped
the south coast.
Durham a top 2 this year.
Oh dear.
They're not doing too well.
Blackwell is in again, and this one's pushed out into the
Shot.
offside. Nice shot in between Leas Deploy and Anuj Dal. Both of them are chasing after it. Dal will clearly win that race. And they get back for 2 runs. Lloyd moves on to 24. Salter has 12. Glamorgan are 37 without loss at the end of the over.
You're about to talk to the nation, are
I'm
you?
going to do an update.
Yeah, positive start here by the Glamorgan openers on this beautiful batting track. And Lloyd has looked the more aggressive. We saw one lovely shot by Salter when he pulled one for 4, but they should really take advantage of this pitch and share a good opening partnership for the remainder. Number 3 for Glamorgan will be Marnus Labuschagne, and he will be followed by Sam Northeast, but it's side bottom, resuming. And that's driven, not struck with any conviction from Salter, and there is no run. Sam Northeast at 4, Kieran Carlson at 5, Chris Cook at 6, Tom Cullen at 7 is a really strong batting order. And Nisa will come at 8, James Harris, who's got a hundreds in championship ticket at 9, Tim van der Gooten, 10 and Hogan 11 as the next ball is beaten as rather a lazy shot from Salter, which passes the outside edge. Just remind you that Derbyshire made 368. Main contributor was Brooke Guest with a 109. Masood failed for the first time. He got 60. Madsen got 70. But it's Ryan Sidebottom coming in and bowling now to Salter, who gets a wide-ish delivery, which she has nothing at all to do with. And it goes through to Guest. Safe to say he failed with 60.
What's his lowest score for Derbyshire?
That's what I thought.
Lowest score for Derbyshire. Yeah. Absolute failure.
Recognise that young man in there next door?
Is Glamorgan's head of cricket?
Supremo, yes, Mark Wallace.
Yeah. Yeah. He was on commentary at Swansea with us for
That was when he
one
was
game.
in the other job with the PCA.
Right.
Doesn't do it now.
Okay. Not allowed, eh?
Side bottom in, bowled down the leg side, and a little flick at it from Salter, but it goes through to Guest, standing quite further back.
Wicket keeper?
Wallace, yes, for many years.
Thought so, yeah.
Held some sort of record for consecutive championship matches, 200 and something. And a middle order batsman, yes. Went to Headingley and had to pick up Mark for his second game in the championship. The side bottom comes in and bowls. Oh, and a wild swish outside the off stump from Salter through the keeper. And we had to pick him up, the team coach, outside the school gates because he had to finish school first because he was 17. And if I remember, he got a big score, batting at number 6. And there we are. Precocious little wicket keepers as they all are.
Yeah.
And he went on to have Captain Glamorgan, of course, have a long career. And now he's still involved. Side bottom is in, bowls to Salter. Salter was going to leave that, but the ball followed him and it hit the bat and just rolled down to the gully. End of the over, and Glamorgan going along quite nicely for them. 37 without loss, 24 to Lloyd. And Salter is on 12.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with the way it started, the visitors. The aim is to get through as many overs as possible without losing a wicket, just to put some overs into the bowler's legs.
Lloyd having a chat with Salter and probably telling him, look, you've been in here now for 12 overs. Get him involved and get your head down and try and get a good start. But ostensibly, he is the middle, number 7 batsman is Salter. And plug in the back gap, which is good of him in a way, isn't it? To
Oh,
say,
yeah.
"Right, I'll open, captain, and
Yeah.
I'll do my very best for you."
Can't argue with that. So Ranga Lackmel in from the racecourse end, and up onto his toes goes Lloyd, punches it out square on the offside. Dahl, of course, Dahl's first to the ball, and they run 2.
There's a man fielding down in front of the pavilion. That third man.
Third man, yeah, Nick Potts, down there in the far distance.
You heard us.
Got one on each side. They've got a long leg as well.
Members from the committee, I assume it always used to be the committee balcony.
On the right hand end, yeah.
Yeah, sitting
They're,
there.
enjoying the sun,
Beautiful.
which they'll catch between now and the end of play. As Lackmel is in again. That one is defended.
No ball.
No ball. Defended by
Interesting.
Lloyd.
I don't know if Lackman does bowl no balls, but we saw 3 or 4 from James Harris this morning, and Nisa wasn't happy. He got no ball once, I think. And that landing area, Dave, must be, or perhaps the line is, I don't know what it is.
It's quite scarred there, isn't it?
It's so hard, probably.
Here comes Lackmel again. There's a couple of slips now, and that's a good leave. Keeps his bat out of the way, does David Lloyd. Allows it to go through to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicket-keeper. Nicely done.
Nice hands. Guess from what I've seen of him.
Yes, much improved from when he first came into the side, but he hadn't kept an awful lot when he first came into the Derbyshire side. He came from Lancashire, having grown up in Perth in Western Australia, Manchester born. Little twang there, you can just about
pick it out.
just about tell that he was born or that he was brought up in Australia. As Lackmel goes in again, and that one is defended up towards Sam Connors by David Lloyd, and there's no run.
Now I see keepers up here, and very wonderful man for me, and my friend, I'm delighted to say, was Bob Taylor. Probably one of the top 2 I've ever seen, him and Jack Russell. Fantastic wicket keepers. Unassuming. Well, Jack wasn't so very unassuming and quiet, but Bob, well, if he picked the nice man's 11, he'd be captain. Put it that way.
Well, in again. Ball's outside the off stump once more, and it's left alone to go through to Brooke Guest. Yeah, well, they're usually the noisiest now, aren't they? The wicket keepers. They're the cheerleaders of the team. Sure that was Bob's thing, really.
Oh,
There he is.
Yes. Bang, 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 3-4, all that nonsense.
well, the story I hear from people like Steve James, Robert Croft about Jack. Terrific stories. Very eccentric
Oh, yeah.
man was Jack.
Lackmel's in again, and that was left alone again outside the off stump by Lloyd.
If a spinner was bowling, I remember Steve telling me, and you'd push forward and you just play it in front of you or a pad. He'd come round, don't dare touch that ball, apparently. You just stare him in the face. And Steve would laugh at him, but there are various stories about him.
I don't like to see batsmen field the ball, though.
Talking about Mark Wallace, he's another one, you see, very chatty wicket-keeper.
I don't like to see that. It's like Mulder complete his over. I might spell for 10, 15 minutes or so. It's pushed out into the offside. Excuse me. Glamorgan have 41 without loss. Lloyd has 26. And Salter has 12.
Yes, they'll be quite happy with his start, and Lloyd, leading by example, is not out 26. Salter is on 12. I haven't seen a play and miss, I don't think, from Lloyd. Salter has had his moments. 41 without loss. Nick is adjusting his, well, just to say, adjusting his clothing. He's not doing that.
No.
He's adjusting his microphone.
My clothing is well adjusted, unlike my laptop, which is not well adjusted. I've had about 30, 35 minutes off air there, and I spent most of it banging fruitlessly at the laptop. I think I might just be winning.
Probably broken it now. Yes, side bottom to continue from the city end. It comes in now and bowls, and Sort of jabs it away, and it's a thick inside edge to short square leg. Positive start, Nick, and Salter's had his moments. Lloyd's played beautifully.
Yeah, well, I just hope for Andrew Salter gets a reasonable
That's what I've just
score.
been saying, yeah.
Because his top score so far is a pair of 16s against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
Still attacking, of course. 3 slipped. In comes the next ball, and that's short. Pulled.
Wow.
I think he was aiming towards mid-wicket and went over the bowler's head for 4, dead straight.
Well, side bottom flung up a hand, and I'm not sure how
explain it
far
out.
it was from.
Oh, it was perfectly safe. Nobody gasped in the slips.
It was hit very hard.
He does hit the ball extremely hard, but as I say, he was aiming towards mid-wicket, and for it to fly like that, he must have struck it rather hard. The score moves on to 45. Salter moves on to 16, his top score so far, as side bottom comes in again and bowls, and that's left outside the off stump.
This is now Glamorgan's best opening stand of the season, beating the 42 in the second innings against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
Small mercies.
Yep.
Or whatever. 3 slips and 3 saving 1 on the offside. No third man. A mid-on, a square leg and a man down the long leg boundary, though there is a third man, or there was, for Connors when he was bowling. And side bottom is in. Bowled close to the stumps. He's pushed away on the onside. There's no run. As the man feeling there, the tall figure, 6'5" of Alex Thompson. And that's the club have probably measured him. And that's official.
Although players have been known to change their dimensions slightly in the cricketers' who's who, because they fill those in themselves, I believe, or they're meant to.
Do they?
They're meant to.
Don't believe that. Yeah, side bottom in bowls to the right-handed. Salter drives pleasantly wide of mid-off. It doesn't take a run.
So there might be a single there. Well, they're meant to fill them in. Whether they actually get to the players themselves or whether they get sabotaged by other players, I'm not sure.
They do get sabotaged, but in fairness, they show it to them. If I filled yours, you don't mind that, Nick. And how was that?
Nick Webb is 5'8" and weighs 30 stone. Yeah,
And he's a terrific wicketkeeper for his club side.
that would be inaccurate. Or the adjective, anyway.
Glorious sunshine here in Derby. In comes side bottom and bowls, and that's left. Good judge. I'll leave that. That is the end of the over. Glamorgan well placed on 45 without loss. 26 to the captain, David Lloyd, and Salter is not out 16. We've seen 3 bowlers. Connors, 0 for 16 off 5. Blackburn, 0 for 12 off 5. And side bottom, a bit more expensive, 0 for 16 off 4.
Well, this equals Andrew Salter's best score of the season so far in both innings at Trent Bridge, but it is Glamorgan's best partnership to open. Andrew Salter, for the benefit of Derbyshire listeners who are not familiar with him, normally batting at 7 or 8 in the order and picked as an off-spinner. Well, he's still doing the off-spin bit, 2 for 48, but is filling in until Eddie Byram is fit again. Here's Lackmell then to run away from us at the city end and into bowl to Lloyd, who drives back down the ground. Salter has to turn and make his ground, but they won't have to run because that's running down towards us in the commentary box. And a nicely firmly driven straight drive from David Lloyd to take the score under 49 without loss.
And Nick, we said this yesterday that there was some glorious timing, but this is a pitch you can time the ball. It comes on so quickly to you that a firm push. We saw yesterday Masood, he just flicked one off his wrist and would push it to cover, and all of a sudden it's 4. And it was the same for Lloyd there. Beautiful shot.
Lackmell. Right arm bandaged slightly. Doesn't deliver. Lost his run up somewhere and processed that. And umpire
I was saying now,
waves at the scorers.
some 5 minutes ago to Fletch, that Nisa bowled a no ball. This end, Harris bowled 3 or 4, and we've had Lackmal bowl 1. Then he bought his run up. I reckon there's something wrong where you're landing.
In comes Lackmal and bowls, and Lloyd defends that to mid-on. It does look fairly worn there from this distance. Maybe I'll wander out and have a look in the middle before the 3rd day.
What do they use? A big hammer? Do they bang it down and fill it in? Or they'd probably fill it in after the close.
That's probably a technical term for it. But yes, big hammer would probably do it for the layperson.
Yeah, that's what they normally do.
49 for Glamorgan in reply to Derbyshire's 368 all out. As Lackmal bowls and inside edge on the pad there for David Lloyd. Ball rolls up to mid-off. Keeper Brooke Guest getting rather excited.
You talk of players, batsmen initially, that were good in the eye, pleasing on the eye, I think is the term. And I've always thought that David Lloyd is, I remember him getting a 98 or 96 against Kent in a 20-over match once. It was the most wonderful innings.
He's a very firm striker of the ball,
he
isn't he?
But times it so well.
Shortish man punches the ball square of the wicket. A couple of nice straight drives so far. And he's on the defensive there on the offside. Other scores in Division 2 of the County Championship. Middlesex in complete control against Leicestershire, Glamorgan's next opponents. Leicestershire 149 all out at Lords. Middlesex are 330 for 5. Stoneman got a century, and there's a century partnership between Simpson and Holman currently going on for the 6th wicket there. As Lackmal runs away from us in the bright sunshine now. Bowls to Lloyd, who leaves with a little skip outside off stump, wide out, outside off stump, no shot necessary. Down the road at Trent Bridge, Worcestershire are 104 for 5 in their 2nd innings against Notts. That's still 3 runs behind. Stuart Broad has 2 for 32 in 11 overs in his first game of the season. Couple 2 to Luke Fletcher there. And down on the south coast of England, Sussex in the lead against Durham already. As Lackmal is in to bowl to Lloyd, outside off stump, no shot required. Durham were bowled out for 223. In reply, Sussex are 235 for 4. Half centuries for Tom Haynes and for Tom Alsop. And Chetashwa Pujara is nearing a half century. Sussex lead by 12 runs with 6 wickets still standing. That was the end of Lackmal's over. A maiden, 49 without loss, and we have 12 overs to go until the tea interval.
A little bit behind time. So, you might have heard that. Alec Dahl is to bowl. He will be bowling from the city end. I think he bowls little medium paces. Diminutive person. Wonderful runner between the wickets. Renowned for that. But he'll be the 4th seamer used by Derby in this innings. And the 3rd man is walking down.
They didn't want to
so we've got it
make
both
you
sides.
too irate.
So we've got a 3rd man now. Everybody's happy.
Well, you're happy.
Here's Dal. Comes in and bowls and down the leg side. Probably getting a little bit of wobble on that seam. It hit the pad, but well outside the leg stump. And applause from the spectators for the 50 partnership between Lloyd and Salter.
So the first half-century opening partnership of the season.
You're repeating that, aren't you? Because we haven't seen it.
Well, it's just the context.
I quite
isn't
agree
it?
with you.
It's the context. It's a relief for Welsh followers.
Dahl bowls and Lloyd gets one that moves away from him. He'll get a run. I think that's probably all he is going to get as the ball is fielded by Lackmal on this 3rd man boundary.
A few Welsh supporters dotted around the ground here and there.
When I had my...
Says hello to a couple. en route.
I had a great welcome, and it was lovely to see them up there.
Couple up on the pavilion side, a few on either side of this commentary box.
And comes Dahl, bowls, and is right forward. As Salter pushes it up to short mid-on. Had a chat with Mrs. Carlson, I was telling Fletch earlier on. Come up to watch a boy, get some runs, hopefully, for her. So there's a good sprinkling of spectators, and in the years gone by, you'd always meet a couple of expats who lived around here. Dahl, from the city end, comes in, bowls to Salter. Salter clips it off his legs up towards a fine leg, who's rather square, but runs to it very quickly and stops any chance of a second. Connors, tall man, ran very well, picked it up in just a single. As the score moves on, or will move on in a moment, to 51. A bit of a problem with the scoreboard.
Well, that was definitely a single, and it was definitely 50 beforehand. 52, in fact. Been
52 now,
singles.
right. In comes Dahl, bowl this time to David Lloyd, who pushes forward to a length ball. So 4 seamers already employed in the first 16 overs. No doubt we will see before tea a spot of off spin from the tall Alex Thompson. As Dahl gets very close to the stumps, but is clipped again nicely out towards mid-wicket. They'll think of a second here. No, they don't. Well, they thought about it, but they didn't. Beautiful return from Connors from in front of the players' dressing room away to our left. That ends a tidy over. He got some wobble there, did Anul Dar. Make it 53, Nick, I know what you.
That'll do. It's a little discussion between Derbyshire fielders as the best way to go. Quick chat between the two batters as well. 11 overs to go until tea. The sun is shining, and although there's a little bit of up and down bounce for the bowlers from this city end, it hasn't as yet affected proceedings too much.
Lovely bounce on it and a true pitch.
As Lackmell will continue from the racecourse end. Glamorgan bowling today. Neeser and Hogan finished with 4 wickets each. Salter with a couple towards the tail. As Lackmell will come in and bowl to Lloyd, who's on the back foot defending. Up to Connors at mid-on, and there is no run. And Deploy, who is the most recognised batsman they had left today, was rather cautious, proceeded to 32 off 80 balls before he fell leg before to Salter. 24 from Dahl, 21 not out from Thompson, with a couple of big blows before he rather went into his shell after lunch, and Derbyshire mucked around a bit. As Lackmell into Lloyd, who drives into the offside ball, bounces up to cover, fielded by Deploy, and there's no run. I wasn't quite sure what Derbyshire were trying to do after lunch, Edward.
Exactly what I said to a spectator down there, and he said, I 100% agree with you, because if you've got tail-enders blocking, just says, okay, you carry on blocking and you're not getting any runs, and that's exactly what they did.
.86 for the loss of the remaining 5 wickets today. As Lackmell to bowl and Lloyd to drive again to Deploy at cover, and again there's no run.
Strong looking bowler, strong in the shoulders, Lackmell. You have to be pretty strong to bowl seam out in Sri Lanka, because I visited a few cricket playing nations, and I would say that Sri Lanka is probably the hottest of all. Not so much the sun on you, it's the humidity.
Yeah.
You'd never believe it. I'll tell you a little tale about it. It was so hot.
As Lackmell, a veteran seamer, charges in and bowls, and Lloyd plays cautiously on the offside. Again, Deploy fields no run.
got after finishing work there in the test match, we get back to our hotel. It was a biggish hotel. I think the two teams were staying there. I looked out of my window in the bedroom, and believe it or not, a big swimming pool there, as you would have, out in Sri Lanka. Nobody could swim. I don't mean nobody could turn their arm and swim. You could not move. Everybody had come back and gone into the pool to cool off.
So no room to move.
There wasn't any room.
Blacknall bowls and strikes Lloyd on the pad. No real appeal.
No ball.
No ball. Thank you, Edward.
It's extraordinary. I took a picture. I got it at home. It's just in there. I thought, I'm going down there. I'll have a cold shower instead. It was energy sapping. For these boys, they must be strong because they produce some useful spinners, as 1M Murrell-Rutheran.
Indeed. 55 for naught with the 2 for the Lackmal no ball. As you would thank umpire Pratt for that. And the next delivery driven hard by Lloyd to rival captain Godalman at mid-off. No run. Talking about swimming pools being full. Reminds I was poddling away gently in a Cardiff hotel pool once, and all of a sudden it got a little bit more crowded. The New Zealand under-20s rugby squad had arrived. About 30 of these lads playing tournament in Cardiff. Rather large, and all of a sudden there wasn't much room left in the pool.
No water either.
No. Lackmal bowls, Lloyd is forward defending, and there's no run. And, I didn't hang around long after that because there wasn't any room to swim, and I was looking considerably disadvantaged by my physique compared to those.
You think
boys.
You're big and strong. Have a look at these lads.
Yeah, they were, they were pretty hefty for 19 and 20-year-olds, I'm telling you that. I think they won the tournament. That was back in 2008, I think. It's a good tournament, that, in Wales.
Just to emphasise again, I remember Tony Lewis, who captained back in '73 England, out in India, and also their sort of 2 tours, one after the other, in as it was then, Ceylon, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Just start this over from side bottom from the far end. He's in and bowls, and he comes right forward. Dal, rather. How can you not tell the difference between height? And remember Tony saying that Chris Holt, it was, former England and Yorkshire seamer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just break off as Dal is in from the city end. Bowls, and Salter drives gently up to mid-off. Godalman fields, and there's no run. And after 7 overs he bowled, he came up to Tony and said, Captain, can I leave the field? He said, yeah, what's the problem? And he took his boot off and nothing but water came out. Yeah, sweating, perspiring, right through to his boots because he was bowling quick. Dal is in, bowls, and this is glided round the corner by Salter. They'll be thinking of a 2 here? No, they won't. I'll say that the feeling has been very good from Derbyshire. I'll just complete this over as Mr. Fletcher is hovering.
Yeah, speaking of the light being blocked out by large figures, which we were.
Yes, 56 without loss. Glamorgan going along quite positively. And it will be Dal comes in, bowls. It's a lovely looking shot, beautifully fielded in the covers. That could have been 4 runs, but it was number 94. Who was that then? Masood. Yeah, thrust out his left hand and stopped a perfect certain boundary.
It's good. Always good when you're overseas international, makes the effort like that, isn't it?
Certainly. In comes Dal again, bowls down the leg side, chipped away. No, says David Lloyd, as David comes inside me, and if Nick thinks he's going to have a rest, he's not, because he's coming in here. Just a moment, as I complete this over, which has 1 ball left. Dal from the city end turns. Doesn't take long to bowl an over. And he's in and bowls. This is played out to mid-on, no run. Glamorgan pretty well placed. 56 without loss. And I leaving in the capable hands as Messrs. Fletcher and Webb.
Thank you, Edward. So 9 overs remaining until tea. Dave will be in conversation with a special guest shortly. So I'll steer you through the next few overs before I go to do battle with my laptop again. And hopefully at some point in the evening session squeeze in a second perambulation around the ground. Suranga Lakmal, 35-year-old, plays his domestic cricket for the Tamil Union side. As he's in to bowl to Salter, who defends that on the offside. 56 for no wicket. Glamorgan's best stand of the season to open the batting. Salter has made 18 of them, and Lloyd 32. 6 sundries. So for Glamorgan, the first figure to attain is the follow-on figure of 219. I shouldn't think they'll be talking too much about that, but you never know. They've got 56 of them, and that remains the case as Salter defends out on the offside, and there's no run. So Glamorgan making solid progress in this afternoon sunshine. Little delight there, travelling band of a few dozen supporters dotted around the county ground. Lakmal 2 slips, 5 saving the single, and Salter plays that one down towards fine leg. One of those not saving the single, and will amble through for a single. 57 without loss here on BBC Sport Online and via the Derbyshire and Glamorgan websites for the video stream.
Derbyshire could do with a wicket here, really.
Yes, it's meandered a bit, the game, which is good for Glamorgan because they're just accumulating the occasional firm shot, but no hurry. Still going at 3 and over as that's played on the offside by Lloyd, and it is another no ball. Edward was making the point that I think nearly all the no balls have come from this end.
Yes, I think you might be right, you know.
And therefore,
I'm not sure what that tells us, but
whether potentially there's a bit of a slidey area on the crease. As in comes Lakmal and bowls, and shouldering arms is David Lloyd. Good afternoon to Neil Thornycroft, who says Dr. Hignell is looking well next door. Is he visible on the stream? Just about in the corner there.
we're paying people to send messages in now to say how well it looks. For goodness sake.
Ian Evans says he likes the mural of former Derbyshire players. Michael Holding, Bob Taylor. Derbyshire, Ian's second favourite team as he went to university here.
No?
As Lakmal bowls outside off stump and Lloyd shouldering arms. 59 for naught.
Yes, it suddenly appeared, the mural. It was, I think it's a very good addition. Away to the right-hand side there.
Yes, there's one in Bristol as well, isn't there? Or quite several murals, in fact.
Nobody wants to see the groundsman's bits and pieces, as it were.
You get arrested for that. Yes, there's a lot of mural work at Bristol, if Welsh fans or Derbyshire fans are heading there this season.
Every other one's WG, though, isn't it?
as that's a play and a miss by David Lloyd, who ended up strangely off balance there as he shuffled across, but no damage was done. And at the end of Lackmal's over, it's 59 without loss. Good afternoon to Alid Burkett. Good start for Glamorgan, he says. Usk Firsts have another local derby against Pantake, he informs us, tomorrow, followed by Newport in the Welsh Cup on Sunday. And Usk Seconds, well, they're in Machen. They're doomed.
Yeah.
Ridian Knox's Barmy Army. Yes, quite.
Mark Wallace, I had a quick chat with him when I went off before. He said, Machen have got a big new signing. He was telling me.
We've had a few new signings. We're trying to.
This is a proper cricketer.
We've been trying to persuade Ian Thomas to play for us for some years. Former Glamorgan opener.
Dalbygan's a new over from the City, and it's just guided very nicely by Salter down to third man, where Lackmal does the fielding. Salter 20-60 without loss.
Good afternoon, if you're listening, Ian. Because he was brought up in the club really as a kid. Surprisingly went on to not play for Machen. I don't think in the first team he'd only been whisked off to bigger clubs by then.
There's Dahl in again. That one is defended by Lloyd.
Ian Thomas still with Morgan's equal highest T20, I think it is now. I'll have to check that. I remember commentating on part of it down at Somerset and had to leave the commentary box to go and do an interview in the interval or something.
Next delivery from Dahl is driven very pleasantly. It's now then it's gone straight through Ryan's side bottom and races away to the boundary. I'd be disappointed with that. He sort of dived over the top of it, almost knelt on it, and ultimately missed it. And it's gone all the way to the fence. And it's a boundary to Lloyd, who moves on to 36-64 without loss.
Yeah, side bottom will be disappointed, and Dahl even more so, probably.
Dahl will probably be furious. I would have thought that would probably sum his mood up.
That's a polite way of putting it.
Yeah. Although he probably won't say anything, Anuj, because he's such a nice chap. Very competitive though. He's in and bowls. That one is driven. This time it's straight, and this time it is stopped nicely by side bottom. His heart would have been in his mouth there as the ball came racing towards him for the second successive delivery, but he managed to effect the stop. Now he's feeling his back. No, he's not. He's removing the sweat from his back to apply it to the ball. I thought he was feeling his back for a moment. That wouldn't have been good.
Yeah, Ian Thomas with that. It is still the record, just ahead of Colin Ingram. Thomas is 116.
Bowls turned down to long leg. There isn't anybody there. That's 4 runs. I thought there was somebody there, but there isn't. Remarkably. And there was a man at square leg on the boundary. That was Sam Connors, who I would have expected to have been at long leg. So Lloyd picks up another boundary and he's moving towards a half century. He's on 40. 68 without loss.
I was moving slowly past a restaurant area, I think it was, at Taunton. Well, Ian Thomas drilled one about a couple of metres past me and into the plate glass of the cafe. And thankfully, it was reinforced glass, because it shattered, but it didn't. It sort of broke, but it didn't go all over the place.
They have like a film on it, don't they? And it just keeps everything in place. Dahl's next delivery is pushed into the offside by Lloyd. Fielded there by Shamasu. No run, end of the over. I was expecting to see Ian Livingston standing behind us about this time, but he's not here yet, so...
I shall continue until he appears then.
If that's okay.
That's all right. We've got 7 overs to go. We can do it.
Oh, I'm sure we can do it.
We can do it. So tea will be around about the 4 o'clock mark, maybe just a smidge thereafter. I've got a radio piece at 4. And, can't... not sure whether I can start work really on the story of the day. I mean, I've written up the end of the Derbyshire's innings, but headlines, I suspect, from the day remain to be to be claimed.
Well, certainly Derbyshire needs to do what Glamorgan did at the end of yesterday, don't they, and pick up 3 quick wickets. That'll be handy.
Another change of bowling. Sees side bottom on, and the first ball is played out by Salter to point. No run.
Billy Godwin does this a bit. It's not like Mal, clearly. He just changed the bowling quite a lot. Just moves them around. Searching for the right bowler at the right end to the right batsman.
Absolutely. Side bottom in and through low outside off stump. Salter shouldering arms. Are we going to see Thompson before tea? A token tweak from the twirler?
I'd be surprised if we didn't. We just said through there to a couple of the lads, will we see off spin or leg spin first? At Grace Road, we saw a leg spin from McKinnon in the over before lunch, and he picked up a wicket with his 5th delivery. So that might be in the back of Billy Godleman's mind. We'll wait and see.
Side bottom, all arms and legs in. Bowls outside off stump, and Salter again shoulders arms. We saw one big pull shot from Salter through mid-wicket, but apart from that, he's been ultra disciplined, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, it's been a good innings from him, really.
It's the sort of lower order batsman who was thought to have the best chance of succeeding, since no one at the top of the order was, apart from Lloyd, was fit and in form. And side bottom bowls, and that one's taken off a little bit, and Salter is beaten by it with bounce engendered by the tall figure of side bottom and taken by Guest chest high.
Well, your book will tell you that he's 4'7". That really did take off. It was taken above his shoulder by Brooke Guest, and it wasn't too far away from the edge of the bat. Mind you, if it had caught the edge of the bat, it may well have flown over the slips anyway, and they have no third man.
Well, the players who's who had Thompson correct at 6'5".
Oh, okay.
They claim side bottom 6'2". Looks a bit taller than that to me. As that slashed away through the offside, whatever height he is, he can't bowl there because Andrew Salter's dispatched it through point for 4 runs.
Poor delivery. There seems to have been one in each over, doesn't there? His first 4 overs were going along at 4, and now he's bowled 4 overs and 5 balls for 20, which is maintaining that economy rate, if economy is the right word.
Side bottom, born in Victoria, formerly Warwickshire. Sporting hero Glenn McGrath.
Still currently Warwickshire. He's only on loan.
All right.
Yeah.
4 brothers, one of whom plays Aussie rules for Collingwood.
Oh.
That is the place in Australia and not the English coach.
Yes, in Melbourne.
72 for naught. Glamorgan prospering at the moment in the sunshine. Side bottom trying to change that. Bowls on leg stump, squirted away by Salter, but straight to short mid-wicket. There is no run. 72 for naught at the end of the over.
If Tom Skinner's listening in the room, two away, if you could go and fetch Ian, that'd be useful. Thank you very much. Ian Livingston from Stumps, Umps and Beer Pumps. It's a terrific name for a podcast. Pretty much sums up the summer, doesn't it? We will hear from Ian fairly shortly. I know Daryl's going to continue from the City end.
Well, at the level of cricket I play at, an umpire is an unfamiliar concept. The umpire is the guy batting somewhere in the lower order.
Yes. Daryl's in. He's only got 1 slip. The ball is played back to him by David Lloyd. There is no run. I should have brought my cap out of the car, because it's at this time of the day when the sun comes around that it starts to get a little bit tricky inside the commentary box. First world problems again. Here we go. Our guest has arrived. Excellent. Dahl on his way in from the City end. Balls to Lloyd. He pushes it up to mid-off. It's fielded by Billy Godwin, and there's no run.
Oh, Glamorgan poddling along nicely in the afternoon sunshine. I think I can leave you in Dave's safe hands to steer you through the remaining half a dozen overs in conversation. And
Thank
I'll be
you.
back after tea.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah. Nick Webb from BBC Wales will return. at some point, almost immediately after tea. I would have thought that one is driven by Lloyd, who's on 40. Straight to a fielder, that one at 72, without loss. Ian Livingston joins us. He'd be fully au fait with microphones, I'm sure, having doing a podcast. I'm going to switch him on. Good afternoon, Ian. How are you?
Good afternoon, Fletch. Well, and yourself?
Oh, very good. Yes, I could do the wicket for Derbyshire, but from a Glamorgan perspective, it's going very nicely. I'll introduce you properly in a moment as Dal bowls to Lloyd, and he pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Now, we got the press release. I must admit, it's poor of me, really, but it says Derbyshire have teamed up with Stumps, Umps and Beer Pumps, which I think is a magnificent name, the podcast to promote cricket at all levels across the county and the wider region. Run by volunteers from Winshill
Cricket Club.
Winshill Cricket Club near Burton, or in Burton, as Dal is in again. And that one is turned down towards fine leg, and it'll be 4 runs because there isn't a fine leg. And Lloyd moves on to 44, 76 without loss. I think the best thing to do, Ian Livingston, who was alongside me, is just to get you to explain in between deliveries what it is and what people can expect from it.
It's a quite simple concept, Fletch. It's a podcast for club cricketers. Club cricketers, club volunteers, the groundsmen who are slaving over the grounds all over the country year in, year out and never get any sort of credit half the time. And we just thought there's so many podcasts out there for international cricket, quite a few for county now, but there's nothing just for pure club cricket.
A very good one for county cricket, call out the crease. In goes Dal again, and that one is driven straight to the man at, he's close in at mid-wicket. It's Matty McKinnon, end of the over, 76 without loss. I think it's a brilliant concept because it sort of gives a number of people a voice in a podcast who wouldn't necessarily sustain a podcast either week after week or month after month by themselves, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And, there was a couple of groups of us within our club who chatted about it before, and then we came together towards the end of last season with the whole idea of what we were going to do, and to make it very much a club-focused podcast. But at the same time, we wanted to talk to some of the county guys and get some links, because clearly a lot of the guys who are out on the ground here today have played club cricket in the past before they've actually come to the county scene. And we followed that through with conversations with the likes of Ian Morgan, who's the chairman here at Derbyshire, and he was very grateful to come onto the podcast with us, and he did a great job, and that conversation sort of pushed us to where we are right now.
Did you launch it during COVID then? Because I know I did a podcast with David Griffin during COVID, because basically it was a way of keeping in touch with people. Well, it was, wasn't it? Because we couldn't go anywhere, so it was a good way of meeting people and having a chat about the game that everybody loves. Yeah,
we launched it in the autumn last year, so sort of just in that back end of the pandemic, and it was at a time when the cricket season's over, and everyone thinks we've got nothing to do when the cricket season's over. There's plenty of admin to be done, as you well know.
New over begins from Ryan's side bottom from the racecourse end, and that's thrashed into the leg side. That'll be 4 runs out towards mid-wicket. That's a glorious shot. Actually bounces straight into Mikey Holding on the pictures on the in front of the groundsman's hut. 64 for 4. Salter moves on to 32.
Yeah, so once we'd launched it, we did a couple of internal podcasts, sort of a review of the previous season, which went down well with our own guys, and one or two other clubs locally picked it up as well, and sort of that, we like the sound of that. So we expanded it into the conversations with the likes of, say, Ian Morgan, with David Griffin here from Derbyshire. We did a cracking snappers special between David and our own club photographer, Simon.
Does like the sound of his own voice. Griff is side bottom bowls, and that's pushed into the leg side. I can say that he's a very good companion throughout the summer.
Absolutely,
but he does like the sound of his own voice.
It was a great podcast, and for the guys who don't particularly listen to podcasts, some of them that was the first one they listened to and absolutely loved it. We had Jenny Moore from Staffordshire Cricket to get the women's perspective and the women's game come through then, and then obviously this has sort of accelerated over the last few weeks as the season's sort of got going. We did a really good round table a few weeks ago with Matt Clark, our skipper at Winshill, together with the guys from Etwall and Mickleover. So got some local clubs. George and James from those two clubs helped us out there.
Side bottom's in again, and that one is pushed out into the offside. There is no run.
And clearly, as you can imagine, we do it for a bit of fun. The club game is a fun game at the end of the day. It gets a bit too competitive, as we all know sometimes. But the best way I can look at it is that last weekend we had Etwell come to our place for the first game of the season, having just done a pre-season preview with them, and the lads all got on like a house on fire. And they all talked about the podcast, and they were all talking about it on Sunday over at Mickleover, and that's what we want to do around the county.
That sounds like a terrific idea. Side bottom balls, and that beats the edge. I haven't seen that too many times in the last hour or so, which is a bit of a shame from a Derbyshire perspective, but that definitely beat the edge of Andrew Salter's bat. 80 without loss. It seems very flat out there to me. But,
yeah. I think one or two of our lads would like a bat on that one at the moment.
Yeah, no question about it. So who came up with the name then? Because it's a terrific name, and it's Stumps, Umps and Beer Pumps.
So we went round the houses, as you do with these things, and if I remember rightly, it was my good friend and colleague Neil Winfield who came up with this. So there's four of us work on the podcast. Myself, Richard Marser, who's our chairman at Winsell, Neil Winfield, he comes onto the podcast and does, shall we say, some of the colour.
This next delivery is defended. It's the offside by Salter.
Yeah, and then one of the most important people part of the podcast is Rick Neal, who's our producer. And he's the one who puts all of the work in editing it together, because we're not professionals like you. So
it's kind of be the same, but I'm not sure.
We do a reasonably good job, and Rick makes sure it sounds half decent. And the feedback we've got, in particular from the guys here at Derbyshire, has been that the production values that we put into it have been really good, and it's nice to know, because we are amateurs at the end of the day.
We're all amateurs. Oh, I don't have a producer for mine. I do it all myself.
Yeah, I'm looking around here now. You're a bit solo, aren't you?
Very much solo. This next delivery is driven out into the offside by Salter to Billy Godleman at mid-off. Of course, Billy Godleman's at mid-off. That's where he feels the fielding helmets are coming on, which means we're going to have less and less time to talk, because that means that spin's coming on. Humorous takes. I'll be very careful. Be very careful when you tell people that you're funny. I try and steer away from that. How often does it come out then? What sort of regularity are we looking at?
So we've done it sort of once every 3 weeks during the off season, and we're now sort of building up to sort of every couple of weeks during this season. Again, it goes back to the fact that we're volunteers and having the time to do it. But we're going to have it once every couple of weeks, and we're probably going to have 8 or 9 where Derbyshire are involved through the season. So we'll cover the likes of the Vitality Blast. We'll do a preview of that one. We'll cover the Women's Internationals when they come here. And of course the big one on July the 2nd when the Indians come here for a T20. So we'll get some really good insight from players, and the guys have been great to give us access to the likes of Mickey, as we did with the episode that's dropped today. And you couldn't ask for a better episode to start you off with Mickey, and he was good fun, very insightful. And as a couple of the lads have WhatsApped me today already, just saying, could have chatted all afternoon. There's no two ways about it. Could chat all afternoon.
I've had several chats with Mickey Arthur, both on and off the record, and he's got some stories to tell. He did 45 minutes with Ian Sky a few weeks ago on Radio Derby, and everybody at the station was talking about it, and talking about his time in being conscripted in South Africa, and the time when he was sacked as coach of Australia. He had camera crews outside his house and all sorts. Alex Thompson's into the attack. That one is cut away off a very, very big edge, and he's going to get 4 runs for it, is David Lloyd, and he's a little fortunate, but he moves to 48 to within 2 of a half century, and Glamorgan move up to 84 without loss. I've got to ask you about your accent. I should have asked you before you came on. It sounds like it might be from my part of the world.
I am a red Scouser through and through.
Oh, really? Oh, dear. So you're on the wrong side of the Mersey. That is a shame.
Oh, no, red Scouser through and through, but lived down here now 25 plus years. Winsell Cricket Club's been my neighbourhood club for the last 25 plus years.
This next delivery is guided this time with the full face of the bat down to third man. Around comes Shan Masood to do the fielding, but it's 2 runs to David Lloyd, who has got himself a 79-ball half century. Well batted him. It's been a really good innings from the Glamorgan skipper. He's, if I can just check, how do I check? That's how I check. He's got to his half century. No, that one's hopeless. With 8 fours. Next delivery from Thompson is defended straight back to him. I just thought the accents mellowed a bit, which made me think that you were just on the right side of the Mersey, but not to be. That's a real shame.
No, well and truly mellowed after many years of business travel.
Yes. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Lloyd. It hasn't been the greatest of starts here from Alex Thompson. He's conceded yet another run. That means so far from the 4 deliveries he's bowled, he's conceded 7 runs. He'd wanted to be slightly tighter than that. I wonder if we'll see spin from both ends. We may well do. There are still 3 overs to go after this until tea. Thompson, tall man, in again, balls a bit too full. Pushed out into the offside. So obviously you have a huge interest in the local cricket scene. Do you get down here very often?
Yeah, I mean, I made it very clear to the guys when we were starting that Lancashire are my team through and through. They've always have been, from playing up north myself. But when you live this local and you got this place on the doorstep, why wouldn't you come over here? You know, we've come to many T20 games down here in particular. They're really enjoyable evenings, and it's for us it's a case of, if it's local, we're going to keep it local, and that's what we want to do with the podcast. Get as many local clubs involved as well. We entertain any questions, any comments. We're going to be picking up on all those little funny innings that go around. There's a guy at Kings Bromley scored 250 last weekend. And,
wow.
I think it was Corcoran at Micklova took 8 wickets for absolutely nothing on Sunday. They're the people we want to be talking to, as well as obviously Mickey Arthur.
Yeah.
It's getting that mix, because we've all got leagues. There's what, 20, 30, 40,000. What's the number of players around the country every Saturday who don't get paid? There are potential listeners.
Side bottom begins a new over from the racecourse end, bowling to David Lloyd, who pushes it out into the offside.
Yeah, we think not only they are listeners, but at the end of the day, they are your county viewers. They're the ones who are going to be coming to the T20s and going to come to the Royal London Cup. So the more we can help to link the club game to the county game with what we're doing, that's what we want to work with Derbyshire with.
And it says, obviously, your volunteers. It's a not for profit podcast by the sound of it, but just to have the backing of the county club must be huge, as in comes this next delivery. It's slashed away down towards third man for 4 runs by Lloyd. He moves on to 55 now. This is getting out of hand from a Derbyshire perspective. Really good for Glamorgan. Then 91 without loss, but to have the backing of Derbyshire County Cricket Club as well. It must be huge for you, just to have put their name towards it as a partnership, not just for the access, but just for the name of the club.
Absolutely, we're all we're not surprised by the sort of feedback we've had, because we know we're doing a reasonably good job. But the credit that we can give to Tom Skinner here at Derbyshire and Stephen Martin, the work they're putting in to help us to pull this together, is fabulous. And 76,000 followers on Twitter.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside, no run.
You've got 70-odd thousand on Facebook, and our name's going to go on there. If we build that listenership, then to get more people down the county ground at the end of the day, that's what we're here for. Cricket's been through a funny couple of years in the pandemic. We had a very strange 2020 with half a season in club cricket. Last year was an interesting season with club cricket. This year, between us at county and club level, we're all going to get a full season, hopefully. So we want to marry them together and make sure as many players are coming down here and vice versa.
Here is side bottom again, in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Chase on here for Sam Connors. Lloyd's run 1. He's come back for a second. Connors puts the slide in. And Lloyd moves on to 57. Partnership and score 93 without loss. Glamorgan in reply to Derbyshire's 368, which at the time they were dismissed, I thought was an okay total. It's now looking to be slightly below par.
It's a different wicket, it appears to be, all of a sudden.
The effects of the heavy roller should have worn off by now. I know they're using slightly different Duke's balls this year, aren't they, which are more lacquered, and then the lacquer comes off and the seam expands and then the seam disappears. I really don't understand all that nonsense. This next delivery, short one from side bottom, pulled around the corner quite violently, and that will go all the way to the boundary for 4 as well. And Lloyd moves into the 60s, 61, 97 without loss now. And Derbyshire in danger of this one running away from them completely here. They looks like with 2 overs to go after this delivery until tea, they'll have to regroup. I'm sure Mickey Arthur will have a few words of wisdom. Having spoken to Mickey, you'll know what an inspirational character he seems to be to me.
Absolutely. We came away so enamoured by the way he spoke about his players. It was very interesting the day we came down and interviewed him, because it was a training day and we watched him on the pitch with his players. He very rarely went near a net. which was absolutely fascinating as a coach.
That delivery was pushed out into the offside, no run.
But we just watched him just wander. Not quite put an arm around someone, but more or less drag them to the side, and just a little chat here and a little chat there. And it was all of the players, just slowly but surely. And that was his way of managing the players. And they've all got their plans that they get given by the analysts, as we well know. And he made it very clear that trying to keep their concentration for a long period of time is difficult. So actually, you've just got to get those messages across really quickly. And I think that's where he does exceptionally well. In the tea interval, for example, hopefully they'll come out of that having had 20 minutes of listening to what Mickey's got to say, together with the analysts, and changing what's happening here right now.
Yes, that certainly needs to happen. Glamorgan will be hoping Malty might come at the wrong time for them, really. 97 without loss. Thompson begins a new over from the city and turned into the leg side. The first delivery by Andrew Salter and fielded by Leas Deploy.
Absolutely. And I think one of the other things that Mickey was absolutely passionate about what he's doing here as a project is that whole story we keep hearing about the project, and the fact that he wants just to play competitive, winning cricket all the time.
Toss from Thompson is bunted down the ground. Good stop by Ryan's side bottom, but they go through for a single nonetheless. 98 without loss. So
it's we're looking forward to watching what happens during the year, and hopefully we'll grab Mickey again later in the season to review some really good wins that there's been going through.
That'd be nice. This one is swept very fine by Salter, and he's going to pick up 4 runs down to fine leg. He moves into the 30s. He's on 32, and the Glamorgan 100 is up. 101 without loss. A century stand between openers David Lloyd and Andrew Salter. Lloyd has 61. Salter has 32, and it's come off just 156 deliveries as well. So it's been a decent lick. No, he's terrific to talk to. He really is, and willing to talk as well, which is nice.
Absolutely. He was really good with our super over as well, which is the 6 quick fire questions that we asked to all of our guests.
Excellent.
Which
I'll be up for that.
I'll do that between the overs.
Well, we now have 8 deliveries, so let's go. Here we go.
Okay.
101 without loss.
Okay, your favourite batter?
Well, at the moment, it's Shan Masood. I can think of nobody else I'd rather watch. Thompson bowls 2, Salter turning to the leg side.
Favourite bowler?
Well, of all time, it was Graham Dilley. I used to think I could bowl like Graham Dilley. I couldn't, but I thought I could.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit of a shame that I couldn't. Oh, now this one's been hit out into the leg side. It's going to bounce to the left of the man out there was Sam Connors. Oh, now then, there's a chance of a run out. There is going to be a run out because the batsmen had both ended up at the same end. And that is a real shame for Salter. He has been run out. He came back for the second. The ball was thrown to the end where both batsmen were, but Thompson had the presence of mind just to put a gentle throw down to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, who removed the bails. And the first wicket falls. It is a run out. Salter goes for 32. Glamorgan are 101 for 1.
Dare I say that was club cricket?
It felt a little bit like club cricket, didn't it? It might be 102 for 1 in the end, because I think they ran 1 and it hasn't been added yet. So Salter will end up on 33, but either way, that was something of a batting disaster for Glamorgan. We'll wait until the official scorers have sorted things out. So I've done favourite batsman, I know it's batter now, but yeah. I'm a bit old school. Favourite bowler.
Let's crack through the last 4 then. So your favourite ground?
Ooh.
Quick fire.
Oh, is it? I can't think about it then. Well, I'm going to say the county ground then. I was here most of the summer.
Absolutely. Your favourite tipple, Fletch?
I like a pint of beer, proper beer, real ale.
From Burton, of course.
I'll drink it from anywhere, if I'm entirely honest with you. But yeah, if you want to say Burton, we'll say Burton.
Absolutely. So one of our favourite questions, your favourite cricket tea item of choice?
Ooh, that's a good one. I like an Eccles cake.
That's a new one to the list.
I like an Eccles. Well, that's my. I mean, I'm from the Wirral, but I now live in Bolton, just south of the Lancashire border. I do like an Eccles cake.
Yeah, we've had a bit of quiche and a bit of Battenberg, but we haven't had any Eccles cakes. That's different. And the final question we ask everyone is your sporting hero, cricket or otherwise?
Ronnie Moore. former centre forward at Tranmere Rovers, who I had the very good fortune to speak to at the Pirelli Stadium last week or the week before when he came to do some summarising for Radio Sheffield, former Rotherham as well. But Ronnie Moore was my sporting hero growing up.
Absolute legend at Tranmere.
Yeah,
absolute legend.
Yeah, top man. Top man.
And they're the 6 questions we ask absolutely everyone our Super Over, which there's a lovely little theme tune that goes with that one that our chairman Richard Marsha sang himself. I'm sure he'll be glad to hear me say that.
Well, if it was the way I was answering them, it'd be like the Benny Hill theme.
Well, we do have a nice little theme tune to the podcast as well, which if anyone listens to it, I guarantee it will not leave their head for a few hours afterwards.
One of those, is it?
It's very much one of them.
I think I've missed my 4 o'clock update while I've been talking to you, and I apologise to everybody back at Radio Derby. I will apologise profusely to Wesley as well. I'll send him a message. Oh dear.
But it's the right time to miss it when you've got one of the world's #1 batsmen, and after this morning, an incredible fielder as well coming in.
That is true, yeah. Labuschagne at the non-striker's end. Final over before tea being bowled by Anuj Dal. Ball is played back to him. The official scorecard says run out, Connors/Thompson/Guest for 32. So it was 101. Or was it 102 for one? It was 102 for one in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew I'd get part of that wrong. It was just never going to be as simple as I thought. As Dahl is in again, that one is cracked away into the offside, and it's fielded out there by Lewis Deploy. The left arm throw gives it away. So 4 balls left until tea. Marnus Labuschagne on strike, and Anuj Dal with the ball in hand, or it will be very shortly. He's going across to have a word with Billy Godman. Where do you bowl to the world's #1 Test batsman? That'll be the problem that Anuj Dal has.
Can you really tell most bowlers, or they just do what they want?
Well,
that's my club cricket hat.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll have a plan, and I'm sure when they had the team meeting, they call it tip sheets in rugby league, where you sort of know, or you're told which foot players step off and that kind of thing. Well, Labuschagne waits down, and Dal bowls to him, and he goes back into his crease, and he pushes it into the offside. He goes for the run. There's a shot at the stumps from Connors. It's just wide to the right, and it almost spelt the end for Salter. Now, they've changed it now, and David Lloyd is the man who's out, so that's excellent. The whole thing's a shambles. But the run-out remains the same. He's out for 66.
Yeah, it was still a run-out.
Yeah, yeah, that's about the only thing I got right, I think, in the end. Next delivery from Dal. 3 overs to go until tea, and that's nicely driven out into the offside by Salter, who I didn't even think was still there. But he is.
Just wonder whether we're going to get a magnificent Marnus no run before tea.
Yes. Yes, I'd want to see an extravagant leave. I haven't seen one of those yet. Well, David Lloyd's still out there, isn't he? 73, that's David Lloyd.
That looks like Lloyd on the back of the shirt from me.
It is Lloyd. They've got it hopelessly wrong now. No idea. Ed Bevins asked me what the score is. It's a terrific question, Edward, but I'm not entirely sure. Labuschagne pushes that one into the offside. We've got one delivery to go until tea. My piece of paper in front of me is an absolute mess. Because Salter's still on the scoreboard, but he's in the pavilion. Lloyd, who it says is out in the middle. It is shambolic. Absolutely shambolic. Anyway, last ball before tea. Anuj Dal in and bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who pushes it up to Saranga Lakmal. And that's the end of the session. It's the end of the over. 106 for 1. I think we can probably... No, we can't, because according to ESPN, yes, it is. 106 for 1 at tea. We'll go with that. 106 for 1 at tea. It means the Glamorgan trail by 262. Lloyd has 67. He's back out there again now, according to the scoreboard, which he is. Labuschagne has 2. The last man out, the only man out was Andrew Salter for 29. Run out, a combination of Connors, Thompson, and then Guest. And we will be back shortly. Ian, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Fletch.
It's been terrific, and I hope the podcast, Stumps, Umps, and Beer Pumps, and you can find it at all good podcast outlets, I'm sure.
Absolutely. We look forward to getting you on it yourself.
Oh, not a problem. If I'm free, I'm there, and I'm more than happy to talk.
We don't pay, so you have to be free.
Yes, I understand that. But no, I've got some opinions. I don't know whether anybody's ever heard me, but I do have some opinions on a lot of things, whether they're right or wrong.
Or maybe we get you and Griff on together.
I'm not. Yeah, we've got similar opinions, but yeah, I mean, I'm happy to rant about the ECB almost 24 hours a day.
Oh, we'll definitely get you on then. Thanks a lot, Fletch.
No, thank you, Ian. And we will be back on the club stream and on the BBC Sport website in around about 15, 20 minutes. Well, we're back again. Welcome to the evening session of this county championship second division match between Derbyshire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan had a very good afternoon, 106 for 1, almost certainly 106 for 1, but who can tell given the scoreboard. We can now say that Andrew Salter was run out for 29 off 68 balls. It was a throw by Sam Connors to Alex Thompson, who then sent it down the other end to Brooke Guest, who actually removed the bails, while both batsmen, that's Salter and David Lloyd, were at the same end.
And it was Lloyd who hit it, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Because I was delivering a bulletin update at the time,
And I
waxing lyrical about Glamorgan's century opening stand, and then it wasn't anymore.
And the problem was I thought they would add another run on, but of course they didn't, because they didn't run 2.
They did finish 1, surely.
Did they finish 1? So they added 1 on.
I believe so.
Well, in that case, how can Brooke Guest have removed the stumps at this end when both batsmen were at the other end, unless they ran 3? In which case he'd have had 2. Here's the leg spinner, Matty McKinnon. We've no idea.
It was a mix-up.
We've no idea what's going on. David Lloyd's got 68. Manus Labuschagne has 1.
Connors was the outfielder, Thompson was the bowler, and Guest was the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, and they were both at Thompson's end.
They were both at Thompson's end. The ball was at Guest's end eventually.
So they must have run 3 or 1, in which case they wouldn't have got the 1. If they ran 3, they'd have got 2. I think. But I don't know.
We haven't got time to scroll back on the video, I don't think.
No, or the inclination, quite frankly. Here's Matty McKinnon, leg spin from the city end in and bowls, and that one bounces a little bit and is chopped away by Lloyd, who moves to 69, 107.
That was a little bit of a loosener.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce there, but it's a leg spinner, isn't he? So.
Right, T 106 for 1, we can say that. Lloyd was on 68 and Labuschagne on 1.
I know it's slightly chaotic in the well, more chaotic than usual, perhaps we should say. It's a bit like baseball when they wait for the official scorers to tell them what's happened. In comes Thompson again, McKinnon drops this one short, and it's cracked away by Labuschagne for a single out to Shan Masood on the cover boundary. 108 for 1. Tosses himself a catch, blows into his right hand on his way in, and that one is turned to the leg side by David Lloyd, who moves on to 70. That is milking him here, 109 for 1. Halfway through the first over after tea.
When are we going to finish tonight?
I don't think we are.
We'll still be recounting that opening stand.
It'll be 6:30 and then some, I think. Blows into his hand. McKinnon in, bowls, and that one is short and cut away by Labuschagne out to Shan Masood on the cover boundary. Another single. That's a single off every single delivery so far. Wicket +1, it says on my scorecard. I think. As McKinnon is in, and that one is driven out. There might be 2 here. Shan Masood's got some work to do. Slides, doesn't pick it up cleanly, and they do get back for 2. Lloyd moves to 72.
Yes, I can confirm. I watched them run too.
But if they ran 2, I was that time
on that occasion.
Sorry, sorry. Next delivery from McKinnon is a dot ball pushed by Lloyd up to mid-off. Billy Godleman does the fielding. It's the end of the over. It's 112 for 1. Glamorgan trailing by 256.
Well, as well to keep your eye very firmly on Manus Labuschagne when he's batting, because he's lively at the crease.
Yes. I'll speak to you shortly.
Okay. I've gone back to...
Excellent.
Crick info to confirm that it was Thompson to Lloyd, 1 run and out. That mix up just before tea.
Oh, yes, because they did complete
Lloyd ran the run and stayed where he was. Hit the ball, ran 1 run. Dave is happy. Ish. I hope he's not returning officer on election night. 112 for 1.
Bowling from the Bristol Sevens, Sam Connors.
Like the man said, Sam Connors in the glorious afternoon sunshine, and this is such a marvellous change from yesterday's Baltic conditions, not quite Arctic, but Baltic. Connors to Labuschagne, tries to flick it off his legs. The ball's run down to fine leg. It is a leg bye. Labuschagne, who suffered at the hands of Shaheen Shah Afridi in the most recent Glamorgan match, being dismissed for 8 and 23. Bold played on, trying not to play a shot in the first innings, and LBW in the second. He watches on as Lloyd plays no shot, and the ball comes back in a bit from Connors, gives the bowlers some encouragement, but through it goes to Guest. Labuschagne didn't play in the first match against Durham because he was still en route from Pakistan, where he'd been representing Australia. Second match against Notts, made 3, LBW not playing a shot, and then a decisive 50 not out in the second innings as Glamorgan chased down 166 to win. It's Connors into Lloyd, who pushes out into the covers, fielded by Duploy. And there's no run as an ambulance goes past at the top of the ground. So we'll be finishing about 6:30 this evening with 32 overs as per usual to be bowled in this evening session. Started round about the 4:30 mark. Connors to Lloyd, who drives nicely through the offside, slightly over pitched. The chase is on up to the deep extra cover boundary, but the ball gets there ahead of captain Billy Godelman. And that's 4 more to David Lloyd, who moves on to 76 not out, 117 for 1. Over rate is -2 for Derbyshire, which is quite early in proceedings to be -2 after just 28 overs. Connors into bowl, and Lloyd will get more runs here. In fact, he'll get 4 more, down to backward square leg this time. Connors overcompensating slightly, and Lloyd, who's strong square of the wicket, dispatched that one away just backward of the umpire for 4 more. He moves on to 80. Glamorgan on to 121 for 1, and Connors needs to readjust his radar. This is now David Lloyd's highest score of the season, beating his 76 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire.
Yes, they need to sort this out, Derbyshire, and sort it out pretty quickly here.
Connors high stepping, little hitch kick as he comes in, bowls outside off stump, and Lloyd gets 4 more. That's 3 successive boundaries for David Lloyd. And Sam Connors takes his cap and jersey from umpire Pratt in a rather disconsolate manner, not looking at the umpire. There's not much the umpire can say, other than you need to bowl it a bit straighter, as that was a half volley. 1 on leg stump and 1 outside off stump. They're all dispatched by Lloyd to move up to 84 not out. And Glamorgan race up to 125 for 1.
19 runs in 2 overs since tea, the partnership worth 22 off just 18 deliveries. And we're seeing a change in the bowling at the City end. That 1 over of Matty McKiernan cost him 6 runs, and he's been replaced by Anuj Dal, who before tea bowled 5 overs for 20. And now the umpire is walking off because they're going to change the ball, I think, here.
Hey ho, yet again.
Yeah.
Do you think we had a Friday afternoon batch of balls heading to the County Ground derby?
Unbelievable.
So it's changed
So
in
we had 3 changes of ball in one of the innings at Grace Road. They are a different, slightly different make / design or whatever you do with balls. I'm sure.
try mostly round would do.
Well, yeah, that'd be handy, and durable would be nice, wouldn't it? Some form of durable ball. Apparently, they're slightly lighter leather.
All right.
I'm told, in colour.
Really? All right.
Because the bowlers always seem to go for the deep red ones, don't they?
Mm.
These are all slightly lighter red leather.
No wonder more runs are being scored this season.
Very batsman-friendly balls. The ball has been changed. I'll make a note of that. After 29 overs, which is pitiful, really.
How's their money back, the ECB?
Yeah, they should be able to get it, shouldn't they? Because that one can't go in a box as a 29-over-old ball. It's
Yeah, that's a nets ball now, isn't it?
when club cricketers probably
Recycle it for the next match.
you'd enjoy that playing bowling or batting against that one, I'm sure. Club cricket. It used to baffle me when they say, "Oh, this one side's bigger than the other." Excellent, I'll have that one then. Let me bowl with that. I might be able to do something. 125 for 1 then. 84 to Lloyd. 3 to Marnus Labuschagne, who's on strike now.
Keeper standing up.
And Wayne Madsen quite a long way back at slip, as this one is driven by Labuschagne out towards Billy Godleman, and he gets a hand to it, parries it, and they get through for a single.
Keepers tend to try to stand up with Labuschagne batting if there's any possibility of doing so, because he likes to bat out of his crease.
I was going to stay up for David Lloyd as well. Brooke Guest crouches down now. Dal gets some final instructions from Godleman and sets off. There's a man close in on the leg side as well. Edged and caught by Wayne Madsen. Really good catch, because that was travelling and he took it away to his right, and Lloyd has gone for 84 from 104 deliveries. That was a really smart catch, though, by Wayne Madsen. It's 126 for 2 now, Glamorgan, still trailing by 242.
Derbyshire needed that one. Lloyd was looking commanding, took 3 boundaries in a row off the bowling of Sam Connors, but then didn't quite get to that one. Slightly wider than the way he played it, and a very firm edge flew quite fast to Madsen at slip, and he clung on chest height going to his right. So Lloyd's top scorer of the season, but having looked that good, I'd be disappointed at not going on to make the century. 14 boundaries he hit. 104 balls faced.
That was a smart catch by Madsen, because that was travelling. He's the solitary slip. He probably would have seen it actually leave the edge of the bat, because it was quite wide of the off stump. It wasn't one of those that's suddenly come around Brooke Guest, or having Brooke Guest standing up going for the ball. But smart catch nonetheless. And now 2 batsmen who could do all sorts of damage at the peak of their powers. Certainly Sam Northeast comes out to join Marnus Labuschagne. I don't know how close to the peak of their powers either of these 2 are at the moment, but
Labuschagne, obviously early in the UK season, he has occasionally taken some time to settle, but half century in the first match at Trent Bridge. Northeast with a high score of 85 so far. Several scores in the 20s, but a couple of single-figure dismissals as well.
so quite good is what you're telling me. Excellent.
In reasonable nick. He's probably would have liked a second big score in the first 3 games.
Northeast on strike. Adal Bolstrom. He cuts this one away for 4 runs first ball. In fact, he cuts it in front of square. And it races across the boundary rope now. Northeast up and running, 130 for 2. Dal can't bowl there at his pace.
That was a little, not quite a half tracker, but it was
Far off, was it?
short of a length, and North East didn't actually time it terribly well, and still the ball comfortably reached the boundary. Both batsmen on 4.
There is nobody out there. Of course, Shan Masood is in the ring, if there were a ring. It is a ring of sorts. There just isn't a ring on the pitch.
It's a ring of fielders. It would be in a ring in the delights of limited overs cricket.
Which, of course, Glamorgan excelled in last season. I believe they won a cup.
Very kind of you to mention it, Mr. Fletcher.
Here's Dahl from the city end, bowls to North East again. That's better. Right on the money and pushed up towards Billy Goldman at mid-off, who for no apparent reason throws it to Brooke Guest. And now by Matty McKinnon, it's worked its way back to, I think that's Sam Connors up there at mid-on. He gives the ball a polish.
Interesting point from Philip Clement on Twitter, which I'll come to
Excellent.
after this ball.
Interesting point on Twitter. In comes Dahl. That's off an edge of Sam North East's bat down to Saranga Lakmal, who's fielding at third man. It goes through for a single, moves to 531 for 2.
He says he's enjoying the cricket, even though he should be in the garden. You can take the cricket in the garden with you, Philip, if you have the right sort of device. Most wicket keepers can bat a bit and are usually quite high up the order. Are there any in the first-class game who are number 10s or 11s and can't really bat?
Well, Bob Taylor always batted 11 for England, didn't he? I think when he was playing Test cricket. That's a long time ago. That one he's turned into the leg side.
Was he that low?
Yeah, I think so.
Thought of him more as a sort of 9-ish.
Well, I stand to be corrected.
No, it's all
by
right.
People who know far more about Bob Taylor than I do. And there are more people who know things about Bob Taylor than I do. Clearly, end of the over, 131 for 2.
The last batsman in county cricket I can remember would be Brassington of Gloucestershire, who tended to bat 9-10-ish down the order. Certainly hasn't been anyone lower than 8 or 9 for Glamorgan on a regular basis since I've been covering the county. As Connors comes in and bowls to North East, who defends to cover, and there's no run.
Bob Taylor, through sheer longevity, scored 10,000 first-class runs. He's one of only 2 players to have scored 10,000 first-class runs without scoring a century. He eventually got 100 in 1981. I'll keep going.
Connors in this glorious sunshine into North East. 2 slips. North East plays gently into the covers. No run. Welsh Notcher. Mike says, congratulations to David Lloyd on reaching 4,000 first-class runs for Glamorgan during the course of that innings. Thank you, Mike. If anyone has any suggestions about wicket keepers down the bottom, do let us know on Twitter, Fletch Sport or NickWeb 2017. Connors is into Bolton North East, to edges and is dropped at slip. Well, he pushed tentatively at that one, North East. It went knee-high to second slip, and it's gone down. Wayne Madsen, having claimed the catch to get rid of Lloyd, should have claimed another one there. So that was certainly no more difficult than the one he took. So North East gets a chance on 5. And the experienced Madsen bends again, hoping for another chance. Connors in to bowl, hits North East on the pad. There's a frustration appeal rather than anything else, I think, there.
Described in this article as a mediocre batsman. And, which isn't, it's not exactly a glowing reference, but I'm sure he batted down at 10 or 11 for England. Only because it was so unusual. Even probably back then, I mean, it was Alan Knott who took over from him, who was a sort of nuggety batsman, wasn't he, at 7-8?
Knott was a sort of, 7-8 sort of batsman. As that's forced off the back foot through the offside by Sam North East. The speedy Dahl is off in pursuit and they settle for 2 runs. 133 for 2. Northeast onto 7 not out.
Yeah, it could be a fairly expensive drop. Well, Mats will be hoping not, but it could be. Poor old Sam Connors, it will have dented his confidence a little bit as well, because these things tend to, don't they?
Yes, I mean, that would have made it advantage Derbyshire, I think. As Connors is in, and that's down leg side, and Northeast tries to help it on its way. Doesn't make contact through to Guest, end the over. 133 for 2 are Glamorgan in reply to Derbyshire's 368 all out. 219 for the follow-on. And 2 wickets down into the final session on day 2. We're just a little bit behind in the course of the game, if you like, aren't we? At this stage.
It'll be gone 6:30 when we finish, certainly.
Just in terms of producing a positive result. I mean,
I'm sorry. Yes, a new over begins as Anuj Dal pushes this one out into the offside. I should concentrate more, Nick. Sorry. Yeah, a little bit, but
Ellis McLucas on Twitter suggests the name of Colin Metzen. He might have been occasionally at 10. He was normally a little bit higher than that, I think. Lost his place to Adrian Shaw as a better batsman eventually.
Dal in. That one's clipped into the leg side off the floor by Labuschagne and fielded by Matty McKiernan.
Even though he was a very fine wicket-keeper, Colin Metzen. Glamorgan in the 90s. He might well have been 10 a couple of times, but I think he was usually 9-ish.
Shane waits, Dal bowls to him. It's clipped into the leg side to the right of Matty McKinnon. That may well go all the way to the boundary. It is going to go all the way to the boundary. Sam Connors is chasing, but the ball wins and crosses the boundary rope. That's a very neat shot from it's Nick Potts, I think, up there actually in the far distance. A very neat shot from Marnus Labuschagne. He moves on to 8 and Glamorgan to 137 for 2. Take my jacket off, and it's warm in here, isn't it?
It is. I might even have to shed the jersey and get down to just the shirt.
New t-shirt for this match. After had a sale on. £3.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, it's nice, that, isn't it?
For audio listeners. It's certainly vibrant, I think, Dave.
Yeah.
Vibrant.
Brave.
Brave. A brave fashion choice.
Here comes Dal, and this one's driven up to Billy Godman by Marnus Labuschagne. There's no run. Yes.
Says me wearing a blue shirt and a blue jersey and a blue pair of trousers. I'm accused of overdoing the blues somewhat in my family occasionally.
Adrian Harms had a very brave lilac sweater on the Friday when Sussex were bowled out quite cheaply. He never wore it again. Dal bowls. That one is pulled into the leg side for 4 runs by Labuschagne. Just whipped, really, forward of square, in front of square into the mid-wicket boundary. He moves on to 12, 141 for 2, and they're scoring at almost 4.5 runs and over at the moment, Glamorgan.
That was a classy shot from Labuschagne, wasn't it? It was
just
not a
whipped it, didn't he?
Desperately bad ball, but it was just dispatched dismissively.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He's a dangerous player. Derbyshire will know that. It's whether you can stop him or not. Number 1 test batsman in the world, Dal, is in and bowls to him, and he gets a leading edge. Bowled Anuj Dal. Ball dribbles up towards mid-off, where Billy Godman does the fielding. At the end of the over, 141 for 2. Sam Northeast has 7. Labuschagne has 12.
Glamorgan's next opponents, Leicestershire, have conceded a first innings deficit of 221 runs to Middlesex, who've made 370 all out at Lord's. Century for Stoneman, 71 for John Simpson. Ben Mike, wrong generation, who was the seventh bowler used, claimed 4 for 15 for Leicestershire, the Running Foxes. As Connors is in to bowl to North East, who defends.
What's happening to the team who are still in the wilderness of the second division, just up the road then?
The team that's play at Trent Bridge, they're still well placed against Worcestershire, but the pairs are mounting a bit of resistance. Worcestershire in their second innings, 151 for 5, but that's only 44 runs in the lead. Ed Barnard is 60 not out. As Connors is into bowl and North East defends back the bowler. Stuart Broad, who I understand is reasonably well known, has 2 for 36 in 13 overs in his first outing of the summer.
Having rested, having not been to the West Indies with England.
Yes, waiting to see who is in charge of England this summer, and we still
Might get a game then. He's going to get a game.
now. Chitashwa Pujara has scored a century for Sussex. As Connors bowls and North East defends. Sussex are 331 for 4, which is already a lead of 108 runs against Durham at Hove.
Pujara got a double here.
He's still there on 109 not out, with Tom Clark on 43 not out.
I don't think he's scored a century for something like 2 years. He's got a double here, and now he's got another one.
Go big. 141 for 2, Glamorgan here. Connors to North East, who plays to cover, no run. Is that a no ball? No, it's just a little wave from umpire Pratt to
Two left.
check with his colleague. There's 2 left. Oh, does my head in this umpire.
So Lackmal's doing his best Eddie the Eagle impression there. As he warms up. Big sweater on.
Yes, you can tell he's used to more temperate climes. Connors into North East, plays on the leg side, doesn't find the gap, fielded by Masood. No run. First Division, Essex in trouble at Chelmsford, 55 for 4 in reply to Northants. 390 all out, 3 for Ben Sanderson there.
Critchley in yet?
Critchley is in and out.
Oh dear.
For 7.
Century on debut, but not much since.
Connors into North East, who defends. To mid-off, no run at Bristol. Surrey ended up with a mere 603, out of which Jamie Smith scored 234 not out. And Jordan Clark, batting at 8, scored 137.
Wow.
There was a stand there of 244 for the 8th wicket for the City Slickers of Surrey. Gloucestershire 18 for 0 in reply.
There are some flat pitches at Bristol, though, aren't there?
Roads.
Some fairly ordinary first-class cricket played there between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire.
Yes.
Ordinary because of the pitches.
Saw Chris Cook bat through the final day to save a draw for Glamorgan with fairly few alarms, and even members of his family following us were not hugely entertained by proceedings.
That's a fairly good indication, isn't it? So Ranga Lackmal is back. He's going to bowl from the City end. Just a couple of overs there from Anujdal. Picked up a wicket. Now it's Lackmal's turn. He's bowled 8 overs for 21 so far. 1 maiden. He's in now and bowls to Labuschagne, who turns the first delivery down to long leg for a single. 142 for 2.
If my mathematics are correct, it's a new Surrey record, unless they've already beaten it this season.
Right.
As prior to this season, it was 222 from Folkes Batty 6 seasons ago. Two
slips for Saranga Lackmal. McKinnon and Madsen, and he balls. It's pushed off the back foot by North East up to Billy Godalming at mid-off.
Have to check old Churchy's Twitter account to check that's a record. At Southampton, Hampshire 11 for 1 in their second innings. That's 17 ahead of Lancashire. One James Anderson has taken that Hampshire wicket. Two teams are almost level on first innings. Hampshire 6 in the lead. Half centuries for Welshman Phil Salt and for George Bailey for the Lankies.
Blackmore bowls wide of the off stump and driven for 4 runs by Sam North East. Out towards the extra cover boundary. Hits the rope now. That was a poor ball, really, from Saranga Lackmall. 146 for 2. Now North East moves up to 11 from 17. Labuschagne has 13 from 15. And the run rate continues to be well above 4 and over for the innings.
Yeah, despite Glamorgan losing both openers, these two have started fairly positively.
Certainly have. I'm determined not to miss Wesley's next news bulletin. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Sam North East. Run 1, come back for a second. In fact, I've just realised there's 2 more to the total, 148. I didn't miss a news bulletin because that's the bulletin that goes on the smart speaker. And they would have known I wasn't here, so it wasn't such a disaster after all. Excellent. I feel a lot better now.
Yes, you've lost me in the course of that. What's the smart speaker got to do with anything?
They have 2 bulletins and they go on the smart speaker. So if you say play BBC News for Derby, you get a bulletin of news from BBC Radio Derby that's not time sensitive. Next delivery is beating the edge of North East bat. Good delivery from Lackmall. Good comeback. So they wouldn't want bang up to date cricket necessarily, because in 3 hours' time, when the bulletin's still on the smart speaker, it will be out of date.
All right. I didn't know that it was just one bulletin. I thought that would be updated every hour.
Oh, no. I think there's 2 bulletins a day.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that common in radio?
I have no idea. No idea at all. Lackmall is in, and that's turned into the offside by North East. It's the end of the over. 148 for 2. North East has 13, as does Marnus Labuschagne.
Just a little suggestion of difference of opinion and where there might be a single there. North East being an experienced sort of chap who's looking to bat for the duration, was not hugely interested. Marnus Labuschagne being an excitable sort of chap who likes to pinch a cheeky single whenever he can. But he went hurtling back to the non-striker's end. At Taunton, Somerset are thoroughly in control against Warwickshire. The Bears are 113 for 7 in reply to Somerset's substantial 4-5-8 all out. Sam Connors with an interesting little hitch kick towards the start of his run. Probably about 4 or 5 paces in, is in to bowl, and Labuschagne defends to mid-on. There's no run. Only score we haven't given you recently at Leeds, where Yorkshire 161 for 3, having been 23 for 3. This is against Kent, with David Milan 71 not out, Harry Brook in the runs again 65 not out. Surely one of the next cabs off the rank in the lottery that is the England potential batting order. Harry Brook. Connors bowls and Labuschagne leaves outside off stump. There's an excitable yelp from Madsen at second slip, but the ball into the hands of the keeper. So Yorkshire 162 for 3 in reply to Kent's 291 all out. Yeah, 148 for 2. 220 runs in arrears are Glamorgan, with 8 second innings wickets left. And one of their wickets rather self-inflicted, as that's nicely played by Labuschagne. Dahl gets a hand to it at point. There won't be a second run there, as Dahl has made good ground back to retrieve. And even though he slipped, he had the ball more or less in his grasp. Single taken, 149 for 2. Labuschagne to 14 not out. Glorious sunshine. Mr. Bevan is returning to duties fairly shortly, as that's defended by North East to point. No run. So Connors will be cursing his luck and having North East dropped at slip on 5 by Madsen. Anuj Dal has taken the only wicket to fall to a bowler so far, as David Lloyd edged a drive to slip. Lloyd 84 off just 104 balls. Salter run out after a mix-up with Lloyd for 29, 103 for the first wicket, 126 when the second wicket fell. As Connors end bowl, North East drives to mid-on, Lackmal fields, and there's no run in the Derby sunshine. So the smart speaker radio bulletin isn't as smart as the name would imply then, Mr. Fletcher. As Connors into bowl to North East, works into a gap on the leg side and will amble through. Oh no, won't amble through. Will turn and think of a second, but it wasn't there, and they rightly decide against it as Dave Fletcher takes his Sonic the Hedgehog t-shirt off for a little bit of sunning somewhere. 150 up for Glamorgan, both batsmen North East and Labuschagne on 14 not out, and you're listening to BBC Sport Online, also available with the video stream on the 2 county websites, so welcome along wherever and however you're listening. Edward Bevan is back with us.
Yes.
Glamorgan resuming their journey after a couple of blips in this innings. As Lackmal is back in the attack from the city end, bowls outside off stump and North East allows it to go through. We had a query earlier on about wicket keepers who batted 10 or 11. Dave was talking about Bob Taylor. I don't recall him batting 11 for England. Was that the case or not?
Could have been. Very much a tail ender.
Madsen was more of a 9-ish for Glamorgan in his time. Brassington for Gloucestershire was 10 quite often, I think. Lackmal then, veteran Sri Lankan seamer, and bowls outside off stump, and it's brilliantly fielded by Dahl at point as we were looking away to the boundary. That one was middled by North East almost. It was pretty wide to middle, but it was cracked away, and Dahl pulled off quite a stunning stop.
4 runs, all over it. Hayden Davis, fine Glamorgan wicketkeeper, before and after the war, played up until about 1956, 57, was a tail ender.
Lackmal bowls outside off stump. North East has nothing to do with it.
Very entertaining batsman, Hayden Davis was. Very much in the Michael Hogan mould. They were greatly entertained in those days by Hayden would probably come in 10, Don Shepherd 11. There's not much blocking going on.
No, Don would wield the willow with some purpose. As Lackmal is in to bowl, North East defends to point. Dahl with a rather easier piece of fielding this time. Don hit a very quick half-century. I can't remember how many deliveries. Very few.
Something like 15.
Is that in first-class cricket?
Against the Australians at Swansea. And gave Glamorgan a semi-respectable total. And he was greeted at the steps by Will Fuller, who was secretary at the time, said, "Well played, Don, you've saved the gate for tomorrow."
Lackmal edged by North East, doesn't quite carry to slip as Madsen tried to scoop it up on the half volley. It's run away to third man. They'll take a single, but the second time they found the edge of North-East bat, that one not quite a chance.
He's filling outside the off stump. I was standing the other side of the ground when that edge, and it was a difficult chance for Marsden because he's a very fine slip fielder, as he showed us when he caught David Lloyd. He was going quite quickly.
So North-East not looking too secure early in his innings. Blackmallet's in to bowl, and Labuschagne tries to straight drive. Just got the toe of the bat down it on time. There's a howl from Blackman as Labuschagne rehearses the shot. I think he was aiming through wide mid-on, actually. Or his rehearsal was, anyway. But that almost got through the Australians' defences. 151 for 2. Still 217 in arrears. Glamorgan need a substantial innings from one of these two to get up to some sort of parity.
They're strong in batting this game when you think of Tom Cullen coming in at 7 and Neeser at 8 and Harris at 9. And of course, Van der Gooten, who scored 60-odd last week or the week before, coming in at 10. And on this pitch, it's such a good batting pitch. They should score runs. Over started this end, and first ball is just pushed away.
Interesting.
Sorry.
Interesting style from Connors. He seems to have a little hitch kick about 4 or 5 steps in. Doesn't quite get going before that.
Lots of bowlers have their mannerisms, don't they? I'm just thinking of a bowler who used to walk 2 yards back and then start his run. Connors to North-East. He's over the wicket and bowls. North-East on the back foot. Plays it out to mid-on.
Tamal Mills has an eccentric little turn, doesn't he? The Sussex quick.
Not a bad life for him. Just plays one-day cricket and probably rather a wealthy individual. The money that they pick up around the world.
Yes, he's had a couple of spells on us with us on commentary for the BBC, and
down at Hove.
Nice lad, came over very well.
Yeah, he's trying his best to do that after his career finishes. Connors bowls, that's played on the up. Lovely looking shot down towards through the covers. It'll certainly pick up 2. North-East will ignore any please or whatever from Labuschagne because you have to be on your wits' end with Marnus Labuschagne. David Lloyd had a scamper and dive in early when Labuschagne came in.
I think North-East has probably got the gravitas and has been around long enough to say, hey, I'm an important guy in this team as well. No, I'm not running.
Marnus says, well, I'm the senior. No. Connors bowls. Oh, that's a half volley and it's driven. Beautiful shot through extra cover, 4 runs. That was a nice shot. And North-East getting most of the bowling. He's faced 31 balls. Labuschagne has only faced 19. And this is developing. Remember that the follow-on, just telling you, of course, in case of collapse, is 219.
Yeah, Derbyshire listeners might be wondering why we're talking about the follow-on, but we have seen a few Glamorgan collapses between us over the years. Hopefully not on this pitch, which is...
I remember Glamorgan bowling a side out for 152. And a colleague of mine said, right, follow on 53. Lovely shot that. And he's been rather expensive, Connors. No for 36 now. And this is his 10th over. And bowls again. This is played up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Had to look twice to see who that was receiving then, because it's a wisp of the wrists from North-East, very similar to one of Labuschagne's favourite shots.
Talking about that drop by Madsen, did you think it was difficult? I did from behind, but I was standing behind.
No, I thought it was about knee-high, which you'd expect a professional to take more often than not.
Lower than that, but there we are. There's the last ball of Connors is over, and he bowls, and it's played defensively up to mid-on. No run after that over. There remains 22 overs, plenty of cricket left. And the over rate is -2 for forgot to see what Glamorgan's were. Did they catch up, or did
They caught up one, I think.
You can
And it
always,
was-
always work one in, can't you?
It was apparently the low end of the ones, so not terribly
Exactly.
concerning. Given they'll have a chance to make things up in the second innings, but you don't want to have to make your bowling changes dependent on catching up your over rate. As Lackmell will continue from the city end into his 11th over, 0 for 29 at the moment. So the two openers being switched around by Godalman. Side bottom and Dahl rather expensive, the next two seamers who came on. So Lackmell it is, who bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Labuschagne. A little bit of a waste of effort, that sort of delivery. Labuschagne is not hugely likely to have a go at it.
Nick, that the Wicket Keepers Union in the County Championship have got together and said, medium pace or anything like that to Labuschagne, you stand up.
Yeah.
Because Guesters came up immediately when the medium pacer was on. And it has undone him a few times, hasn't it, in the last year or so?
As in comes Lackmell, bowls, Labuschagne drives to cover, no run. It just cuts down his freedom of movement. He likes to stand just outside the crease, can't do so with the keeper standing up, just gets into his head maybe a little bit.
Well, he's been LBW, you know, he's not quite sure whether you leave or whatever, but if you stand outside your crease, the bowler has to adjust his length, and as a batsman, nullifies the chance of LBWs. But the keepers, anybody medium pace to Labuschagne, you see the keeper whispering in his ear.
Lackmell then running towards us at rather more than medium pace, bowls outside off stump, and Labuschagne allows it to go past.
Get the impression in every game that Labuschagne plays, the bowler tries that little bit extra. And every bowler that's had Labuschagne out in the last couple of years, again, for Glamorgan, of course, Labuschagne, the bowler has been dancing, jumping up in the air, and quite rightly so. He's still rated #1 in the world. What a thing to have on your back.
You're there to be shot at, aren't you, really? Metaphorically. As Lackmell will bowl to Labuschagne on 14, and he leaves it with an extraordinary pirouette. Actually turned around 360 degrees there, Marnus Labuschagne.
Strictly dancing. They bowled a little bit better. There were the 3-4s struck by Lloyd over before he got out of Connors, but they've stuck to their task and trying to hit that off stump, just outside the off stump, and negate the batsman's chances of getting a free hit, as it were, outside the off stump.
Two slips as Lackmell bowls and Labuschagne leaves, moving away a bit, but pitched wide, and Labuschagne not tempted. What do you think Lackmell's thinking is here? Because he is bowling consistently outside off stump. It's not just
I'm just thinking the same
one
thing.
or two slipping.
I suppose you're going to try and get him to go after it. You'll be, as they say, bore him out. But you must try and get him out. He's only got 14 and he's been kept quiet. But
no sweeper on the offside.
No.
If he does decide to go for it, maybe that's
I don't
something of a
think he
trap.
will go for it.
Lackmell bowls, and he does go for it, and that is why. There we are. He hasn't got as much patience
How right
as
are
you
we?
credited him with.
It's not an international batsman shot, was it?
That was a big, expansive, booming drive that made no contact whatsoever.
Do you think North, he's saying, come here now. Don't you understand? He's trying to bore you out. There's only one ball to go. So he probably said yes. Score remains at 157 for 2, and 6 bowlers being used. 7 bowlers used by Glamorgan. And it's Connors to continue. 0 for 38 in 10. He's bowling to Sam North East. He's in and bowls, and North East is edging that all along the ground down to third man for a single. We've seen a spin from Thompson. He's a bit disappointing, 2 overs for 13. And also, rather strangely, McKinnon only had just the 1 over after tea.
It's usually 1 over before for tea for a spinner.
I wonder why.
Well, Dave's saying that Godleman tends to change his bowlers more frequently than most skippers.
Yes, the boys in the press box are saying that, but it's Connors over the wicket, bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne leaves again outside the off stump. So this looks as if it is the plan. It nearly worked at the last ball of the last over.
Nearly bored him out.
Yeah. You know the run rate is pretty good.
Yes,
It's 4s nearly.
There's no pressure at all on from that point of view.
Connors with his little skip at the end. There he goes, up over the wicket. Bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne is playing a gun barrel straight delivery up towards mid-on.
Do you have an appointment with the language of heaven today? Or
I do. I should be speaking to my listener at 6:45. Asked for a 45-minute report 45-second report.
I think even a man of your fluency, Edward, would be struggling
Well,
for a
it ended
45
up in
minutes.
7
report.
minutes.
That's small beer.
We talked Stokes and his deputy, whoever he may be, Connors bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it beats Labuschagne on the outside. I just said...
I had enough trouble finding a captain, let alone a vice-captain for England.
Well, who's certainty for that side? I would have said Broad and Anderson. If either plays, they'll be appointed. It's quite obvious. But, well, Rob Key said he wants them in the side, so that's it.
You never know from the outside about personalities, do you? Who's the right man in that mix?
In comes Connors, bowls to Labuschagne. Very false shot, and Labuschagne didn't use his feet there. They're exactly in the same place. Tried to drive.
Not quite sure why he's looking so itchy at the crease at the moment, Labuschagne.
We're going at nearly 4s.
You know, sun's out, run rate's high.
Good
Backs
pitch.
of time left in the game. You know.
Go and talk to yourself, Lab.
Well, he's talking to someone anyway. He's always talking to someone.
Wander to square leg and talk to yourself.
Now run.
Last ball of the over. Labuschagne has been on 14 now for quite some time, and North East is on 22, even though he came in after him. Godleman has a word with Connors, and I wonder what he's telling me. Connors is just saying, I know what I'm doing, leave me alone. Here he is for the last ball of the over. Bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne is forward, and that kept a little bit low. And where's Labuschagne? Oh, yeah, he's off. He wants to change his bat now.
Well, that one chopped down into the ground, bounced back up, and ended up trickling towards the keeper. It must have been fairly close to playing on, I think.
He doesn't look comfortable, does he?
Not a happy bunny.
Let's see if the bat will change. The 12th man brings out half a dozen bats. Well, most of us, when we played quite seriously, would always just have the one. So it's probably a couple of thousands worth of pounds of bats, eh? Not that they pay for them. Because
Not that they pay for them at first class level. North East is wandering off maybe for a change of gloves he wants. James Wheel is the man wielding the willows for Labuschagne.
I suppose you're allowed to do that. The umpires did send a man off the other day for bringing a drink on, and he was sent off. Right.
So Labuschagne's changed his bat, and North East has changed his gloves as 2 Glamorgan players hurry off. The taller of them is Wheel. The one may be Callum Taylor, yeah. Prem Sisodia's also been around.
I think he might have gone back by now.
Oh, yeah, is he playing somewhere at the weekend? He's not playing.
3 12 men with you.
Here comes Lackmal then from the city end. to bowl to Sam Northeast, who leaves outside off stump. And
That's the plan, I would think. Mickey Arthur's probably had a chat with them and say, look, just bowl that line where they can't hit you.
on the other hand, it's wearing out Lacknell, who's in his 12th over, as one of the strike bowlers.
Collins has gone.
They've got another 40 overs to bowl with this ball.
Yes. Got to be patient because they're in a good position.
And if the bowlers want to wear themselves out bowling wide of the sticks for a couple of overs, then it's up to the batsman to let them. Northeast gets a delivery on the stumps this time, which he defends to mid-wicket.
I thought after tea, Glamorgan were going to race away because Lloyd hit those 3 fours, and I thought, well, but they have bowled far better now in the last half an hour or so. These two just have to be patient.
Leicestershire suffering from Hurricane Shaheen against Middlesex. Leicestershire 2 for 2 in the second innings. 200 odd still behind. Blackmel bowls and Northeast goes inconclusively at that. And so if you're going to flash hard, he rather ended up hanging his bat out there.
Yeah, it's an indeterminate shot, wasn't it? He didn't know quite what to do. But Blackmel is bowling, it's difficult to say he's bowling well, but he's just bowling a line. And he knows probably if he bowls straight, that is no problem because he'll be able to play him. But they will hope, as you said earlier, that they'll tire.
Signs of hope for the Sri Lankan with this line of attack. That's outside off stump. Northeast has nothing to do with it. And from the Glamorgan point of view, 2 very experienced batters out in the middle. They just need to let him do it and get through 4 or 5 overs for 4 or 5 runs and say, right, well, you've worn yourself out. The ball's older and we can take advantage against the other bowlers because everyone else, apart from Lackmal and to a lesser extent Connors, has been a bit expensive. 158 for 2, Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online as Lackmal is in to bowl and Northeast gets a straighter delivery. He plays to Masood Cover and there's no run.
At the moment, Nick, they're just 2 runs short of 4 and over, and although they've been rather passive for the last 3 or 4 overs, you made the point, why have a dart at everything if you're going at 4 and over?
Yeah, it's not like we've got the last day tomorrow. We've got a weekend to play with.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Weather should be reasonable, hopefully. Lackmal in bowls. Northeast will take a single here, just wide of mid-on. That was safe enough.
And the bowling.
And he'll take the bowling. 159 for 2. Northeast is 23 not out.
Yeah. Described a year or so ago, Northeast as one of the better players, never to play for England. Well, he did enjoy on that lovely pitch at Canterbury for a few years. Then he went down to Hampshire. And then went Yorkshire and then Alone and Notts, wasn't he? But he seems very happy. Don't really know him, but everybody says he's settled in very well. And he will be facing Connors. Sam Connors comes in and bowls. This is a nice looking shot and it'll beat mid-wicket, but that's all they'll take. Let's see now, that was a little half volley on leg stump, which is driven away. What they're going to bowl? I suspect they might just bowl that outside the off-stump line. Side bottom wasn't very impressive, going for 34 off 7. He might come back. Dal, identical figures, but he had the 1 wicket. 7 overs, 1 for 34. And the 2 spinners. But it's Connors to Labuschagne and bowls to him, and Labuschagne plays a correct forward defensive shot.
And the snooker, England's Judd Trump is leading Wales's Mark Williams by 11 frames to 5. It's the first to 17.
Semi-final.
semi-final.
Our colleague Gareth Blaney was, how can you watch snooker for, think of that, Nick, 2 weeks non-stop?
He loves it.
I know. Here's Connors. Hop, step and a jump, comes up, bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne is on the back foot, plays it away on the onside. There's no run.
And Boris Becker banged up.
Yes, I better not say anything, but 2.5 years, isn't it? All the papers said he'd probably go down for 7 or less. So with good remission, he'd be out in just over a year.
Well,
interesting case to follow.
4 charges under the Insolvency Act. Hiding his assets, so to speak.
Mr. Dodd, the late Mr. Dodd, was acquitted, wasn't he?
Got him with his tickle stick.
Mr. Piggott, he of the riding fame, he spent a year or so. In comes Connors. Clipped away on the onside, lovely looking shot. Might just run away for 4 and does so down towards the fine leg boundary. Anything off Ryan? Labuschagne is waiting. And he does move on after a long time to 18. And the score, there have been fun and games with our friends next door. It's not their fault. I'm doing England one of the best scorers in the country.
164 for 2.
It is 164. So I hesitate.
Everyone's agreed on that.
I hesitate for giving you the score. Connors then, 2 balls left of this over. Mr. Fletcher's hovering. So I better get out of the way quick. Connors bowls. And there's appeal and it's not out. Half-hearted appeal. Half-hearted appeal from Mr. Fletcher too. Oh, he goes.
Labuschagne looking to drive.
Not happy with himself, was he?
Obviously, those behind the wicket heard some sort of noise. Worth asking the question, but the bowler didn't really go up. And Labuschagne stood with his what's all the fuss about? Best innocent face on.
Partnership here is 38. Building. Here's Connors. Last ball of the over. Up he comes and bowls, and where has that gone? It's gone too quick for everybody for 4 runs. The yell was catch, but everybody was looking where it was.
Like cricketers of all standards, I think the shout of catch goes up every time the ball is hit anywhere off the ground, but no one actually dived to try and catch it, so it was duly dispatched for 4. 168 for 2. I think Mr. Fletcher is back, and if you could replace me in about 20 minutes, Edward, that would be lovely, or 25 minutes after your address to the nation, or the Welsh-speaking half of the nation, before I... Croeso. 168 for 2. Croeso nôl i'r tîm sylwebaeth. Welcome back to the commentary team.
I knew
Mr.
Croeso.
Dave
I've seen it on the
Fletcher.
signposts.
Gwasanaethau
No idea about that one.
services. I see that on the motorway services a lot, and the motorway signs as well.
Araf.
Slow. Slow. Arafwch now. Slow down now. Glamorgan trying to speed up now on 168 for 2. Lackmal bowls and Northeast plays gently to Masood to cover. No run.
Hasn't got any better in the last 20 minutes for Derbyshire, has it really, since I've been away?
No.
Thompson's warming up at mid-wicket.
Left a bit fidgety, aren't they? Labuschagne has not really enjoyed this defensive line outside off stump from Lackmal and has been tempted to go after it.
He's had a couple, hasn't he, that he's gone after, yeah.
Here is Lackmal to Sam Northeast, who's defending this on the offside.
Dropping Northeast on 5 is not a good idea either, was it?
You wouldn't have thought so from the home point of view, and if you look at the bowling figures, it's only the first 2 really who have, and more or less only Lackmal who's got any degree of control over the run rate.
Connors was hit for 3 4s in quick succession, one in successive balls, I think.
Yeah, well, Lloyd looked to be hitting top gear, but then shortly afterwards he edged Anuj Dal to slip for 84 off 104. Lackmal into bowl, and North East runs it down wide of slip. A genuine shot, but there is a third man in the shape of Duploy, lurking down just to our right in front of the little stand that has the Glamorgan followers flag on it. Downstairs, and the deficit now goes under 200 for Glamorgan there. 169 for 2 as Labuschagne takes a fresh guard from umpire Pollard. Labuschagne, 22 off 35 balls, has had one or two swishes at wide deliveries from the Sri Lankan. This, though, is well played by Labuschagne. Out to point, where Dahl does the fielding. Umpire Pratt can justify now standing at point because the sun would be very much in his eyes were he at the normal square leg position. So despite two right-handers at the wicket, he's staying at point just forward of Anuj Dahl, who's doing sterling work in the field there. Blackmell in bowls, and Labuschagne drives up past mid-wicket. North East was slightly slow to realise there was a single there, but it was comfortable enough. 170 for 2. Labuschagne to 23, not out. Not a dominant performance so far from the Australian Test star, but he has plenty of time. There's a good hour's cricket to come here in the sunshine. Very warm temperatures in the box. Hopefully pleasant outside. Blackmell bowls. North East plays that one away through square leg. There is no square leg. The tall figure of Thompson chases it, but it's eventually fielded by man coming round from fine leg, and they get back comfortably for a second run. 172 for 2 Glamorgan, the batsman out. Andrew Salter for 29, run out in a mix-up with David Lloyd, who went on to make 84. That was 126 for 2. It's now 172 for 2. Earlier in the day, Derbyshire advanced their overnight 282 for 5 to 368 all out, losing 3 wickets in the morning session and 2 more quickly enough after lunch. No one really made a huge impression of today's batsmen. Lears Deploy 32, Anuj Dahl 24, Alex Thompson 21 not out. 4 wickets apiece to the opening Michaels, Neser and Hogan, and a couple to the spin of Salter as well. So he's had a reasonable day, though he didn't manage to go on with the bat, thanks to that difference of opinion with David Lloyd over whether a second run was available to mid-wicket. Side bottom back in the attack. 7 overs, 0 for 34. He'll be bowling to Labuschagne, who tries to pull. Doesn't time it, but has got 4 runs nonetheless, down to fine leg. Something of an under edge maybe from Labuschagne. He was aiming, I think, through square leg, but 4 runs are 4 runs. Labuschagne will move on to 27 and the total on to 176 for 2.
I'm indebted to not Fred Titmus, who says Bob Taylor's test innings by position.
Oh.
He never batted at number 11, but he batted 9 times at number 10, 22 times at 9, 34 times at 8, so my memory was playing real tricks. He also opened, was it number 3 once?
As side bottom bowls, Labuschagne defends. Was that as a night watch person?
I don't know, because he batted at number 4 twice. So yeah, but he wasn't a wicket-keeper batsman. He was a wicket-keeper. I don't think wicket-keeper.
PD on Twitter saying well done on the 100-run partnership for Glamorgan, the opening partnership, which is rare riches.
Somebody suggested that Ken Dodd wasn't done for bankruptcy.
As that's pulled away by Labuschagne for a single to deep square, 177 for 2. I don't think we said that he was.
Did we not? Excellent. Excellent. I'm glad we didn't.
No. You can't libel dead people anyway.
No, that's true, isn't it? It was
But,
tax evasion, wasn't it? Ken Dodd.
But no, he was found not guilty.
Yeah. I saw him broken down on the side of the M62 once when I was driving back to Liverpool when I was at university.
All right.
Waved at him when I walked past. Drove past.
Bet he loved you for that.
I don't think he saw me.
The dizzy man marched on the High Court and pleaded for mercy. His side bottom in bowls, mistimed drive by North East, looking to play through mid-off, ball runs to Lackmal at mid-on. 177 for 2. Lackmal expected to play in all forms for Derbyshire.
Yes, both of them are. Both of them are. The overseas players, they're here for the whole season. The only addition to the T20 side at the moment from outside the club is Mark Watt, the Scotland skipper.
As side bottom runs away from us at the racecourse end and bowls, and North East defends. Has Watt played for Derbyshire before?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought
18 or 19, can't remember which, but yeah. At the same time that Callum MacLeod played, scored one of only three, one of only three Derbyshire players to score T20 centuries down at Northampton. And Safian Sharif as well played in that season, briefly.
I think it's 4 different players who've got T20 centuries for Glamorgan. Side bottom is in, and bowls outside off stump. North East has nothing to do with it. As we checked earlier, Ian Thomas's 116 is still the record for Glamorgan, scored against Somerset at Taunton. Colin Ingram, though, has been productive in that department. His 114 at Chelmsford, I think, is the second best. He's also got one at Arundel. I did find a list of them earlier, which I'm now struggling to locate in the Glamorgan yearbook. Excellent publication, he says, because they gave me a free copy. Full disclosure.
I think the highest score was West Durston for Derbyshire. We see a change of bowling here. We're going to see a return of Alex Thompson. Yeah, Alex Thompson. Yeah, and Greg Smith was the other one. 2008, West Durston. 2010, Callum MacLeod. 2018, so it was 18 when Mark Watt was here last. He was in the Scotland side at the time, but now he's captain of the Scotland side.
So Ian Thomas's 116 leads the list. Colin Ingram, Jim Allenby and Jacques Rudolph, the others to hit centuries for Glamorgan. So Thomas the only Welshman, and Ingram has 3 centuries.
Thompson begins a new over. It's turned into the leg side by Labuschagne for a single. He moves to 29, 178 for 2.
A couple in the space of a couple of days at Arundel and Chelmsford in... Oh no, yes, a couple in the space of a couple of days, because he's got 2 at Chelmsford. I thought, oh, they're different years now. Likes Chelmsford. Smallish ground, and he's taken full advantage.
Thompson, short run up, couple of steps, bowls to North East down the leg side. It's not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest.
Vociferous lot as well, aren't they, at Chelmsford?
Well, we've
You wouldn't play them
Derbyshire
that often.
never played T20 down there in my time here. No. Yeah, 111 by Wes Durston is the high score for Derbyshire in T20 cricket. 104 not out for Callum MacLeod and exactly 100 for Greg Smith. It'll be upon us before you know it. Thompson bowls again down the leg side. That's going to race away for 4 somethings. Has he got bat on it? I think he has. There's no... Oh, no, yes, he has. 4 runs. So I suppose that's a technical chance, but it would have been something that had been claimed by Brooke Guest. Just tickled away by North East, who moves up to... What does he? Moves up to 34, 5? 35, surely. 186 for 2? I don't know. Can't work the scoreboard out anymore. Next delivery is clipped up to mid-on. And there isn't a single taken on this occasion. He actually moved up to 31. The score is 182 for 2. The scorer took a chance of adding that one on. This one is defended by North East up into the mid-on area. Fielded by Leas deploy. Just one more update to come at 6 o'clock from me. That'll do. This one is clipped up to mid-on again. It's Saranga Lakmal, I think, who is fielding there. Looks like him. That's the end of the over. 182 for 2. North East has 31. Labuschagne has 29. The partnership 56.
Good evening to the folk of the Penydarren Country 11, based near Merthyr, who have an international fixture this Sunday while they're playing near Hereford against Mockers Sea Cricket Club. A picture postcard ground, they say, with only cows as spectators. So good luck to the Penydarren Country 11.
International.
Well, anything from a Welsh side over the border counts as an international.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here comes side bottom, starting a new over. In bowls, and Labuschagne defends to point. No run.
That was a cry of exasperation or not from Wayne Madsen at slip.
Remember when I was at university, I had a very frustrating trip back to Cardiff. Got run out without facing a ball. My fault.
That's not good.
Side bottom in bowls, and Labuschagne cracks that one straight to point. No run.
That was an international fixture, was it?
Yeah, Cardiff Uni seconds against Bath. Uni seconds, I think.
Yeah.
And I think it was actually off the... I was obviously got very overexcited on the drive back to Wales, because I think it was the first ball that had been faced by the other guy since I got to the wicket. So it was a very brief stay in the middle. 182 for 2. Oh dear, I said. As Labuschagne turns on the leg side, we'll run the first one fast in the hope of a second, but there isn't a second available. As square leg comes in off the boundary.
Bizarre sporting thing that I've heard in the last 6 months connected to Wales was when Wrexham Football Club, who are obviously going for promotion back to the Football League, had to do all their business by the end of the transfer window because they're governed by the Welsh FA, and everybody else in the National League could sign players for months after.
As next delivery is worked away down past diving gully by North East. Wanted to wait until the ball had passed the fielder. Labuschagne was already on his way, and they're through for the single. It has been something of a problem for the Welsh clubs in the Football League as well, in that they count anyone signing from an English club as international transfer. And that's
clearance, don't you?
That's a bit more paperwork on the fax machine. Do they still use fax machines in the football world? They did until relatively recently.
You wouldn't be surprised, would you? FIFA have probably got a big contract with a fax machine company.
184 for 2, Glamorgan. Side bottom to Labuschagne. Defends into the covers, no run. Yes, several years after everyone else has moved on. Ian Evans asks, is this pitch conducive to a positive result? Well, ask us in 48 hours' time. Glamorgan are exactly halfway, thank you, Dave, to Derbyshire's 368. As in comes side bottom. Bowls. Labuschagne leaves outside off stump. I think the best chance of a positive result would be if Glamorgan were to go bowled out slightly behind, maybe, and Derbyshire setting some sort of target in the 4th innings.
Which seems unlikely.
But if Glamorgan do manage a first innings lead. Can they put pressure on Derbyshire in this pitch in the third innings of this match? The evidence so far would suggest not.
They could give it a go, couldn't they? They could try to pile the pressure on.
Scoreboard pressure.
Yeah.
You'd think Glamorgan would need to get 500 to get any sort of scoreboard pressure on Derbyshire, though, which is a long, long, long way away. They're only halfway to 368. There's another little conference from Billy and Co. Over 8s -2, Billy. Crack on.
Yes, well, he won't worry too much at this early stage. But
Wayne Madsen involved.
they do take a long time to bowl their overs, Derbyshire, historically. I say historically, I mean going back to 2016. 184 for 2 as Thompson begins a new over, bowling to North East, who whips this ball into the leg side. It's going to be fielded by Sam Connors, who beats side bottom to the ball.
Yes, a slightly weary chase from Connors, man who's bowled 12 overs out of 40 odd.
Next delivery from Thompson is just turned into the leg side. He dropped it a bit shorter as he saw Labuschagne advancing towards him, and Labuschagne adjusted his shot. It's picked up by Lears Deploy. There's no run. North East at 33 now, incidentally. Labuschagne 30. Thompson is on his way in. I mean, he's not. He will be in a minute, though. There we go. On his way into bowl 2, Labuschagne goes back and cuts out towards the extra cover boundary for 4.
Well, Shan Masood had been stationed deep at point, but he had no chance of cutting that one off.
Really nice shot. Really nice shot. You can see Derbyshire fielders being all round the boundary shortly.
Including Billy's backstop.
Oh dear, no.
Last viewed here in the 2019 match between these two sides.
I do hope not. I do hope not. Glamorgan now trail by 179, 189 for 2 the score. Labuschagne up to 34 with that boundary. Glorious shot from Labuschagne, his 6th 4, as he goes back into his crease and pushes this up to Godleman. Does the fielding at mid-off. Most of the crowd have, well, perhaps they haven't all hung around. There's very few people in the East Midlands demolition stand now. 1 or 2 with their hands above their eyes in front of the players' pavilion as Labuschagne defends this next one back to Thompson. A couple of stragglers on the members' balcony. And a few in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground.
Bit of a breeze, judging from the flags.
Yeah, cooling breeze. Labuschagne picks up a single by turning this into the leg side. There's going to be a shy at the stumps from Dahl, which misses by conservatively 2 yards. It's well backed up by Wayne Madsen. North East gets into his ground in time. Labuschagne picks up the single to move to 35, surely. 190, yep, for 2. He keeps the strike as well. North East has 31.
As negotiations continue over running styles between these two batsmen in mid-wicket. Glamorgan have already had 1 run out in this innings, which had the unusual characteristic of it involving 3 fielders on the scorecards that denote such things. Connors with the throw-in, Thompson the bowler, and Guest the wicket-keeper at the other end. Side bottom into Labuschagne, drives through the leg side to square leg. And they amble through for a single. Good heavens, the time is more advanced than I thought.
I'll pick up.
And where are we? 8 minutes to it. Better prepare for a bulletin and indeed prepare my close of play report, though I'd better not leave Edward on all the time until close of play. There we are, perhaps I'll get through this over. As side bottom into ball, North East drives to short mid wicket and there's no run. Just a little technical consultation with my colleague there.
Beautifully done.
It's got to be reset the machine, you see, from the language of Welsh to the language of English. Otherwise, it won't recognise the English language, and it'll produce all sorts of stuff.
I'm not having that.
As side bottom bowls and northeast defends on the offside. You won't believe in the Welsh comma soon.
What's a Welsh comma?
It was something I invented during the last commentary against Middlesex. When I said something that could have been misconstrued, and I said there was a silent Welsh comma in there. It's our equivalent of the Oxford comma, you know.
Lost me there. Sorry, Mr. Webb.
191 for 2.
I'm a big fan of the Oxford comma.
Side bottom bowls, northeast leaves. 2 balls to come in this over. Tracked by Vampire Weekend, I believe, as well.
I don't know them.
No?
No.
Okay.
No.
I think they might even have been from Oxford. Vampire Weekend. No, they were American, weren't they? Oh, getting the right twist here. Probably still are American. 191 for 2. Northeast on strike. 1 slip now. And Northeast drives through the leg side. They'll come back for a couple of runs. This partnership came together with a score of 126, so it's already worth 68 approximately. 167 maybe. 193 for 2. Maths on the radio, never a good idea.
No.
Never a good idea. But occasionally needed in the cricket world. The side bottom will finish a 10th perspiring, labouring over.
I've worked out why I've never heard Vampire Weekend's Oxford comma on the radio, certainly.
Oh yes, perhaps there wasn't a radio version, as that's a short ball from side bottom to finish the over. Balloons through to the keeper. 193 for 2 on BBC Sport Online. Northeast is on 35. Labuschagne is on 36. We shall not read out the lyrics of Vampire Weekend's Oxford comma, at least not before 9 o'clock. And Edward Bevan will replace me.
Thank you, Nick. They are American. Most definitely American. Derbyshire need a wicket here, and they need it pretty quickly. This game is running away from them at the moment. I know they're still 175 in front, but I haven't looked for some time like taking a wicket. To me, certainly.
I think what they were trying to do when you were out on your break there, Thresh, was they were trying to bowl Glamorgan. Lackmal did a good job. I thought he bowling the foot outside the off stump, and twice Labuschagne had a big bang at it and wafted it.
Yeah.
And luckily, and you thought to myself, well, yeah, try and bowl him out. But they didn't succeed. And it's following very much the pattern of the Derbyshire innings. We saw that partnership of 182 between Guest and Madsen.
There's Anuj Dal bowling from the city end, bowling to Labuschagne. He gets a little squared up by that one.
No, why don't you? Every time it happens now, every county, I was telling Nick, they must be in contact wicket keepers in the second division.
Because he's standing up.
They stand up because he does like to stand well out of his crease. And we've seen him out a couple of times, LBW. And they all come up to medium paces for Labuschagne.
Dal's next delivery is played off the back foot straight to Dal, who chucks the ball away to Thompson, who drops it. 35 northeast. 36 Labuschagne. 193 for 2. Our Glamorgan.
Only got 11 overs tonight, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, 11 after this one. Dal bowls, and it's nicely taken by Brooke Guest behind the stump, standing up.
One of the joys of watching county cricket is to see wicket keepers standing up to medium paces and taking it cleanly.
Yeah. His glove work's improved massively
Is it?
in 12 months, really, Brooke Guest. Yeah. Yeah. He was always a wicket keeper, but didn't have a lot of play earlier in his senior career, as that one is pushed off the back foot up to Billy Godwin at mid-off by Labuschagne. That century that he got in the first innings will have done his confidence no end of good.
Oh, I'm sure.
His first century as a batsman, if you like, rather than as a wicket-keeper coming in down at 7 or 8. Next delivery from Dahl is pushed into the offside by Labuschagne. They're going to go through for a quick signal as Thompson runs all the way around the ball before putting the slide in. They only take one. Labuschagne moves to 37.94 for 2.
It's been a patient innings by Labuschagne's standards, because he was out against Middlesex at 23, and what else did he get? 8. So that's not the Labuschagne figures.
Dahl bowls on leg stump and it's turned down towards fine leg. It doesn't make much of a contact with it. In fact, it makes no contact with it. Sam Northeast. And leg by is signalled. 195 for 2 at the end of the over. 35 to Northeast, who's pinched the strike, and 37 to Labuschagne. The partnership worth 69.
Yes, and they've just got to plod on, not plod on, but play on as they're doing, because they're up with the run rate. It was, when I left, more or less 4s, and they're not far off it now.
Yeah, still is. Still is.
195 for 2, and it will be Collins coming back into the attack, I think. No, it's side bottom. Side bottom to continue. It had up on our little screen there for a moment, but then it was changed. The score remains on 195 for 2. Plenty of encouragement for the bowlers, and this is what you need when you're playing on a flat pitch, is to keep going, lads. Don't let up. You never know. One ball it takes. And the slip cordon has been reduced dramatically. It's just the one slip now. An arc of 3 saving 1 and a third man. As in comes the next delivery. It's hit in the pad, I believe, but they scamper through for an easy leg by. Score advances to 196 for 2. This is side bottom's 11th over. 0 for 44 at the moment. He burst onto the scene a couple of years ago. He was playing in the Birmingham League, wasn't he? Side bottom.
Yes.
And they picked him out and he started taking wickets immediately for Warwickshire. It's tailed off in the last season or so. Labuschagne has taken a fresh guard. Oh, he probably lost his guard. As in comes side bottom, bowls for him, and he's pulled that fine down towards fine leg. And it is going to get a single. A little bit of a yelp from behind, thinking it was in the air, but it was basically all along the ground for a single. Glamorgan progressed by 1 to 197 and 3 runs away from the first batting point. It's a long way to the first batting point, and then they come quite nicely every 50 runs. There were 3 batting points for Derbyshire, and the batting points will come equal in just a moment as in comes side bottom, bowled, clipped away down towards fine leg and bisecting fine leg and mid wicket for 4 runs. Must have been very well timed by Northeast, and that is the 200 coming up. 201 for 2, and Glamorgan do get their first batting point of this innings. So the batting points are equal. The bonus points are equal, I beg your pardon. 3 apiece. Northeast moved on to 39. He was quickly on to that, clipping it away and bisecting mid-wicket, as I say, and fine leg. Side bottom in again. This time it's a better delivery and just push forward on the onside. And there is no run. 201 for 2. It's going to be a long day, one feels, tomorrow. Glamorgan bat anything like this. Labuschagne has changed his bat, and he's waving again to the dressing room and waving his bat. Does he want another bat? The side bottom bowls. He tries to clip it away, but gets a thick outside edge. Plays it back to the bowler. That's the end of that over. Side bottom has bowled 11 overs for 49 runs. So North East is 39, and closely followed by Labuschagne on 38, and remaining this evening 10 overs, which will, the first of which will be described by Mr. Fletcher.
They'll whiz by. They'll whiz by.
No, they won't. You always think of this time of night. Come on, bowl the spinners.
They won't. Derbyshire will make sure they don't. But it's a good 35, 40 minutes, isn't it? If not slightly more, depending on how many overs of spin we get. Hannes Dahl has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 35.
Thompson didn't bowl particularly well, I thought.
No, he didn't. And we've seen 2 overs, 1 over from Matty McKinnon immediately after tea bowled.
What was that all about then?
No idea. Bowled 1 over.
Okay, you say the 1 over after lunch, but not the 1 over after tea.
He went for
Before lunch, right?
Yeah, he went for 6 and
Probably took him off.
was removed immediately. This first delivery of the new Dahl over is clipped into the leg side by Marnus Labuschagne, fielded out there by Sam Connors. He's got a very good arm, good fielder, Sam Connors, and he throws it into Brooke Guest to go through for a single. And Labuschagne moves on to join Sam North East on 39. Here comes Dahl once again. In now, bowls. That one is driven out into the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Square out towards the point boundary. Lias Deploy is giving chase, but the ball wins the race.
Didn't really time it,
No, he
but
didn't.
again, as we saw yesterday, it's so quick across the outfield. He's bowling hard, of course, but North East getting into his stride now, moves into the 40s.
Partnership worth 80 from 120 deliveries. North East 43 from 68.
If they don't lose another wicket tonight, they will have thoughts of batting nearly all day tomorrow if they can,
Yeah,
and it'll be
absolutely.
a tricky last day, possibly, but you never know.
Dahl is on his way, and that's turned down the leg side off something. It's going to be leg buys, I fancy, when Manson retrieves. And it is indeed. Leg buys, 207 for 2.
Yeah, Derbyshire's third wicket fell at 276. They can follow the same pattern at the moment. They're doing
Yeah.
so well.
So there's where there's hope,
Yeah.
there's a bit of encouragement. This next one is hitting Labuschagne on the pad.
Oh, if it also went hit him on the bat, because somebody said catch. Might have been a bat pad thing, but I think it was hopeful more than a real appeal. Glorious, glorious evening here
Isn't
at
it?
Derby.
Barely
Cloudy
a
sky,
cloud, yeah,
shadows
barely a cloud.
coming across the ground.
Dahl in, and that one is pulled into the leg side, out towards Sam Connors, who backs off the ball, making sure that he takes it cleanly, which he does, and they pick up a single. Labuschagne moves to 40, 209 for 2. Dahl again, past the umpire now, and this one is all guided down to third man. There is a man down here, it's Alex Thompson. So North East moves to 44, 209 for 2 at the end of the over. Labuschagne has 40, the partnership worth 83. Glamorgan trailed by 159 with 9 overs of the day's play remaining.
Yeah, just a little surprised that McKinnon, have a little bowling. If you bowl 3 overs, you never know. Leg spinner gets bounced, and just a change from medium pace. I don't know what you think.
If he didn't fancy him from the city, and then he took him off after 1
try
over,
him
try him from the racecourse then for
Yeah.
a couple of overs. Now, just do something slightly different. That would be my.
Because the batsmen just get in the pace. Every ball from both ends are basically the same. And they know what's coming.
Absolutely.
You give Thompson just 2 overs, well, you've got to give him a chance. And it will be side bottom to start another over, his 12th. And he will be bowling to some northeast. And here is the first ball. And down the leg side it goes and runs away for 4 byes. And, leggers, he got a leg in on it. And the runs come in rather too quickly for Derbyshire, I would have thought at the moment. 209 for 2.
Yeah, the run rate's still well over 4.2. Which is too many.
Southeast 44, southeast, north.
Southwest.
Southwest, whatever it is, northeast 44 is the time of day. Labuschagne is on 40. But it's northeast who's got strike. And the side one comes over the wicket and balls to him. He comes forward. And yet again, you see it all around the country. The man plays forward in the middle of the bat, plays it pretty well, and a shout goes up from
Wayne Madsen is an inveterate shouter.
Is he?
Ooh and an hour, yeah.
It's confidence for the bowler, I suppose. You've got to, as I said a moment ago, keep the spirit going. 213 for 2. Glamorgan might well get their second bonus point this evening. But they'll want to be careful, obviously, towards the close. As in goes side bottom over the wicket. That climbs a little bit on the northeast, and he's a tall man, 6'1", 6'2". Gets right on top of it and plays it away. Sun shining on the committee balcony over there, and glistening from the seats. And the Glamorgan flag is no, that's the Derbyshire flag, isn't it?
On the right-hand side.
Yes.
Yeah, left-hand side of the pavilion is the Glamorgan flag.
Admonish Mr. Hignell, the scorer, for forgetting the Glamorgan flag.
No, it's there. Left-hand side of the pavilion.
Got it now.
Yeah.
It is blowing behind.
Yeah.
Well done. And nice to see the two flags. They're fluttering quite a bit.
Yeah, always good to see the flags up.
Yes, it's tradition, isn't it? Walking just a little bit wearily back to his mark, his side bottom. He did injure a hamstring at Lord's, but he seems all right. As he comes in again and bowls to northeast, he got their 4 runs on from the over, so they'll be quite happy. But it's suspect he'll be taken off, and probably, as Godleman's thinking, we'll have another seamer on, which doesn't really make all that much sense.
I can't imagine he's going to bring Lackmal back this evening, because Lackmal's bowled 13 overs, and there's plenty more overs to bowl tomorrow, by the look of it. So the Sri Lankan is probably done for the day. Connors has bowled 12 overs for 48, so...
Still side bottom, comes in and bowls, and short, chopped away down towards third man. It's a chase, and it stopped just inside, and they only take a single. And, excuse me, that'll tell you that was a smart bit of fielding. Is that Thompson down the third?
Connors down there.
Connors.
He's
He's quick. I saw him yesterday pick up and return.
Yeah, brilliant in the field.
5 runs off the over, takes the score to 214 for 2. Northeast is 45. Labuschagne threatening now on 40 for 61 balls. And he is a player that once he gets 40 or 50, he just goes on.
Yes, indeed.
Which, of course, I've just put the...
that should do it. Thank you very much, Edward.
The hooks. Yeah.
Well, we've already seen 1 half-century from Glamorgan player today, David Lloyd, who was 16 shy of a century.
Lovely 84.
Yeah, it would have been the 14 fours he hit. And Andrew Salter may well have gone on to get a half-century had he not ended up at the same end as Lloyd and was run out. Here's Anuj Dal in and bowls to northeast. It pushes this into the leg side. Neat piece of fielding from Matty McKinnon. Tumbling away to his left-hand side to stop the ball. 214 for 2. It remains inside the final half hour now, but it's going to be 7:15. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, he too is. That's 1 ball.
Going to be tight to get to an interview and get back here to do a post-match. As Dahl is in bowl short and played away.
Beautiful shot for 4.
Off the back foot, out to the boundary at cover, and northeast moves to 49.
And I think this strengthens our point, Dave, because let's be honest, again, I'll put the kiss of death, but ball isn't doing anything from the medium paces. It's just stand, hit, leave, no deviation. So try something else.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the scores are just
Anything,
nearly
anything
rocketing
else.
at the moment.
Anything would be good at this stage.
Got Madsen on. I've seen him take wickets with the
Yeah. That deploy ball's a bit of left arm.
anything. Here's the next ball. Yeah.
Darrell's bowls, and it's pushed out up towards a wide mid-off where Godalming does the fielding by
We were
Sam Northeast.
playing Derbyshire where Alan Donald and Aaron Donald got a double 100. Anyhow, second innings, Glamorgan went in, and Mark Wallace, who was a year earlier on, was batting and opening the innings. Played quite beautifully, raced to a 40 or 50. Last over before tea.
Darrell bowls, and he's fielding off his own bowling as Northeast pushes it back to him.
And I think it was Godwin who was captain, probably. He calls Madsen to come up the exploratory over. Second ball, he gets one Mark then, full of confidence, reverse laps, straight into the hands of square leg, and they walk off and have tea.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only over he bowled. So, it does prove a point.
Yeah, he has been known to pick up the odd wicket or two. That one is pushed by Northeast up to mid-on. And it's fielded by Saranga Lakmal. And again, there's no run. I'm sure other people are more fortunate than us, and they'll be slightly less fortunate down to Lords, where the bad light has stopped play. With Middlesex, Leicestershire 37 for 3, 184 behind against Middlesex. That one is off an inside edge out into the onside, where Madsen was very excited. Northeast survives. He remains on 49. Labuschagne has 40, 218 for 2. Glamorgan trail by 150. They have reached Stumps at Hoe, which is a terrific effort. Sussex 362 for 5, leading by 139.
They could win their first game.
And hats off to Worcestershire, who were in all sorts of trouble earlier on today. They're now 211 for 5.
Are they?
And leading by 104.
They were, the 19 for 3.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting they're going to win that game by any stretch of the imagination. But
They're making a fight of it, aren't they?
Barnard, 96 not out. And Ben Cox, 46 not out. And they came together with the score on 99. So they've added 112 so far for the 6th wicket. Good effort. Here is Wayne Madsen. There you go.
Yes.
Edward.
7th bowler used. And I would have bowled the leg spinner, but he'd probably get a wicket now I've said that. Madsen to bowl is off spin from the commentary box end or the racing end. Oh, it's a full toss. Let's hit back to the bowler. A little bit of a freebie that. He was trying to find the gap between cover and extra was Labuschagne. He's on 40. Labuschagne tosses this one up and it's clipped away gently for a single by Labuschagne, which takes the score to 219. 7 runs away from the 100 partnership. Sam Northeast takes guard. There's a slip for the drifter, probably, that goes away with the arm. And Hudson, a couple of steps, comes up and bowls. And he's got him. No, I thought he'd run him out because the umpire put his hand up. Smart bit of work by Madsen because he hit it back hard, is it Northeast, and quickly the batsman went back and he said, I thought he was smiling and laughing was Madsen. What are your thoughts?
I think it would have gone upstairs. I think it was
without
close.
doubt.
I think it was very close because Labuschagne, as you say, backing up, and Watson whipped the ball through, didn't he, to the stumps?
There he bowls again. Oh, it's outside the leg. Stumpy, he's given him. Well, he tried to sweep that, and he's given him LBW, and Madsen strikes. Well, we have been saying it.
Who'd have thought? Eh? Who'd have thought? Ed?
Well, I did.
Well,
I'd
quite.
say, you know.
Well, just crying out for something different to the
Yeah.
medium pace, wasn't it? Just crying out for something different to the medium pace, and I think that's Wayne Madsen's first wicket of the 2022 campaign. It certainly is. He'd only bowled 19 overs prior to this one. Economy rate of 2.9. He now has a an average of 56.
North East is LBW, followed by Max
But
for 49.
he was heading towards, well, certainly to a half century, and who knows what beyond that. The pair of them added
88.
93.
Was it? I thought
think.
126. Well, you know, the scoreboard's been played.
I think 93
Was it?
New batter for Glamorgan,
of 140 balls.
Kieran Carlson.
Kieran Carlson coming in at an awkward little time.
Well, his mum will be happy.
Yes.
She's going to get to see him bat.
She's gone back for dinner early.
Yes, that would have been terrible, wouldn't it?
But we got 6 over there. No thoughts of Tim van der Gooten appearing as night watchman.
And what happened last night, Edward? What happened last night when Derbyshire were in a very similar position? They had 2 set batsmen, Brooke Guest and Wayne
That's
Madsen.
right.
Both of them were out, and the night watchman, Sam Connors.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, from looking at a very, very impressive position, they ended up 5 down at the close.
And a wicket in the first over this morning.
Wicket in the first over this morning, and before you know what's happening, you're only making 368 rather than 450, 500. Remarkable game, cricket, isn't it? Remarkable.
And there's the follow-on averted. So, Madsen strikes in his first over, in fact, with his 5th ball. And he will be bowling now to Kieran Carlson. And Carlson gets the first ball and gently pushes it out onto the onside. He was trying to sweep there, was Sam Northeast. Given out by Pratt, and here's the last ball of the over. And that is the end of an over where Madsen takes a wicket and is in that first over. We have still got remaining 6 overs. And the batsmen converse. And the old adage, of course, take 1, you take quickly, could take 2. And as you said, changes the complexion of the game.
Very excited by Gary Charlesworth's tweet, who rather than calling it the commentator's curse, has called it the commentator's kiss. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Gary. And you've got your wish, you've got the wicket.
And another bonus point for Derbyshire.
Yes, yeah. 4 in the game now, still plenty of time in that respect. Still another 50-odd overs. Dahl begins a new over from the city end, bowling to Labuschagne, and plays it out into the leg side where it's fielded by Matty McKiernan. And there is no run.
Anish Dahl has got how many balls? He seems to be in ball quite a lot. This is his 11th over, 1 for 46. But Labuschagne will know there's only a few overs left. And
Dahl's in and bowls. Germany beats him.
yeah, nice
Just
little away swing
plays
of that.
forward. He shakes a shake of the head from Labuschagne. Not happy with either the shot or what the ball did, but goes for a little walk.
Teasing, nagging, little dobbers, as they're called.
He's capable of bowling a quick one as well, though, is Dahl. Who's in again, and Labuschagne just dabs that backward square on the offside. What a great stop by Wayne Madsen. Diving away to his left hand.
Did you see Dahl stop earlier on?
Good
cover.
Yeah, he's an astonishing fielder. Yeah, astonishing.
I'll give you another ex-Derbyshire player who used to come on occasionally and break a partnership was Kim Barnett.
Yes.
His legs break.
Next delivery from Dahl is driven by Labuschagne, but not timed. Phil Castleman makes a bit of a meal of fielding that one, diving to his right. Polishes the ball furiously on the back of his left leg. Yeah. I've seen Kim for a couple of years now. He used to be a regular in the press box when he was head of cricket, director of cricket, whatever he was. His next delivery from Dahl is pushed out into the offside.
Bit of movement there, wasn't there? Because he was looking to play it squarer than that. Ended up.
It is remarkable. You were talking before about the similarities between the 2 innings, and they've continued, really. Incredibly.
Yeah. No slips to talk of. all run saving now.
Dahl comes in again, and that one is pushed back of the square on the offside. In off the boundary comes Alex Thompson to do the fielding, and they get a single. Labuschagne moves on to 42. 220 for threes, also pinched the strike, so Mrs. Carlson won't get to see her Kieran bat just yet. Well, he has faced a couple of deliveries, but...
Both looking at the scoreboard, the batsman, and probably saying, 30 balls left tonight. We're not going to take any chances and come out here after a night's rest and have a look at it tomorrow. And Watson, obviously, is going to continue from the racecourse end here at sunny sun-kissed Derby. I've often said that in my visits to Derby. But
not in recent times, certainly, no.
Not on our visit here. Last year I came up because Nick was not well, and we sat here chatting all day because we didn't bowl. That was the Royal London, I think.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Madsen then to bowl his second over is bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, who comes down and has lofted him over mid-on for 6. Yeah.
No, it's a 6. It's a 6.
I thought he just landed outside.
It was a 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Saranga Lakmal confirms it was a 6 when Madsen has a look at him and says, stay back there on the boundary.
Shot I would have played at 4 overs left or whatever. There's Madsen again, and he goes back and plays him through the covers and is going to get a run. He might come back for a second, Carlson. Yeah, he's very, very quick. So is Labuschagne. And theatrical attempt by Madsen to run him out. And that's Labuschagne's 50, second 50 of the season, undefeated half-century against Notts. Generous applause from this knowledgeable Derby crowd. And there's 8 runs then off the first 2 balls. 2 to 8 for 3.
6 fours, 1 6, 71 balls.
It's a big hit, isn't it?
Yeah.
6, really. Madsen to Labuschagne, bowls to him, and Labuschagne goes back, hammers that out to deep extra cover. And they just go through for a single. Carlson yet to score, 2-9 for 3. And Madsen bowls to the right-handed Carlson, who comes forward, and Madsen again, rather, there's a bit of a meal of that, diving away to his left. He had a man right behind him. You never like to be struck off your own bowling. At least he gets through the over rather quickly. Madsen bowls, and Carlson's not interested, just pushes back down the line. Yeah, is Madsen bowls, and he's off the mark. He'll get a couple here. Carlson is pushed away. They'll think of a third, possibly, though, decide against it. So what have we had? 6, 8, 9, 11 off the over. I think if my maths is right.
You get 2 off that last ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's done his job. He's got an important wicket. And Madsen having a little chat with wicket-keeper guest. I wonder what they're talking about. 4 overs left. And it will be bowled by Anjum Dal with a steady spell here.
Yeah. His current spell is 4 overs. 4 overs for 13.
Settled for that on a good pitch.
2 more spectators leaving the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. And here comes Anuj Dal bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, who defends this one.
Time for supper.
I think so. I'm starting to get peckish myself.
I don't know if you've been to Scarborough. You must have. That wonderful ground at Scarborough. A hugely popular venue for the holiday makers in August, when Yorkshire always try and play there and get a very big crowd. I'll let you describe this ball.
Should be bowled by Anuj Dal. Labuschagne waits and goes back into his crease, forces it back on the square on the offside. Madsen field.
You'll see at about this time, 6:30, by the side screen, by the press box, you'll see lots and lots of the bowling's the other end, people drifting away. And I once asked them, why do they go? Well, they go for the first sit-in at the bed and breakfast at 6:30, second sit-in 7:30.
Dull bowls, a mistimed drive by Labuschagne up to Billy Goldman at mid-off. Well, if you paid for full board, you don't want to be missing your evening meal, do you?
No. And the gentleman of the press years ago, of course, with the ritual, would write up, finish, and go across to the Albert, most popular pub, and they'd have their fish and chips later on.
Dull bowls pushed out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, who is Shan Masood. Moves to 52, does Labuschagne, 232 for 3. Glamorgan trailing by 136.
Great traditions in Scarborough. And remember our great friend Dave Callaghan, who I worked with for many years.
Yes.
Sorely missed up there, commentator.
Indeed.
One of the nicest men you could meet.
Comes down bowls to
Chart.
Carlson, who's off the mark with a... No, he isn't. He's already got 2. He strikes a very nice boundary out to the cover region. Picks up 4 runs. He moves to 6, 236 for 3.
One of the shots of the day there.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
We'll get a second bonus point. One wonders tonight. The way they're playing, it doesn't seem to matter that they're playing for the morrow.
No. 3 overs and 1 ball left in the day's play.
Isn't it awful? I'm thinking of what to have for supper tonight. Already.
I'm going to send a text in a minute. Then I'll know what I'm having. Here comes Hannes Dahl again in and bowls to Carlson, who gets one that pops a little bit on him.
Doesn't it?
Pops a bit on him, and he plays it nicely down to a wide third man, but it's fielded by Thompson. And it's the end of the over. Carlson pinches the strike, moving on to 7. 237 for 3. Labuschagne has 52. Glamorgan trailed by 131.
And everyone that has popped has been this end. So maybe a little spot there. 18 balls, 18 legitimate balls remaining. And Madsen he's done his job, but he's now been taken off. 1 for 12. And he is going to be replaced by Lakmal. We'll have so 3 remaining. That means Lakmal was going to have 2, and he'll be bowling to the relatively new batsman, Kieran Carlson.
That's all about reading the game, isn't it, Edward? I said that Lakmal wouldn't come back on tonight.
What do we know?
I know absolutely nothing. No, clearly. Hidden balls to Kieran Carlson, who just turns it into the leg side. It's fielded by Masood. I suppose a new batsman, it sort of makes sense to bring your...
and 2 slips, I agree with that.
Yeah. Try and attack, try and pick up a wicket, perhaps get a night watchman in, nick him out, and all of a sudden it's as you were overnight for thereabouts, certainly. Derbyshire with 282 for 5 overnight. So 8 wickets have fallen today. It's not impossible to get wickets. There's Lakmal bowls, nicely played by Carlson. A very strong shot out towards the point boundary. Dahl gives chase, gets there, puts the slide in.
I think by now Tim van der Gooten might have his pads on.
Yeah.
3 overs to go. We'll come in, as he always does, at number 10. I think it was at knots, and defied the knots attack to score 63. Tailenders do bat these days.
In goes Lakmal, and that is defended with a very straightest of straight bats by Carlson. I wasn't quite sure what the excitement behind the stumps was about there, because that was a beautifully executed defensive shot.
A measured innings, I think, is the best adjective to describe Labuschagne. You know, you have seen him in the past, and he's really gone from the first ball and played some magnificent shots, but he knows that he hasn't had runs in the last couple of innings, so he's played pretty well, I think. A couple of wafts outside the off stump. Second slip comes out, and he's gone on the drive, the old silly mid-off position.
It's McKiernan as Carlson edges this one through to the keeper, and he's gone. A very, very extravagant looking drive from Carlson. You can hear the nick in the effects microphone. And Carlson, well, he's thrown it away a bit there. He's gone for 9. Lackmal has his first wicket. And all of a sudden, things are just starting to turn around for Derbyshire. It's 239 for 4 now, Glamorgan trailing by 129.
Not quite the shot to play with a couple of overs. It was wide of the off stump. He stood there, but I think it was more in disappointment than anything. And this is exactly what happened last night.
Incredible, isn't it?
It is, really.
You're absolutely... Well, you spotted the similarities a lot earlier than I did, before these 2 wickets have fallen, but hats off to Saranga Lackmal for keeping going.
He has kept going.
Yeah, I mean, it is only his 14th over, but he's had precious little reward, it has to be said. And all of a sudden, he's picked up 1. There may well be a night watchman. We'll just wait to see who comes down the steps. And, well...
Yes,
this is why we love this form of cricket, though, because
things happen.
It's just flowed beautifully over the course of the 2 days so far, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
9 off 11 for Carlson, who, an over before, played a couple of glorious shots.
This doesn't look like Chris Cook. It does look
a bit tail end batsmanish.
Well, it looks like Van der Gooten to me, but the sun, and we're about 130, 40 yards away. And the 2 batsmen will have a chat.
Let's shut up shop here. We've got 14 deliveries left in the day. Fewer if a wicket falls in the final over, of course.
Yeah, Van der Gooten.
There we go. So there you've got a night watchman. We know what happened to the night watchman last night. Sam Connors, he lasted 3 deliveries. Lackmal has got 2 more balls left of this, his 14th over. 1 for 36, his figures now. And all of a sudden, things...
Still a deficit.
Change.
129 at the moment.
29 behind.
Well, we got 2 overs left. So the bowling changes have worked perfectly for Godalman in the last 20 minutes.
There is Lackmal bowling to Van der Houten, who just pushes this out into the offside with the full face of the bat, despite what you've heard from the slip cordon.
It did look, actually, that was reversed, because it was going and then very, very quickly came back.
I'm certain that if he'd have missed it, there'd have been a huge shout for LBW, but the fact that he hit it with the middle of the bat rather precludes the leg before. But it's been a good fight back from Derbyshire. It just shows you that
it has.
You've just got to keep going. It's as simple as that.
214 for 2 comes 239 for 4.
Yeah. There it is. Lackmal on his way in. Bowls. That one is defended fairly comfortably.
It's nearly 20 to 7, would you believe?
Yes, I would believe it, I'm afraid.
Yeah. And are you driving home tonight?
No, I'm stopping down here at a pal's house, so all good in that respect, I'm delighted to say.
Yeah. You wouldn't fancy a 1 hour and 40 or whatever it is?
No, not really. I mean, I have done it, obviously, but it's the cost of petrol as much as anything.
It's ridiculous. I had about £80 into my car the other day.
Mad, isn't it? Mad. I don't think I could put that much petrol in the car.
You see, in that budget, it was said, and it was down to 170, but it's crept up 3 pence in the last, the suppliers are not going to, we've got to spend at both ends. We've got a left arm spinner.
Liz deploy. Of the Welsh Fire. Talking to Mark Wallace about him earlier, he said he's very reluctant to bowl.
Well, there's only Guest and Godalman who haven't bowled in this innings.
Yeah.
Left arm spin, and he will be bowling to Marlis Labuschagne, who's on 52 at the Gooten. What you do in these circumstances is push one and subject, as he's there for it.
Just add Shan Masood's name to that list.
It is,
Yeah.
yeah, of course he hasn't
He
bowled.
does bowl though.
Here's the first ball coming, and it's driven back down the pitch, and it is 8. I think I better go back to school.
I only did it because I just counted them then, trying to work out who we'd missed.
Deploy comes in, bowls, and he plays it back down the pitch. There's a yell. Yeah, you do get a bit twitchy at this time of day, don't you, with an over to go, over and a bit to go. Yeah. And he's coming around the wicket from the city end. Deploy, bowls, and Madsen drives down to long off for a single. And as he passed Andagut, he said, over to you, pal, for the next 9 balls or whatever it is.
Yeah. Face 3, get a single, get up here.
Take my gloves off.
Face 2, in fact, get up here.
Doubt if Glamorgan will get their 3rd batting points tonight because 9 balls, 10 runs, and Labuschagne is having a little chat with Van der Gooten. The 2-3 balls he's bowled have come in with the arm as opposed to the natural ball that goes from a left-arm spinner, which is away from the bat. Here he is again, comes in, bowls, and that's far too wide of the off stump.
Tried a little tempter.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to be fooled into playing that.
He's certainly not going to charge down the pitch. Deploy says, I want to change in the field. I don't want a deep mid-wicket, and I'm going to bring him in, and I'm going to shift my square leg into a second slip, probably to kid the batsman that he's turning the ball.
Yeah.
And he's asking possibly for one on the drive. He's got a man on the drive, but he's a little deep, not the bat pad. 6 men on the offside then. The 10's finished to the second day. Deploy is making Van der Gooten wait, and now
What the hell that?
there'll be more delay.
For a fielder, and Labuschagne's decided that he'll have something while they're out there. No point in finishing any earlier than we need to.
It certainly won't be a drink because he'll be ushered off the field. He's sent him up to deep mid-wicket. And he's, what is going on here? I
Ordinarily,
think the referee is having a chat with the captain.
see, ordinarily, the man who goes under the hat close in is
What's happening there? Sorry to interrupt you.
it's Lewis Deploy. So Marnus Labuschagne wants something. Lewis Deploy has just bowled a practice delivery that's been completely missed by Saranga Lakmal. It's actually
It's all going on,
It's
isn't it?
actually rolled all the way to the boundary at the far end. And it looks to me as though we're going to see
Bat pad.
Anuj Darlin at bat pad.
So all we want now is a full toss and hit him for 4.
Yeah. And there's all sorts being brought out here. There's Marnus Labuschagne's got a selection of bats and some new gloves. There's a helmet being brought out for Anuj Darlin. I hope it's got the protector in it, otherwise we'll have to wait for that. Remarkable. Remarkable. All the time the over rate remains at -2. I'm surprised it hasn't gone to -4 in the time we've been waiting.
Well, sometimes they do put it at the close. You know, they don't bother with in the sessions. Right, we have now got 2 slips and a man at that pad. Wicketkeeper standing up. Van der Gooten has got to face 2 balls as Deploy comes round the wicket and bowls, and he bowled it on the leg side, which is a good take by Guest. Yes.
I mean, he's very much an occasional bowler, Liz.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. I think Van der Gooten should look for a single here. And it comes, and he's hit it to cover, and there is no run. Well, that was a very ordinary over from Deploy in the end. And we come to the last over of the day, and the score is 240 for 4. So Glamorgan trail after another hugely entertaining day. Proper cricket, as we'd say.
Yes.
The deficit is 128. And we could, if Glamorgan bat well, get a position tomorrow where we all start again.
Yes, we have
A small deficit either
a
side.
one innings match with not half a game left. That's the problem now, isn't it?
Yeah.
The closer Glamorgan get, the less
Chance of a
they
positive
have to
victory.
go a long way beyond us. And as you said, if they can bat all day tomorrow and they go beyond Derbyshire, they might be able to exert a little bit of pressure.
No,
it's,
what would make Derbyshire's day would be for
wicket in this
Labuschagne to go.
We saw one in the last over last night, didn't we? Because there were two. It was the fourth ball of the final over last night. Let's see if history repeats itself. 240 for 4. Saranga Lakmal is in and bowls to Labuschagne, who turns this one into the leg side.
I think it is reversing because he played that. It came across from the off stump. Like me asking Steve Watkin, the former Glamorgan fine bowler, opening bowler, can you explain to me when all this came out, what is reverse swing? He said an in-swinger, full stop. When you think of it, Tez.
It's been going on for a while, but then it suddenly got a new name, didn't it? And all of a sudden everybody was an expert in it.
Edward, don't worry, he's just an in-swinger. But I suppose it's the action which deceives them.
Yeah, yeah.
When it goes away and then nips back. 5 balls to go.
Lakmal past the umpire, balls to Labuschagne, who drives into the offside, straight to Billy Godwin, who hurls the ball back to Brooke Guest. They would dearly love Labuschagne to have 2 batsmen overnight who...
New batsman in the morning.
Yeah, brand new batsman in the morning rather than Labuschagne in the morning. They'll be hoping perhaps for a little more cloud cover in the morning as well, Derbyshire, just to see if the ball will...
I think it's the same tomorrow, I'm delighted to say.
Yeah, good, good.
For us as well as the cricketers.
Well, mainly for us, really. Here is Lakmal bowls. That one is pushed out into the onside when it's fielded by McKinnon. So 3 balls to go. Blimey, 3 overs. Beyond 7 o'clock.
This is the latest for us. For me this year. 6:45.
Yeah, that's just standard for me.
Because we finished just after 6 last night and we were back in the hotel at 20 past.
Saranga Lakmal turns at the top of his mark. On his way in now to bowl the 4th ball of the over. Last night it took a wicket. Tonight it's defended by Marnus Labuschagne up to Ryan Sidebottom, who's fielding at mid-on. So 2 balls left. The man at third man is being brought up into the circle. We're going to see an extra slip go in Matty McKiernan. So there is no third man now. He's come into cover because with the slip cordon being strengthened, Lewis Deploy has gone out into the mid-wicket region. Penultimate ball of the day. Lakmal is in and it's pushed out into the offside. Van der Houten set off there. Well, it was triggered really by Labuschagne. He took a couple of steps and all of a sudden Van der Houten thought, blimey, I think he wants one here. He didn't.
As I've said many times, you've got to be so wary of Labuschagne with his running because he's very, very quick, but others are not so quick.
Absolutely. So just to sort of wrap up while Billy Godwin hands the ball back to Saranga Lakmal, Derbyshire starting the day on 282 for 5, were eventually dismissed for 368, 24 to Anashdal, 32 to Lewis Deploy. Andrew Salter was the first of the Glamorgan batsmen to go for 29. He was run out as Lakmal is in, bowls to Labuschagne, and that one is defended straight back to him, and that is the close of play. Glamorgan close on 240 for 4. It means they trail by 128. Marnus Labuschagne is on 53, beg your pardon, 53. Van der Houten has yet to get off the mark. The other men out, David Lloyd for 84. Sam Northeast for 49. Wayne Madsen getting his first wicket of the match. And then Lakmal getting rid of Kieran Carlson for just 9. That is that for... play here at the County Ground this evening. We will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. In the meantime, we'll wish you a very good Friday evening. Hope you enjoy yourselves this evening, and we'll hopefully see you sometime tomorrow.
Spectators, so visiting the Incora